Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the road to the International 2023. So TI12 for all of you people. Day one was an exciting one, but I'm pretty sure this one is where the hype is starting to build up a little bit. And also a disappointment for some because it is Elimination Day. Here on the B stream with T-Panda and, of course, Mr. Fear. We've kind of recovered from yesterday's games. There were not too many upsets, just a couple here and there. But setting their sights for day number 2, Fear, you remember from experience as well, playing through these group stages, the stress level, the anticipation, everybody's expectations towards you. But you just got to sit down, focus on your own game, get the team together. What does a TI champion need at this stage of a group stage?
Well, I think just in general, just being a champion requires you to just believe you're going to win no matter who you're going to play against, right? And that's just the belief you're going to have to keep throughout the remainder of the tournament here. And more stressful for some than others, right? I don't think Team Spirit's very stressed right now as they're guaranteed, no matter what happens today, that they will be going through. But we'll see about the seeding as far as that goes. But yeah, for the teams at the bottom, this is where the stress starts to kick in. So you're looking at TALON, VP, SMG, Thunder. They're all sitting with one win, except for TALON, not even a single win yet, and a bunch of losses to their name. So those are the teams that really, hopefully they used their preparation last night to fix the issues. Watch a couple of replays.
Yeah.
Maybe not nitpick so much on the small things, but look at the big picture, because if you lost this many games, it's not because these little macro plays inside the game. It's probably a strategy issue. So hopefully they talk those through and bring a better game today.
That's expected of them. Team Spirit is the only team so far that has 100% secured the next stage, whether it be to get to play against a third, fourth from another group, or still drop in the standings. Anything is still possible. But what we are looking at today is going to be Group B, most importantly, as we look at teams like the BetBoom sitting in the middle, 2-2. Rebellion, not a hot start for day number 1, but maybe as they've got themselves tuned up and fired up ready to enter day 2 with a real fury, with a real anger, with a real hunger to win those games. But everything's still wide open, and as we look at the schedule for day number 2, what is going to be happening here on the B stream, you are going to be watching a lot of North America, East Europe, and of course China. We're going to kick things off with Shopify Rebellion versus BetBoom Team, and followed up by that another series for Rebellion. I'm going to see Azure Ray then follow 2 series in a row to finish off their remaining group stage games, and BetBoom giving a bit of a break in between, so maybe that preparation helps them out into the latter part of the day. But what do you think about the matchups today, Fear? I think these are pretty solid looking games.
Yeah, this looks like a tiebreaker, except for these are best of 2s instead of best of 1s. But yeah, Rebellion, BetBoom, and Azure Ray, all these teams are going to go against each other. And Rebellion has had BetBoom's number in the last Tier 1 tournament they played in Dream League. And Rebellion managed to beat BetBoom twice in 2 different best of 3s, or maybe it was a best of 2 and then a best of 3. But either way, this is a team, a new Rebellion that most people would expect them to be where they're at right now, but their recent second place LAN finish was, I guess it wasn't a LAN, the Dream League, but getting second place for Rebellion was a big deal, right? And to see them struggling after getting a second place at a Tier 1 tournament, it's a little surprising. I thought they'd come to this tournament with a lot of steam, but it is TI. Things happen at TI. Sometimes there's that mental block, especially if you are a team like Rebellion or the old EG here. These guys, TI is always kind of like slipped from their grasp when even at times they've been close to the favorites.
Also to talk about the story of building streaks and creating streaks as we dive into this first matchup of the day with Shopify Rebellion versus BetBoom Team. Since Puppy is no longer attending TI, at least in a big streak, that means that Fly is actually holding the longest active TI attendance streak since TI3, when he used to play with boys like Crit, with Hani, with our good Finnish boy Trixie, and of course Era as the carry, the good old Fnatic of TI3. Fly now has the longest attendance streak currently active, at least. Puppy is still the all-timer out of all of those. But the matchup between these two teams, and of course the individuals involved, of course TI and the road, but first getting past the road to the international phase into the actual main event, I think experience is the one that really shines here, Fear. Especially looking at attendancy. out of everyone has attended TI or the Road to the International before, but the difference is there is a whole of 35 attendances for the individuals of Shopify Rebellion, while BetBoom, that number is a whole lot smaller. So experience might just do the trick here, or is the new strength coming out from the youth here?
That's an interesting question, but I think we're seeing more and more youth, and the older guys like me, there's more people joining me in retirement. So a lot of people that do have these streaks that are more experienced, a lot of them, they're getting that time where a lot of them are stepping down a little bit, and we're seeing a lot more youth starting to take their place, right? So it's hard to say what's going to be better. At this point, I think confidence is going to be good enough. I think the experience, these things do matter to some degree, but as long as you think you're going to win, you play a lot of Dota, you know the current meta, you know the patch, that's going to be more important than anything.
And also diving into these drafts as well, BetBoom basically have a very interesting record going their way at the current time from this year. They have the best record of any team in Pro Dota this year with over 50 games played. And that is 92 wins and 49 losses. BetBoom has been on a high rise, has been a team that some have been suspecting, is this team up to the level that they're supposed to? We have previous TI winners, Toronto, Tokyo, also in this team. But that streak, or at least that statistic, that could be changed with a team like Shopify Rebellion. You already brought it up, how they've been faring up against each other. They have 5 previous matchups this year, mostly at the Lima Major, Riyadh, both the Dream League seasons 21 and 20 and 21, that is, with Rebellion leading 3-2. So anything can happen in a best of 2 between these.
Oh, they definitely can here. It's going to be more, it's going to be a lot on the draft, right? I think these two teams, I would say, are pretty evenly matched, I would say, overall. So whoever can get the draft advantage here will definitely be looking and putting himself in a pretty good position going into this series. And Shopify Rebellion, they're going to pick up the Brewmaster. This hero has been nerfed, but it's still quite strong. You'll definitely see Saberlight picking it up for sure in the offlane position. And how do you want to respond to it is going to be the question of the day here.
Oh, the amount of players and streamers I've been watching complaining how Brewmaster is such a rigged hero right now. It says, like, how do you kill this guy who has somewhere between 60 and 80% at pretty much all resistances? It's just ridiculously hard to kill. But once you've popped your ulti, I guess that also opens up some opportunities, like, Sven heroes to cleave out all the Brewlings out of the way. But it's definitely found a place, and you need somewhat of a specialist. And Shopify, as we've been watching this team throughout this entire DPC year, you and me especially, we haven't really seen them play a lot of brew. So this is something they've been brewing up lately, no pun intended.
They have indeed, and especially to have the confidence to first pick it after it went through some recent nerfs in the D patch. So still looking good. The games I have seen brew in, it either looks really good or it's looked really bad. And unfortunately, the games I watched, it was looking not so hot, especially in the laning stage. Already going to go into Avenge, another hero that has been nerfed recently, but still quite strong. But the hero I really want to focus on is going to be the story of why Shopify Rebellion did so well at the most recent tournament. Well, it was Arteezy in my eyes. His hero pool, his Morta specifically, was really good. His Sven and PA were heroes that really seemed to fit him well. And Luna's coming into this patch, another hero that he's quite good at. Is he going to get a hero that allows him to participate into the game at a manner which will give Shopify Rebellion an edge? And I think that's what they've been missing for a long time now. It's just having Arteezy being more active in the game. And I think the new draft order and the new map changes has been a breath of fresh air for Shopify Rebellion, because it's no longer this methodical game. When I ever thought about the old EG or Shopify Rebellion here under Fly's leadership, it's been always a methodical game where you just kind of go from tower to tower. You'd get a Roshan, you try to end the game. Yeah. I'm not going to lie to you, it was really boring, but you can't do that anymore because the patch is just the map, rather. It's just so much bigger. You're just going to get split pushed out like crazy. So they've had to adapt their playstyle and redefine themselves. And Now RTC's being a bit more aggressive. You're seeing him die randomly across the map, but then again, yet he's making some plays. It's been really nice to see, and hopefully they keep up that trend here going into this tournament. It hasn't been working out super well for them so far, but I believe they'll get their act together here, as we're going to see an early coddle here for BetBoom Team.
Yeah, it is actually curious going back to Shopify that they've had this kind of system update. You know, there was a system that had always worked, and now they had to adapt to what's going on right now. And a lot of things have changed. Saberlight especially from TI12, second highest averages in deaths, while Abed is ranked number 1 with least deaths out of 569 players who've played over 30 games in this competitive scene. So you have a guy who dies a lot, you have another guy who barely dies ever. So
you could say he dies for Abed, you know? Maybe he's the one sacrificing himself, so
maybe
Abed can go crazy. I mean, I will say this, right? You have certain teams, and I think this might be a good contrast to this game, actually. You look at Pure, right? He's the type of guy that needs a lot of space. And GPK is in a situation as a mid laner that has to generally play heroes that make space. So Pure can just get more farm. But if you look at how Shopify Rebellion plays Saberlight, he's a space maker. You barely see Saberlight top net worth. He's generally lower in the net worth. Abed and RTC are taking most of the farm. So it's two completely different team dynamics. And it's very interesting to see how they operate.
BetBoom Team's turn.
Let's see how BetBoom finds an opening with the Venge and the Coddle. They basically already have some aspects filled in. And also I think the Venge is still looking like that first phase pick you can kind of block. Kind of as a block pick, not because the opponent wants the Venge, but you prevent from taking some specific heroes on the side of Shopify. When you see the Venge, you're like, well, we can't really play this. We can't really play that one either. Making things a bit difficult. And of course, Shopify, they've given praise to this Ancient Apparition early on. I think we talked about the first major of the year, that they were one of the only teams that would play the AA. They're familiar with it. However, that's a Storm Spirit already thrown in, so Shopify's brain now starting to rack, like, okay, what does Abed want to go up against the Storm with, instead of saving it for the 17th pick?
Yeah, they have a lot of options, as mentioned. When you do play with Saberlight in your offlaner, you can be a bit more greedy if you want. Most likely he'll go just for a puck or something. But in Storm, yeah, and Festbomb is now online. I didn't expect them. Well, I guess you do see your matchups, so it makes sense. Lifesteal's been buffed quite a lot. And there's the puck I talked about. I think as soon as they saw a Storm, that was just going to come out for Abed. And I'm sure they knew that as well. So you do have the Lifestealer who doesn't care too much about the puck, which is a good matchup. I think as a carry player, there's always a couple things you're afraid of. Is A, your immediate lane. Like, what are you laning against? Who's the offlaner? And the second one is, can the mid laner just come to my lane and just gank me over and over again? And right now, this is like a really good Lifestealer game because you can't really gank this Lifestealer as a puck, or at least it's not very easy. And you're laning versus a Brew, so in theory, unless you miss every single hit, because Brew is kind of like nuts right now, should be a good lane matchup for the Lifestealer.
Yeah. Yeah, Lifestealer should be having an all right time, at least. Depending, of course, like how those rotations are going to happen with the Storm Spirit and the puck. Are they just going to sit in mid for as long as possible?
Good ban, sir. I just wanted to make sure they ban Terrorblade and Void. I think those are the worst matchups you could possibly have for a Lifestealer in this game. Yeah. I mean, Morphling would be pretty good for Shopify Rebellion too, but Morphling AA lane sounds incredibly weak. So maybe it might be a bit too greedy. So as far as
Void was a hero I was thinking about when we saw the Vengeful Spirit come out from BetBoom that you have to kind of take into consideration.
I think CK would be really good for Shopify Rebellion. This hero's been buffed a lot. Good matchup versus the Lifestealer, and of course you're laning with AA. Can't think of a more classic lane combination than the good old CKA.
Yeah, and even with BetBoom, like, Lifestealer is not an easy hero to play when you're playing from behind, because you kind of rely on initiative and having your team active. That's kind of where the Coddle and the Storm help balance things out a bit. If they don't get ahead early on, they have playmaking heroes, and especially with that Infest Bomb, they can snipe the backline. Every time they get Grimstroke, it doesn't get Soulbind off. Storm and Lifestealer, they find a quick opener, and that's the way to open up a fight for themselves. Even just go in the AA if they want, but they really want to get rid of Grimstroke so the Storm doesn't get leashed onto the ground. And especially if you have a Lifestealer inside you, that's just an easy ult for Grim. Guys, I got 2. It's like, let's blow him up. But
Grim and A are going to die a lot to Storm plus anything, really. maybe just the Storm alone. But they're going to go with the Luna. That was another option that it's fine. I personally like the CK more, but it's okay. We're not going to dwell too much on that. Luna is just stable, solid. It can fight up against a Lifesteal. You're an agility hero, so you have high armor, lower HP.
10 seconds remaining.
You do have the Lucent Beam in lane, which helps a bit with the AA.
5
It's a
seconds
safe
remaining.
pick. I'll put it that way. It's a safe pick.
yeah.
Maybe they're afraid that Pure had some last pick options that could potentially bully other heroes, and Luna is one of those heroes that it's not easy to deal with this hero in the laning stage. I mean, I guess if you look at Pure's hero pool, he's really enjoyed playing Blink initiators, like your Centaurs. He likes playing, of course, if you go look at Legion Commander, that one's Ban Axe, or some of his more signature ones. Beastmaster has been removed as well. So what is he going to pull out in a moment like this? It's hard to say. I think Luna is not a hero that's easy to beat. I don't think he plays Mars. It'd be a pretty decent Mars game. Maybe he'll just go back for his axe just out of lack of anything else right now. They're going to burn through all the reserve time really just thinking about this one, but some of his best heroes are already gone.
Currently the most successful offlaners after day 1, you'd look at heroes like the Centaur, 60% from 10 games. Bristleback still tying 5 and 5. Dawnbreaker is also around that area. But Spiritbreaker in the offlane has
banned,
actually...
though.
Yeah, like there was another hero that has been successful banned, yes. But a hero that has been working out. Everything else is kind of looking a bit wonky, you know? They're not exactly on the high rise of win percentages. So it's more the carries and the mids who are looking good. But the offlaners, not too much. So I wouldn't be too surprised.
I would
it's
like
just
the
Centaur. Yeah.
I mean, like, as soon as Brew goes in animation and gets his ult off, you just press Stampede and run away from it. It's a very good disengage. It's pretty strong with the Coddle lane.
Now select your
You have high regen. You kind of just deal with the harass the Luna. I think Axe was a bit too risky. You could lose the lane pretty badly, and you don't want to be in that situation. But just another Blink Stunner for Purius. Which one do you think is the absolute best for this game? And I would agree. Centaur, Mars, both those look good. Maybe a bit more stable going for a Centaur, because it's hard to catch some of these heroes with Mars.
Yeah. Mars hasn't been getting a lot of love lately, at least, so the offlane pool has also trended into a different direction with this current patch. But now that we see both of these drafts and put the teams in their respective place in the group, Shopify Rebellion with a 1-3 track record, while BetBoom 2-2, 1 series win, 1 series loss. Even just 1 extra point for BetBoom could push them into safety from the rest of the pack. So they are definitely looking for a victory. But is this a victorious-looking draft for BetBoom? The combinations are there. Their timings are pretty key and pretty open here, but they also have the flexibility of stretching towards late game. However, Shopify, I think they look a little bit better the further this game goes.
I mean, I like Shopify's draft more, but what I think will likely happen is BetBoom will win this game, and Ovid's going to be beyond godlike and somehow just lose, because they don't really have a way to kill this game. Just the classic, right? But other than that, I think the Centaur is just going to be really farmed. The Lifestealer is going to be really farmed. I think they're going to win both side lanes most likely here. Ovid's going to win mid, crush the game, and then eventually just lose because he's just a puck at the end of the day. But we'll see. We could be wrong.
Can't win the game alone with a puck, that is for sure. If you get a good early game start, the hero can carry a lot. But, I mean, I think we're mixing with Gunner yesterday with the Earth Spirit made you go godlike 13 minutes in.
Right.
And don't win the game. But this is Hobbit. Who knows what they're going to be conjuring up into this particular game. But Shopify, I think they're not too happy with what happened in day number 1. Do you think the hunger is still there? Because today is the day when you need to make an impact.
Oh, for sure. I think them getting second place at Dream League really gave them more confidence of you can easily be in a situation where you lose, right? And you've been losing all year long. You're like, oh, this is just normal. We're just probably going to lose, guys, right? In the back of your minds. But knowing that they just did well recently, like literally last month, right? It's like, guys, let's just go back to when we were good. It was literally last month. Like, we just did some things wrong. Let's remotivate ourselves. And I think they're not too far away from doing that. And I believe this is a now or never situation for them for the most part today.
And I think you put it really well yesterday when we were casting on the D stream, talked about it's no longer the time for practice. That time is done. This is what the whole year culminates towards to. So no longer can you say as an excuse that we weren't ready, we weren't prepared. This is the culmination. So I hope they do have that motivation and mentality on the side of Shopify Rebellion, the flagship of North America, versus probably one of the hottest teams East Europe has actually had in quite some time. Maybe Team Spirit, the last one that was rocking the charts. They've been rocking the charts this year as well. But it's not going to be an easy matchup. But I'm also thinking this is a matchup that all of these players have really looked forward to some extent. Even if they don't worry too much about the players, about the teams that they're playing against. I, for one, feel like this is going to be a super exciting game. I just feel it in my veins. Like watching so much East European Dota in the last few years and this entire year with North America, I would be amazed if this was a slugfest.
Well, I think all the teams that come from Eastern Europe right now are considered the best of the best, right? When you look at like some of the North American squads, the Shopify Rebellion included, sometimes you're not sure what you're going to get from these squads. So whenever you play Eastern European team, at least the big three, right? The 9 Pandas, Spirit, and BetBooms, you know it's going to be a tough game. And we'll see what Shopify Rebellion can bring to the table. Because like if they are not playing their best, they're not going to be able to beat this team. You got to play your best. Because this is a team that does not mess around. You've got the ex-EG player, Nightfall, used to play for Shopify Rebellion when they were under EG as their offlaner, now playing the carry role, arguably having more success going to a new team, right, since then. And then, of course, Toronto Tokyo moving from position 5 from Team Spirit. You've got some all-star players here on BB team. And Shopify Rebellion, they've had generally the same squad for the last few years here with mixed results. Really just trying to, like, prove themselves that they're still good.
Talking about mixed results, indeed. Do you remember the last time these players have won a Tier 1 tournament on the side of Shopify Rebellion? Well, I'm going to rub in some salt because everybody's been waiting and seeing that Shopify, they could win when they were EG. Oh, they could win this one, but Abed never won a Tier 1 tournament. Saberlight never won a Tier 1 tournament. Fly, Kiev Major with OG in 2017. Artesian Crit, Manila Masters in 2017. It's been 6 years since a Tier 1 tournament victory for anyone on the side of Shopify. That's a long time.
Yeah, that is a very long time. It's about
the time when you won TI.
I was going to say, that sounds about the time when last time I won a Tier 1 tournament. But theirs was the Middle Masters was shortly after I retired, so...
But the more, the merrier the motivation for Shopify to really pull it off this year. As we kick off our laning stage, Bounty is split 2 for 2. Very calm, very cautious start. No first blood, smoke gank shenanigans on either side of the map. And now just looking for the action to kick in and all the small, minor detail. Already talked about the death statistics for Abed and Saberlight, but also BetBoom with their successful win rates in the past. Their big hype that they're riding on, that they can beat almost any team with a very good probability. Probably worth the favorites to win TI this year, yet alone getting past the road to the internationals. GPK and Abed stretching their limits here in mid.
Are indeed. I'm just paying a very close eye on, well, I guess every lane is very interesting, but the top lane, how well can Arteezy do against the Centaur? Because I think this lane's pretty critical, and I can see it going either way. If I look at the bot lane, it's going to be just a wash. I think Lysteer, Brew are just going to farm. Mid lane, they're just doing mid lane things, you know, they're just always keeping on your feet. You always have some type of anxiety. Everyone's at 10% HP as mid laners, but they know what they're doing. They're just getting their bottles out. They're going to go get the room. They're going to stabilize. It is all calculated.
Yeah.
But the one lane that's a little bit different is for sure going to be this top lane. I think that's where first blood most likely will be spilled as well, one way or another. And I think whoever does well in that lane is going to have big implications on how this game starts off.
Yeah. You got a good kill combination on the side of BetBoom at least, considering the Illuminate Blast coming in a couple levels, probably level 3 or 4, with the Centaur. Hoof stomps into double edges, quick, nice bursts. Luna doesn't exactly have the highest HP pool. They can continue with this kind of solid harass with the early Lucent Beam point, picking up Chilling Touch, constant nukes. Hence the quick Vanguard coming up for Pure. But in the bottom lane as well, Nightfall battling it out here with Saberlight. Still tying it up in CS, despite the 5 denies on the Brewmaster. So shaking Nightfall a bit here, at least in the early minutes. However, the wave under their tower straight up in the tier 1, going to be a bit difficult for them to approach.
Yeah, it definitely will be here. As honestly, GPK is doing a bit better than I expected. I thought Abed might just bully him, as he normally does in the mid lane, especially in a matchup that I feel like he's super confident in. But GPK is winning mid. He's got 4 denies at 17 CS, but he has 4 creeps under the tower here as well that he's probably gonna mop up and get all of them as well. So we'll see after this. Can be it. Oh, he missed one, so he's only gonna be at 20 CS instead of 21. But still, a pretty good lead, like a entire wave lead for GPK here.
Yeah, GPK has after the first day, he is the second highest in kill participation. So also looking at a hero like Storm Spirit, he's definitely going to be active around the map. He's been part of 85.7% of BetBoom's kills. So almost every time someone dies, GPK has something to do with it.
And that goes back to what I was talking about, how Pure is more of the farmer on the team. But Pure isn't like an AFK farmer either, because he plays these Blink Initiators. It's just, your BB team is a very active team. They have 2 players and their core roles that are always looking for kills. It just so happens that Pure seems to just be, he takes more net worth later on in the game because GPK is kind of self-sacrificing himself, because somebody's got to make the plays on the map, and they've decided it's going to be GPK.
Not so much action going on right now. Yeah.
For Shopify Rebellion. Abed, he kind of does everything for the team, I'll be honest.
It does feel like it.
It's not that he's like the playmaker. He is, but at the same time, he's also the highest net worth. And Crit's keeping mid.
Can they make this one work out? The raindrops are going to soak up a bit here, but the Inks will stun. First blood imminent, and that Abed kill is a certainty. However, it does get traded off by Toronto Tokyo with a level 2 magic missile.
All right, well,
phase shift available, so trade off 1 for 1.
That is pretty good for Abed because he did get the first blood, but it would have been really good if he survived. But Venge getting a return kill there, going to give him a lot more net worth. That's pretty big. He's going to be up to level 4 on Toronto Tokyo. But Crit also getting EXP as well. Hard to say here. I think it really depends, because like if you look at the levels of the mid lane, does he get the pull off? Oh, he didn't even go for the pull. Maybe he could have stopped the orb. Perhaps not, but end of the day here, GP is going to be filled up. What I was going to say is you got to be very careful for when this puck hits level 6. Especially it's before you get 6 on Storm. Not that you can use your ult through coil anyway. It's more of like you barely get out of the coil. You have some HP. You'll need that level 6 to just survive, if possible.
Oh, but he has the coil available to level up.
You know,
he's
Crit,
level 6.
he wants to chill.
Yeah, they're also paying attention for the 6-minute rune, but if they see a kill opportunity, they will take advantage of it. Save is coming in, though. Coil popped at the same time, and here comes Toronto Tokyo, and Abed might be the one in trouble, and there goes your puck. Deleted. BetBoom, they're not done yet. Going straight to fly. GPK right on top of him, looking for a secondary kill, the Ancient Apparition, and he's not going anywhere. Save will secure the kill with a right-click crit. Maybe he took the rune away from GPK, but that's 2 heroes lost for Shopify.
That's big. They weren't quite ready for that. They used the coil like the same time he's getting pulled. And that's generally not what you want to do. You want to be able to coil him from max distance, get the right clicks up. If he walks up to you, just walk back a little bit, right? Because he is coiled. And then into the silence. Of course, that magic missile just landing on top of his face doesn't help either.
Yeah.
And the sticky fingers on the Saberlight. Not going to be quite enough. But you are starting to see this matchup in the bottom lane start to go Lifestealer's way.
Yeah, but you have to say that was a really good bait from BetBoom because GPK had time to react to Puck hitting level 6. You were under your own tower. It's like, if you're going to dive me, I'm definitely going to win this trade-off. So he sees the level 6. He already calls in for Toronto Tokyo and save that Puck's going to try something. We haven't seen Grimstroke in a very long time. So just show up here and we turn this around. They did exactly that. And also get an extra on top of that Ancient Apparition dying.
They're going to stick around mid. Crit is just, he really wants to punish the Storm Spirit, and GPK, he is wise to it, and oh, nice. He's got a juicy little stack, so if Crit is ever missing on the map, he can not feel bad about just retreating to the jungle. He's pinging mid like, hey, guys, help. They want to dive me.
A lot of activity in mid here by Rebellion as they've got Crit and Fly protecting Abed from both directions.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is a pretty heavy commitment for mid.
Is under attack.
And this patch, like the mid tower used to be super important. Now, I think it's lost a lot of value of like what it.
I mean,
brings to the
Arteezy's pinging the tier 1 tower at top. That guy, Centaur's also taking a tower here. Like, I'm going to need a bit of help here too. I can't really farm that well with this set just being constantly a nuisance. Abed's got the shield rune, and now they're scattering around the map. That's a Vanguard Centaur. Very difficult kill, but looks like Rebellion's going to try. Crit and Abed, they're on their way. I think that's a warning sign. BetBoom already calling it out. Guys, get the hell out of there.
Yeah, I mean, as I kind of predicted, the both side lanes from BB Team are going to win. However, I thought they would win mid as well on Shopify Rebellion, but that was the one saving grace I had for Shopify Rebellion's early game, was Abed going ham, getting kills, not dying, going beyond godlike, right? He's 1 and 2 this game, and he is behind the Storm Spirit in net worth. This early game is incredibly nice if you are a fan of BB Team.
Definitely rejoicing the situation for the time being. Also looking at Nightfall. He's got a Radiance on his mind for this particular game. It's going to make Luna's life a little bit harder. You have to worry about an MKB pickup potentially at some stage of the game.
Yeah, it's just a strong item.
They're going bottom. They're going to try and kill Crit and Abed, taking the portals right behind the Lifestealer. Level 1 Rage, that's 3 seconds. Going to be enough Saberlights. Going to be on top of him. Yes, he has the Infest as well, but they're going to show up. Here's the Inkswell with the Silence into the coil, and they don't get the stun connection. And Nightfall is going to run away, and he's also got the Infest now. And that Flag Bearer is on the run. The chase is on. He does get pushed back in. The Infest runs out. Still no TPs coming in from BetBoom. They believe that he can do it. He can do it all on his own, and he's just running away.
The Ogre Smash in the Panda. Oh my goodness.
That too. Well, I don't need my team if the AI is coded on our side.
All right, and if they lose Fly mid, which they should, because they just saw a bunch of action
They're ganking mid now. GPK with Toronto Tokyo. They're going to kill to the AA. Abed already burnt out that invulnerability rune. Slowly running out of that shield from Tokyo with the swap save. He can get himself the safety. Invis rune popped as well. Abed, no idea where he is right now. And turning his attention towards the Vengeful Spirit save with a big blow. GPK there, but that is not going to be enough to catch the puck. He's already out.
Yeah, save really saving GPK there by giving that additional mana to be able to zip and get that rune. I am mind blown that they just let that Lifestealer, they had the trust to like, you got this, bro. You're going to get out of there. And with all the changes and the level 1 silence, and with the attack speed Lifestealer does have, he was able to kill that Phantom quite easily, as well as, you know, level 1 silence is only a 2-second duration, not long enough. Lifestealer gets out of there. They lose their mid. They don't even take bot tower. That's your first Brewmaster ultimate used, and Saberlight's still struggling for that Midas. Like, he wants to go with the classic Midas into Radiance build, but he's going to have a much slower start compared to his counterpart of Pure, who is an absolute free farm mode right now.
It does seem to apply for all of BetBoom. Triple core lead in terms of net worth. It's only the Puck keeping up with the Lifestealer. The Luna shortly behind, but everybody else looking to get away. GPK off to a great start. Pure just been farming all the time. And Nightfall dodging that gank. Cost a lot of time for Rebellion, or everybody else was just hitting creeps. So everything, all these small things accounting towards BetBoom's lead. Economy-wise, at least.
This is definitely classic BetBoom Team. We've done many interviews throughout the year with these teams, as we might just see they're just poking on top a little bit. We've done many interviews with many different teams, and what pretty much every single team says about BetBoom Team is that they're so good in the laning stage. Like, this team is a monstrosity to try and lane against. And that's crazy to say, too, because we come from NA DPC, right? And no teams in NA could deal with Shopify Rebellion's laning stage. This is their strong suit. And to have a team that's just better at laning than Shopify Rebellion, which is their big thing, it's definitely been a little bit strange of a matchup. You would think BB Team would have Shopify Rebellion's number, but in the last 2 series that they have played against each other, I will remind you, Shopify Rebellion has won them. And a lot of them have happened off of comebacks through the mid-game, late-game, because let's be real, you just don't beat BetBoom Team in the laning stage. It's a difficult task.
You're absolutely right about that. Has been a difficult team for a lot of the others to match up against. But you're absolutely right. Like, when we looked at the North American DPC for multiple tours, it's like, well, can anybody really match up to Rebellion? It was more about the Nouns and the TSM facing off against each others and see who's going to be taking that second spot. But Abed with Fly with the help of Crit, it's just the Coddle that they can get their hands on. And BetBoom is looking to maybe retaliate on this as GPK gets a jump on the Fly, goes all the way to the back with Pure coming in. Beautiful hoof stomp on 2, and that will delete Rebellion, and that is a lot for BetBoom to recover. We just traded a support Coddle taking all of the attention, and we take everything with us.
That is absolutely insane. Pure was able to get that. Like, the presence of mind they had there, they could have been like, all right, just get Fly. I think a lesser team would have just killed Fly there, but instead they ignore him. Like, no, this AA, he has used all his spells already. He's kind of useless. So avoid him. We're going to jump in the back line. We want the big kill. We want Abed. We want to make sure this puck is shut down and doesn't get any momentum. And they go to that back line there. Great TP there, as you mentioned, by Pure to also join GPK there. And now Pure just casually has, what, a full pipe or something at this point? What does he have flying out to him? Oh yeah, just the pipe. Don't mind this guy. He's got a he's got a Vanguard pipe and all the items.
Yeah, no biggie. Centaur
gonna
topping that
symbol.
Also, the fact that we talked about the death averages on Rebellion. Well, Abed, he's already got more than his average. So that also speaks a lot that this game has not been going into the pockets of the puck. A couple outplays, you could even say, by BetBoom, setting up in mid for that level 6 gank, leading on from there. Another great turnaround, and GPK off to a fantastic start with the Storm Spirit, and he has a fresh Orchid. He's not afraid to use it. We're looking at bottom. Another attempt on the Lifestealer. Gonna be a dodge with the Infest, but he's sticking around with the melee creep. That could be a signal that there's probably more people coming. They're not going to jump that melee creep, and he's going to pop the Infest. Brewmaster moving away. Swap to cancel out the channel, and Saberlight going to get caught. Orchid pop for the first time. And BetBoom will take it. And they're looking at Roshan by the looks of it, or a Tier 1 tower. Let's see which one's to call.
I don't think we should Roche right now.
Out. Yeah,
their heroes are really bad at Roche.
It would be a very slow and sluggish one, yeah.
Not worth it, as we would call it.
But a good deep ward place down, at least. Already establishing control of the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, GPK with that Orchid online, super scary for the puck. He sees the Orchid, right? And now he's like, hey guys, I really need a Yules or something to get out of this. It's not a position you want to be in as a puck where you have to buy BKB or Yules. But that's just the reality of the situation. The early game didn't go well. You're down about 4,000 or 5,000 gold right now. And these items are just flowing in as we're going to see another smoking towards this mid lane. And how often do you see Abed like the same net worth as Saberlight? It's so disgusting that you need Abed to do well on this team, because Saberlight, I mean, he's the first pick Brewmaster, right? They generally first pick Saberlight. So he won't.
And they're going to go for Saberlight again. They've got the Orchid pop. AA Blast coming in. Brewmaster low on HP. Is going to be connecting onto a lot of BetBoom heroes. And they're still stuck with the Soulbind, but there's the Centaur ult to reset. Toronto Tokyo trying to make a run for it, but he's going to get caught by Abed. They can't really focus on the Centaur, but they can focus on this tower as they've brought Arteezy into the midst of the action. Bottle thrown into the air. BetBoom, they're turning it around with GPK. GPK going very optimistic, but he might lose his life. Gets the jump away just in time. Won't lose his life, and Pure also tanks a couple Eclipses But that tower finally down and just one casualty from this battle.
Yeah,
Bottom tower is under
that may have worked if, well, let's hold on a minute here. Nightfall in a little bit of trouble here. He's gonna have to invest, but yeah, they probably
Attempt
can't
number
kill the
3.
creep.
Third time does the charm
Oh,
potentially.
he jumped
Nightfall.
out. Okay.
Saberlight on the hunt. They've got vision on the Lifestealer now, and Abed's going to be on his high on his heels, and the coil snaps, and that's a big kill if they can get it. But he rages up, and Abed loses his life, and so does Saberlight. BetBoom! They just turned it. They flipped the table upside down. They don't get to kill the Lifestealer. Not even a third attempt will be successful for them. Happy Friday 13th to you, as BetBoom's just taking everything right now.
They felt like they were so close to it, but those reinforcements coming in there just, they end up getting debated. I don't blame them for it either. Like this Lifestealer, your coil's up in 1 second, you go for it. Saberlight, he just doesn't hit hard enough. Maybe if he got a crit there at the end, he may have killed him, but having to rely on that is a little difficult. I guess Saberlight missing both the Thunderclap and Cinderbrew may have been the difference maker there in getting that kill or not. But once you miss your spells, I think that it's time to call it quits.
Talking about
Radiant's top tower
what day it is
under
today. A bit of unluck going on the side of Rebellion here in this game. Number 1, you can see this was the 3rd time they tried to gank
clap
Nightfall,
missed.
and everything clicks except for the clap not connecting. And Nightfall gets an armlet toggle in between. Meanwhile, they find a free pick off of crit. He's dying in the replay and in the live camera as well.
That's a rough life right there. But he only has 3 deaths though, so we just saw.
Tier 2 token, is that the cost of Fly's life? Oh yes it is. Turned around to pick the item.
Worth it though, you don't want to give that away.
No, not at all. Well,
All
6K lead built up for
BetBoom all
BetBoom.
day now.
Yeah.
I don't think Shopify Rebellion has, outside of maybe the first 2 waves of this game, been ahead. Even then, I don't even know it's true. But 6,000 gold advantage here. You're playing against 3 Omega farmed cores here. And if you look at Nightfall, he's been free farming, right? No untouchable. He's the lowest net worth core on the team. This free farming Lifestealer is the least farmed hero because if you look at GPK, he's been free farming plus getting kills. If you look at Pure, he's also been free farming plus kills, right? So this is kind of like the situation you're in right now. Arteezy, yeah, he's farming on this Luna, but you're just a Luna at the end of the day. This is the type of hero that can't really make any flashy plays. You just kind of do your job. You get the net worth, you hit the Roshans, you hit the towers. But if your team's not doing well, Luna isn't the best carry to be. You'd much rather be like a PA or something in a game like this.
Also with the item progression, Toronto Tokyo's just finished Boots of Bearing for the Vengeful Spirit. Still a couple drum charges remaining, but he could just combine it as this courier arrives. There's also a Radiance in the works for Mr. Saberlight with the Brewmaster. Still some, you know, it's in the works, Fear. It's not ready yet,
in the
but it's in the works.
Do you know what GPK's kill participation is this game? 100%.
Everything. Yep. That is 100%.
This man has been part of every single kill in this game for 20
Stats
minutes.
don't lie.
That is true.
Everywhere. A big contributing factor. The funny thing is, we've yet to see an infest bomb.
You normally don't see those until like later on in the game.
Yeah. They haven't needed to resort to that early on in the game either, so Lifestealer's just hitting creeps around the map, picks up a couple casual kills on them trying to kill him. Always a great turnaround. Fear is going to go for the initiation onto the Saberlight Brewmaster. Here comes the rest of the backup, throwing in a couple
they're
of
just
stuns.
baiting.
Forcing out TPs and a smoke from Rebellion. They're looking to retaliate and answer to this. They see Toronto Tokyo for a mere second. Counter smoke from BetBoom. And here comes Lifestealer as a range creep on the left side, exiting the triangle, but they already moved towards the Tormentor. But is this an awkward time for it? They see their coming. Fly's already low on HP.
Oh,
This is
yeah,
not
it's
looking good for
awkward.
Rebellion.
This is
Perfect time
awkward.
for BetBoom, though. Pick up the Yule's already popped on the puck. Toronto Tokyo will get the Tormentor as well as killing Fly and killing Abed. And an Eclipse popped by Arteezy. He's feeling a bit of frustration here as well. He can't really get too much done here. So BetBoom waited for Rebellion to drop low. They steal the Tormentor, steal the kills, steal this area, stealing the game by the looks of it.
I wouldn't say they stole the game. This game was like
They're
Never
not,
in
we're not
Shopify
giving it back
Rebellion's
to Rebellion,
hands, right?
that's for sure.
I think they have ownership of this game since the beginning. If anyone were to steal this game, it would be Rebellion at this point.
Well, I think that's a different type of steal, but you make a good point. You make a good point. I mean, we are probably just.
I mean, would you say
see
BetBoom is owning this game?
They're definitely owning this game.
There you go. So they have ownership. Therefore, if Rebellion want to get this game back, they're gonna have to steal it.
Let's see what Rebellion can conjure up. At least Arteezy still topping net worth, but it's a slight help here. Puck able to jump around, but actually jumps in with the illusory orb as GPK blocked the other exit. And that's another Abed death. Death number 6 on the Puck, and Arteezy forced away with crit. Another kill for BetBoom. Rebellion only 3 kills this game. All their gank attempts have failed. BetBoom every
This is what I mean about the Luna, right? This hero, yeah, Arteezy's farming a lot. This hero does farm fast, but if your team isn't doing well, Luna can't really do well. Because, like, Luna has to be able to... The fights need to be longer, but they end so fast. Like, your supports are instantly dying. Your Puck is instantly dying these fights. 2 and 6. Saberlight, he doesn't even have a Radiance yet. Maybe the next timing you see for Rebellion, well, we'll have to save that as Arteezy.
Uh-oh. That's not one that you want to give away, but he gets the BKB turnaround, pops the Manta, lives a bit longer, but can Rebellion finally get some kills on the board? Potentially Toronto. Tokyo could be one. Gets caught by the Lucent Beam stun as the Centaurol takes the rest of BetBoom to safety. So they get to keep Arteezy's life intact, despite the 9-second BKB, but a totally value BKB usage there that does credit them a kill and keep their carry alive.
They would have killed him if Nightfall joined, but during that whole entire fight, Nightfall was just farming. So I think BetBoom is very fortunate with the turn of events there. They only lose their Venge. They force out the BKB, they force out the Clips, they force out the Primal split. And Nightfall was just AFK farming the entire time, so no sweat off his back. He's like, oh, cool, I only lost Venge and they used all their spells and I got free farm for like a minute and a half. I'm cool with that.
Pure, Nightfall, and Arteezy are the 3 players who haven't died this game yet in the first 24 minutes, despite it being a bit of BetBoom dominance. This kind of reminds me of BetBoom from last year, how they started off, well, that was day 1, game 1, where I think they led 20-0. They lost the game, but that was a different roster, that was a different gear, that was a different patch. This BetBoom is a bit different, yep. I just remember I was a huge BetBoom fan last year when they actually got to TI. I was like excited for the boys, been casting them throughout the entire last year's DPC, starting from Division 2, signing a stand-in into their mid. We talked about Laurel, who's now playing with another team. And how that team has transitioned. Another great East European team. And how this BetBoom has transitioned with his roster throughout this year, how they're looking right now. It's like a day and night performance in a way, at least in the road to the international.
This is the BetBoom that people expect to see when they play. It just, honestly, Shopify Rebellion and BetBoom Team have similar issues. It seems like the further they get into tournaments, the less confidence they play with, or the worse they do. But when they look good, they look really good. This reminds me of the old days where you'd buy Radiance on Lifestealer, just sit in that ancient black dragon and chase people down with the Radiance burn.
Burn people up, yeah.
And it used to be a somewhat viable strategy. Now it's just like, that's just a complete meme if you want to do that. But he just used the best heal. He wasn't memeing around.
What was the Pudge Lifestealer combination we saw? Was it last year? There was, I think there was probably a third hero also involved because you eat somebody in the Pudge with Rot Agonims. I think there was I think it was the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker. Yeah, that's
Blood
the one.
Mist.
Blood
that was a
Rot.
Clown Fiesta is what that was.
That's definitely what it was.
I miss that though in Dota, where you could have all these cheesy strategies. I mean, the game is it's objectively just better now because cheesing wasn't really good for the game. Now, like, when a team is good, you know they're good. They're not just, like, cheesing you out. Like, no more, like, Matumba Man lasting
honest
brood
Dota
mothers,
now.
you know?
It's honest Dota.
Matumba Man catching some strays here, my bad.
I'm sure Lots is fine. But let's see
he's
what
fine.
the Rebellion is up to right now. They finished the Butterfly on the Luna just some time ago. We also have the Radiance up on the Brewmaster. Abed, though, still wants that Kaya Sanj to be built, get a bit of extra tankiness. Has been the target of hate from BetBoom, and talking about that, it's the same story again. GPK,
I don't see him, he's out.
no vision on Abed. He's going to be able to teleport out.
But you have to think in this position, like, what can you do if you are Shopify Rebellion? They've kept the net worth the same for a while. It's been 11k for some time now, which is good. Most of it is on the back of RTC, who does have a Butterfly. Maybe the Satanic is the next big item. But I think Saberlight,
Dire are scanning.
he has to be able to get his ulti off.
Dire's top
Yep.
And I'm not so sure how easy that's going to be, because he is playing as some Orchid. So I don't know, maybe this AC is the right choice. I mean, it's definitely greedier for sure, but maybe he needs a BKB as a more safer option, or he just needs to have like perfect positioning. But we'll
You know
have to
what?
see. We see a big smoke coming to RTC here, and they're gonna have to get up to their high ground pretty soon here, because if they initiate this backline, it's gonna be a disaster.
They got an avenue to go in, and Arteezy Inkswell up here doesn't find anybody. GPK with the BKB already popped. They're going to go straight for the Grimstroke and find themselves a first opener. Big Infest also being used up. Arteezy eliminates
got
the
Life
Aegis is
Stealer.
going to burn out. They got the Life Stealer. They got something out of it. They are somewhat spent on resources. GPK pretty low on mana. Kotul, give me mana. Save
They
will
see
give him
Arteezy.
some, but he's going to get stunned up on the spot. But Arteezy still going to be chased up. GPK right there and into the arms of BetBoom. Get themselves that secondary kill off of Arteezy's Luna. They are going to go, say, straight toward the next objective.
I was really surprised how fast Lifesteer died there. He had the Aegis in that fight, but like those glaives that were bouncing upon him and Pure, I believe, just shredded Nightfall into that fight. As bottom lane, it looks like Saberlight might get caught here, and he's going to go down there trying to cut the wave. I mean, he did cut the wave, but not worth, as the network now goes to 15,000, up from 11 for BetBoom Team.
Yes, another big one to give away. Just going to lose control of the map. All of the waves are going to start pushing in towards Shopify's side of the map. At least there's no Aegis anymore. But still, we're going to see future Roshans with cheeses and eggs and refreshers and whatnots. And the less objectives you have outside your base, those are almost always a ticket to start closing out the game and get the first game victory for BetBoom. But hey, we talked about this Brewmaster and Saberlight in particular. I have a pretty serious question for you, Mr. Fear. So, you've never played with Saberlight in a professional team, but what happens when Saberlight picks up Brewmaster's level 25 talent, Cinder Brew, applies Fear with a big F when ignited? What happens, Mr. Fear?
Bing bong.
Dire's bottom tower.
All right, there we have it. BetBoom smoking up towards the top half of the map. Arteezy, oh, he's pretty deep in the lane. Save's going to get information about this. And Arteezy, oh, man, not the one you want to give away. He just got alive. He's already dead. Or is he? Turns around the Eclipse, and they will use some extra resources. A Scent Ult, an Infest Bomb, but they make sure he is dead.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you can throw your ulti. Why not? It's about the same cooldown as your BKB. Yeah, that's just pretty much the state of the game right now. I feel like Shopify Rebellion just really feel like there's not much left to do in this game other than just try and delay it, right? You see Abed cutting waves over there. In the bottom lane, you see Saberlight cutting the bot waves. And time is the only thing that potentially can save Rebellion here, but it depends on how much base you have left in that amount of time, right? As they're coming high ground with this freshly completed MKB on the Nightfall. Okay, the DD was taken off by the Yule, so Abed there, very good. But it's still going to probably be a Berg's gone.
Could be a good Ice Blast here. And an opener, Saberlight blinks
Blink.
in. They want to maybe get this Vengeful Spirit, but GPK diving in the back line. Crit's going to be falling, and Lightstealer still inside GPK. So that good old Kinder Surprise might just take Rebellion off guard. Arteezy's back alive. Just poking the Brewmaster a bit, but GPK is out of mana.
He's got a BKB.
He's got a Coddle as well, at least, to give him that extra.
Got a lot of stuff, yeah.
You're also waiting for a reinitiation. Still has BKB available. 4v4.
I think Shopify Rebellion wanted more from that because Saberlight picked up Blink. As of old, you've been, Blink on Brewmaster, that's normal. That's what brews do, but you rarely see this item on Brewmaster anymore. And his whole idea is, all right, I'm going to initiate. They're not going to expect this because, Brew's been in the meta forever, and this hero just has not been buying Blink daggers, so it's kind of tanking up.
Yep.
It kills his scalability by quite a lot in this game because he already was not getting a lot of gold. Now he has to be this initiator, but this time I think BB Team will be ready for him. It's no longer a surprise. Surprise factor has been exhausted. Game gets harder and harder for Shopify Rebellion as it does reflect in the net worth as well. Now going up to 20,000 at 32 minutes in the game here. I will say though, Nightfall's itemization isn't entirely scary in a scaling sense. Like Manta, Radiance, like Armlet, these are all kind of smaller items that if you look at like what Arteezy has, like the Manta style, Butterfly, Satanic, these type of items, if it goes to toe-to-toe, we saw what happened in the fights, you're going to win that fight. The biggest issue is just how farmed Pure and GPK are on top of it.
Yeah. And I think it comes down to as well, like the pace BetBoom's been taking with slowly pushing Rebellion back inside their own base. If Rebellion were to win a team fight, look at the amount of push that they have with this Brewmaster, with the Split, the Luna. They push buildings much faster than BetBoom does. But they just need to get to that point. They just need to get to that point where BetBoom makes a mistake. They catch somebody off guard. Save is already running in front with Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo. Pure is also here, already slowed up by the Cinder Brew. And an Infest Bomb is loaded up. He goes straight behind Fly, gets away with the Agent's Heal Totem, but Grimstroke getting targeted with the BKB popped on GPK. They can't touch him. They will take Arteezy as well. That's a double for Nightfall. And we'll hunt down the rest of them off the side of Rebellion. Nobody seems to be getting away this time. 3 down, make that a 4 with Abed low on HP. And Saberlight, his Brewlings, slowly running out. Still has that Storm Spirit. That is also now removed, so he's back to safety, and Abed actually manages to get out. So still 3 kills for BetBoom, but it's not an entire team wipe.
And this Luna's starting to feel like paper. Look at that damage done. GPK just goes in. You talked about it during the drafting stage. He's just going to hunt Crit all game long, and Crit has no defensive items. He went for the Aether Lens. No Force Staff, no Glimmer Cape, nothing to really help him get away from that, so they go on him right away, and then Nightfall's just like, I'll just focus Arteezy. Arteezy does have a lot of net worth, but this Butterfly, you can consider it canceled out with the MKB now online for Nightfall here. As this game, it's looking like it may not be going on for too much longer here, but they're trying their best to do what they can here, as Abed did cut the mid wave, so there are no waves in the base anymore. But they will get the melee racks mid until the backdoor protection does kick in.
Yeah, well, at least Abed's making them work for their money. Almost getting killed by Toronto Tokyo, but didn't have the help of Pure in time. So Abed manages to move out without losing his life. And as he said, 1.5 lanes of racks have been cleaned out from the base of Rebellion. So it's not over, but it's very close to that as well. And the graphs agree.
They're just running out of play options here. In fact, I feel like Shopify Rebellion has only had one play option this entire game. Split push. And try not to get caught. Every team fight, it's just the heroes you have no stuns, right? And I think the only way you're going to kill a hero in this game is if you can chain stun him. Like, the Puck did not have the type of game where, he is not really able to do much in this game. And your supports, they want to play with stuns. Brewmaster isn't a real stun hero. Puck isn't a real stun hero. Luna doesn't have any stun, not like a Faceless Void. That's why you saw it get banned out. It's very difficult to initiate. And you just press Stampede, right, with no stuns, and you just walk away if things start looking bad for BB Team. Not that they ever need to walk away with the net worth that they do have on these heroes.
Yeah, even picking up a 6th hero for Rebellion in terms of Grimstroke with the Aghanims is not going to save him this game.
I was going to say a 6th hero. Like, maybe if a Faceless Void joins the game for Rebellion right now.
Straight out of the ban pool into the field.
With 20k net worth on him, I'd say.
I think all they just need is one good chrono into AA Blast and, win TI5 again. But this Roshan with the Aegis and the Cheese, It's going in the way of BetBoom. Well, you can't stop it.
They certainly can't. So what do you do? Push the lanes up. I think they need to get someone to push up bottom. I think RTC will clean up mid. They're going to push
already going there, yeah.
bottom. And I think you see Saberlight on the top lane as well. He is going to just keep cutting waves. It's Rat Dota time, baby. But if the creeps ever do manage to get into Rebellion space, their base will evaporate. Look at Saberlight. He's so annoying. Look at Abed. He's so annoying. They're just going to cut this top and bot wave forever. I don't see them leaving.
At least they can frustrate BetBoom, but can they push them off the pedestal is, you know, something really...
Oh, they have a
ultimate.
wave mid, actually. Uh-oh. Somebody didn't do their job.
Yeah, unhealable damage being dealt to the range ranks and the tier 3 tower. And they are scared to jump this Lifestealer. They're scared to force him away. Holding that Aegis as well. BKB, Rage. Just too many tools.
A lot of tools indeed. There's a Hex on GPK as well. Not sure how long he's had that, but...
You're gonna attempt. You're gonna get the Manta dodge there.
You don't have a stun, remember? Like, you have your silence, but that's why Lifestealer...
Well, Crit Stroke found in the back line, so Crit's taken out.
What's he doing there?
He tried to surprise them with the Soul Bind. That's all I can think about. But Arteezy running away with his full BKB duration. Slowed up right in front of his fountain. Pure wants to make sure he gets caught the Manta dodge onto the stun. He's got the coil coming out as well. But there's just not enough damage to apply. Abe's going to go down. Has buyback available. What good is it going to do? Saberlight, he's about to drop as well. He knows he can't buy back into this game anymore. He's out of money out of it. And he's out for the count for 75 seconds. BetBoom closing out this game slowly but surely. No real mistakes done by this team. It's just clean. And talking about clean, GPK, 100% kill participation in 39 minutes of a Dota game. 1-0 for BetBoom.
That's actually insane. He still kept the 100% kill participation. Oh, he really did. Oh my goodness.
He did.
That's absolutely insane. Very clinical, very clean game from BetBoom Team. I think just Abed can't have a game this poor. I also feel like, all right, RTZ's hero pick was fine. It was just on the super safe end, I think. Maybe a bit too safe. I think if you are going to first pick some Brewmaster, you have a puck as well. I think you need some initiation in your draft, and it really showed in the game. Once Abed wasn't like this unstoppable force that could just go wherever you want, it came to a point where, like, who is going to initiate in this game? Once you get a couple items on BB Team, once the Manta's on Lifestealer, once the BKB is online for the Storm, and of course Pure, who ended up going this really early pipe because of the laning stage. There's so much to talk about this game and the little details of why BB Team was so dominant. But at the end of the day, their dominance did just mainly because they did so well in the laning stage.
They definitely did so well there. And they also maybe outplayed Shopify once or twice. Especially, I still come back to that level 6 timing on the puck, but the wave was already pushing under the tower. Can you get to the Storm Spirit? Do you want to commit to that? There was like a 20-second period, which is more than enough for supports to TP in, set themselves ready for the potential gank, and they started fighting at the river, Rebellion getting caught off surprise, and Abed losing his life. Yet they couldn't really answer this GPK Storm Spirit at any stage of the game since that laning stage, and it just got a whole lot worse from there. Even looking at how much damage was dealt this game, of course, Arteezy would do the best he can with the farm that he has, but in a 40-minute game, 12k damage on a puck is something has gone wrong this game. This was not the Abed we're used to seeing, or at least throughout this year. This was not his performance.
It was a pretty normal, like, Saberlight type of game, but a very unusual Abed game. To see, well, I was saying at the beginning of the game, you'll oftentimes see Pure top net worth all the time and GPK a bit lower. But you'll almost never see Rebellion doing, like, winning or doing well as a team when Abed's having a rough game, right? because Saberlight is generally that sacrificial offlaner. So whenever Abed has a bad game, I think that's really bad news for Rebellion. But it happens. You know, Abed rarely has bad games. He had a bad game this time. Luckily, there's another chance to get some points on the board, and boy, oh boy, do they need it.
Yep, every point is welcome, but that's 1 point added for Team BetBoom. Even despite Nightfall playing a clean game, just, the security carry that you need. You got Pure also having a clean game, very good initiations, very good reads on the game. Save and Toronto Tokyo playing a fantastic game, but Mr. GPK, MVP for this particular game, Mr. 100%.
Yeah, GPK Storm Spirit was quite phenomenal. We talked about early on, he won the lane versus Abed, and the lane matchup that I thought Abed would do well in. But more so than that, 100% kill participation in a 39-minute game. That's absolutely insane. And it wasn't one of those games where it's just like nothing was happening. Like, there was team fights, there was a lot of split pushing going on, and the fact he could be stopping all the rats while participating 100% in every single team fight, absolutely insane. And of course, dealing with the Abed Pelk. If you can deal with Abed, then you're in a situation where you can win the game, and GPK, he rose to the cause here.
Well, BetBoom has started off the script here with a 1-0, but will Shopify find a different level of play to tie this one up? All of that after the break. You are watching the Road to the International here at the B Stream, where we are heading over towards the second game of our first series with Shopify Rebellion versus BetBoom Team here with T-Panda and Fear on the commentary. That was a very clinical game from BetBoom. No real mistakes. Looked like a pretty, you could say, easy game from their perspective, but a super hard one from Shopify Rebellion. So you're going to have to do some adjustments, but how radical of adjustments are you going to do? Because I feel like it's just, try another draft, maybe try to answer BetBoom's aggression in the early game. Can you really even dodge them in the early game? Is that even an option? Because they played it so well.
I mean, what do you mean by dodge them? Like, you got to play against them in the lanes.
I guess you just have to, you can't let them have any room or space.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be greedy. You have to realize this team is strong in the lanes. You can't pick weak lanes. And I don't think they really picked weak lanes in that game. They just got a bit outplayed. Maybe they were thinking a bit too hard as far as, like, winning the lanes, right? To the point where their draft had some serious issues. I think one of the biggest issues was the fact they didn't have enough stuns. It didn't allow RTC to have the freedom to play any hero that he wanted. And I think once that Faceless Void ban came through, they were kind of in a lot of trouble because they lost their lanes. And we saw time and time again, how many times did Nightfall get away in this lifesteal because they just couldn't lock them down. Their heroes just didn't have the capability. So if there's a change I'd like to see is maybe RTC not rely on the Luna. I know he's been known to like rely on Luna time and time again, but that wasn't a patch when Luna wasn't good. So I'm okay with the Luna nowadays. But build something that allows RTC to play these hard carries that can just do right-click damage. Support him with stuns. RTC likes to hit creeps. He doesn't like playing very many stun heroes. Stun heroes for him so you can hit them. I think it's really as simple as that, and that might come down to the supports. But the mid laner, I think, was just a response to the Storm, and they first picked the Brewmaster overall. There's a lot to really think about, I guess, is what I'm getting at here for Shopify Rebellion, but... yeah. Moral of the story here is just pick more stuns or just play better. But I think playing better is a little harder to like come to a conclusion of, other than let's just pick more stuns.
Also, in terms of like the hero diversity that they've been looking for in drafts, they've only played Luna, the Grimstroke, and the Willow twice. Everything else is pretty much a unique hero. So let's see if they start to rotate back to something that has worked for them as the draft is live for game number 2. And it looks like first pick this time, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion. So BetBoom's going to be able to close the draft out. And we're going to start things off with the good old Barak.
With a stun. There we go. That's starting strong right there. This is what they needed. They needed to get a stun in the game. And they got one of the better stuns in the game. This hero is borderline OP. Oh, they banned the Shadow Demon. That's really good. This hero makes Spiritbreaker's life really hard. There's obviously other options to deal with it, to dispel the Spiritbreaker. I've seen Brewmaster pulled out as a response. Already a strong hero. Is it a strong hero, though? Actually, I don't know if I'm going to go with that. Like, people like to complain about Brewmaster, but so far, every game I've seen of Brewmaster kind of looked like last game, where he just gets bullied and doesn't really have much impact. And he's super greedy, going Midas for Radiance. He doesn't have any stuns. And it puts a big onus on your mid laner to just go ham for your brew to carry the game. And he just hasn't been doing it. I've been more of a fan of heroes that just... There's a Dispel as well. That hero can get rid of the Bulldoze, which is a major problem. And plus, generally, just Impetus doesn't care about Bulldoze, so you can kill him.
Yeah, it's not fun being the bullied when you got 5 bullies on the other side, making your life hard. But the Enchantress is going to be brought up for BetBoom. There's going to be another hero to help out with that early laning stage pressure, you could even say. And of course, like these quick rotations to objective, like BetBoom could just rotate and move very actively around the map, look for these tier 1s pretty early on, choke out Abed. Because when we talk about Abed, I will go back to the DPC storyline where we had Abed is the raid boss you need to beat first to open up the map. And
yeah,
game 1 was a clinical example of that. Abed's game shut down. Suddenly the side lanes don't look so scary.
Yeah, if you shut Abed down, you're almost... It is a bit harsh, but you're almost like given a win. But the thing is, it's not easy to shut Abed down. It is incredibly difficult. This guy is just really good at Dota. I think last game, we're not going to see him have such a rough game. this game, but we'll have to see if BB Team really has their number for this particular tournament. As I did mention before, the last two encounters these two teams did have, it did go Shopify Rebellion's way. It wasn't like convincing by any means. These two teams, I think, are on very similar levels, but I think Shopify Rebellion definitely respect BetBoom Team a lot. And I don't think that respect is mutual, though, because there was an interview between BetBoom Team saying, you're going to play Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. How do you guys feel? And it's like, I think they're an average team, was their response, right? So there's some memes going on about that, where Shopify Rebellion had the same question about BetBoom. Was like, we really got to deal with them on the laning stage. They're a super strong team. We respect them a lot. And BetBoom Team's like, they're average.
They're average.
That was pretty funny.
Oh, love the banter. Well, I mean, they did make them look pretty average in game number 1. So when we talk about beating Abed in the laning stage, that's a big feat that GPK was able to pull off with the help of his support save in Toronto, Tokyo. They made game 1's plan very simple, very easy. No need to take any detours or different routes. It's just a simple way to victory. But Shopify going to open up this second phase with a double pick. They already see the Centaur Enchantress combination coming out. And I think when they drafted that Grimstroke, they were probably looking for something like a Storm Spirit themselves. It was taken away. Okay, we'll get the puck.
Whoa.
Easy answer towards it. And they're going to go back to the Willow. So that will be game number 3 of Shopify playing one of the only 3 heroes they've played more than 2 games with.
So that's interesting. This makes me think the Spearbreaker might go offlane, because in my eyes, those are both crit heroes as supports. I do not think Fly plays Dark Willow, does he? Not with crit on his team, generally speaking. So, interesting. We'll see with this pick here. They have to pick one more hero.
Maybe
will they pick a Fly hero?
Yeah, I feel like it's the Fly hero coming up next. Crit has the 2 games in Willow as a 4.
All right, so
and
there it is.
Super Chikuro.
We have Super Chikuro. It's a good one, actually. But I think this now shows us Spearbreaker 99% going offlane. I'm saying that with hesitation, which means 99% is too high. Will Abed play this mid? Is there a chance? We saw nothing to play, nothing to say.
Wow.
He's not playing this game, so it's nothing to play right now. We saw nothing to say. Play Spearbreaker mid in a previous series, so the possibility is there. That was like the Shall Wait Classic.
I mean, I guess they could pull it off. Does Bulba allow them to play Spiritbreaker in mids? I don't know if that's something he will quite quickly allow.
I mean, Bulba's a new man. Look at him. He's got no hat on, looking fresh.
Yeah. Actually, now when I think about
ideas.
it, have I ever seen Bulba without a hat, actually, now that I think about it?
I know, he's embraced
Is this the mystery that's been hiding under his cap all these years?
He's just got a nice head. Look at it. Yeah. Like, why has he been hiding?
I don't know, but BetBoom, they're not hiding any secrets of their own. They go for the classics. The techies has worked out wonders for them before, and so has this Terrorblade. So very scary draft coming up from BetBoom.
Techies, huh? I mean, that is a hero that Save loved before it was good, right? He'd played all the time, then it got good, and then he was just a monster. But the hero's been nerfed into oblivion. He still likes the hero. He's going to pick it up. And it's a good lane.
With it,
yeah. He's one of the few techie players that can make it work when the hero's not good. If anyone else were to pick techies right now, I'd be like, yeah, what are they doing? This patch is not good for techies. But Centaur techies lane, that sounds pretty strong here. Now RTZ has a difficult decision to make, because I think RTZ has to pick here. You're playing versus Terrorblade, and you have so you have a Centaur in your lane. What are you going to pick to deal with this? Because I was like, Lifestealer could be good against this lane, but you don't want to pick that into the Terrorblade. And generally speaking, you don't want to pick that into Terrorblade either. Yeah. Not a matchup that you're going to win. I'm not super impressed with Arteezy's hero selections. They seem very, very safe. We'll put it that way. They're not really like playing to win here. So he's going to have to, yet again, rely on his team to do well, and he's just going to be that extra piece to the puzzle that kind of like puts things together, which is not going to be easy.
I guess that is the big difference with the NA teams with Shopify and TSM, that TSM is the more riskier approach, but they can make some results happen with it. While you were talking, I was looking at the techie stats for Save. This year, he's only played it 10 times, but he's 7-3. So despite no matter what the patch, he's been more successful with it than losing.
Yeah, he's the techies guy. He's your guy. If you want a techies and you got Save on your team, just pick it for him. He'll always do well on it.
He also has more Enchantress games than Toronto Tokyo, who has played the Enchantress once out of the total 16. So those have also been the majority of Save at playing it. But I don't think I'm going to see Toronto Tokyo techies today.
I'm pretty sure that even Pure has played Enchantress more than Toronto Tokyo. Pure does play a lot of Enchantress in the offlane too, but with the Centaur in the game,
he's also played one game. They're tied, actually. But fair point.
There you go.
It could have been. I believed you. I was like, he definitely has more games of Enchantress above him. But our last phase bans are done. Rebellion, Abed. What do you want to do? Do you defy Bulba, play the Spirit Breaker in mid, or does he fall in order and do something less riskier, like I've here put also about Arteezy's hero choices? What's your take on that?
Well, 1 second. I think I'm currently processing, because the old Zeus was very good against Terrorblade. The new Zeus is not as good. And what build is he going to go? Because I've seen a variety of different builds. Is the Lightning Hands Manta build good versus Terrorblade? Are you actually going to be able to get right clicks off? Do you just go for the Nimbus and try to burst them, even though that build does far less damage than it used to? I'm not sure. I don't think it's good enough. That's my take.
This year, he's played 6 games of Zeus. He's 5-1. First time in this road to the internet.
Rebellion Zeus. Abed Zeus is amazing, but I think most of those games you're talking about are the old Zeus or the Shard.
The old Zeus, yeah.
And Zeus was actually relevant. I don't doubt Abed Zeus. It's amazing. I just doubt how strong the hero is right now against Terrorblade. And you saw last game, Pure already wants to buy pipe, right, on the Centaur. And now you get a pick here for GPK to deal with Zeus in the mid lane. I mean, there is no Kunkka, so that's good. I wonder what approach you're going to take. Will they pull out the Viper? Will they Viper him? He's thinking about it. Do I want to just destroy his soul? Decides not to. Goes for the puck. Pretty stable hero. Very hard to gank as a Spirit Breaker. It's an okay pick. I don't think this is going to crush Zeus mid, though. I think he had an option to try and crush, but I think they're going to stick to their game plan of GPK. No. You're not going to play these heroes that dominate the lane. Just stick to the script. You're going to be 100% kill participation for the team, and you're going to make moves on the map.
GPK, not a lot of games on puck this year, just 5, and actually 2 and 3 statistic-wise. But seeing what we saw in the last couple weeks of GPK's performances, plus yesterday, and what we just witnessed in game number 1 with his activity, I'm pretty sure we're going to see something similar from last game's performance. He's really heated up. He's really warmed up for this matchup. And like you can see from the mentality the team has right now, they don't see Shopify as an obstacle whatsoever. But Shopify has to be that kind of blocker and stopper to prevent GPK from having such a great game. How does Saberlight crit and fly with these heroes help out Abed more in his game? Do they replicate something that happened in game number 1 with the 6-minute rotations onto the runes and try to hope that they have the stronger fights? Or do they play more around Saberlight, who did not have a great start with his Brewmaster either? How do you see it, Abed or Saberlight?
It's always Abed, and it's not like my personal feelings for this. It's just what they do. Saberlight almost never gets played around. They always leave him crit. I mean, I've known Crit for a while. I played him for a long time. He doesn't like staying in his lane. he likes to move around and do things. So whoever lanes with Crit is probably not going to get played around too much. And we see that in most games where Crit will make his way to the mid lane by that 6-minute mark almost every single game to make something happen. Sometimes earlier, and oftentimes he will even go to the safe lane, make some rotations. So we'll see as everyone is spamming voice lines out the wazoo here.
Well, let's see if there's any... I don't think we're going to see an aggressive start, at least by the looks of it. Game 1 as well was very calm, you know, pick up the bounties and go. But I feel like BetBoom is maybe testing the waters a bit here. Toronto, Tokyo placing a, you know, the cliff ward into the triangle. Mid has been secured pretty well, vision-wise at least. That is a Zeus you are playing up against. So if he gets any indication of a ward, has the lightning bolt, quick, easy D-ward action for him.
Do you even want to skill that? Yeah,
well, you don't want to level 1 lightning bolt. That's
right. I mean,
thinking about
honestly,
heavily
this
jump
puck,
and arc. Yeah.
This puck Zeus matchup used to be incredibly Zeus favored because you would just max lightning bolt and just spam it on the puck, and you wouldn't be able to sustain it.
Yep.
I wonder if that's still a possibility. Probably not worth it though, because you can't really farm very well in Dota. Mid laners aren't about crushing the lane anymore. They're more about shoving the lanes out and moving around the map. So
Battle begins.
Life's different, you know.
Yeah. Life has definitely changed a bit. Rebellion actually taking 3 bounties this time. So with the move into the river, paying off for them. Picking up 3. GPK with the only bounty.
Oh, nice bash.
Their side.
Well, the only thing that would have made that bash better by Saberlight if you bashed him backwards into the bramble. If that would have happened, I would have just called it. I would have been so tilted if I was my fault. Because he did a really good job, like, of winning the bramble. First it bashed the bramble.
That's how good of a basher is, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't happen, but if it did.
Yeah, sadly, no game 3.
Yeah.
Only best of 2s up till now. We'll see if we end up in tiebreaker situations later on today. Those could be best of 3s to decide eliminations and whatnots, but that's still the storyline for later on today. Every point right now is important for both of these two teams. Quickly going through the situation in Group B is Thunder Awaken is 1-5, Rebellion is 1-3, and now BetBoom, who were 2-2, go to 3-2. If BetBoom 2-0s, they should be through. They should be clean. I don't believe Thunder Awaken can... They can't even match up to them anymore. So BetBoom would be safe to the next round of the road to the International. If Shopify ties this one up, it could change, but Arteezy is not safe indeed. Pummeled by Pure and Save, but the stick is just enough extra health for him to survive, plus the Warcry armor he picked up.
Did you see Fly's skill build? Is this the build on Jakiro now?
Fire level 1.
Level 1 Liquid Fire? I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just, if Dota's in a place where your Liquid Fire is your best level 1 skill, either that's super OP or Jakiro's trash. I don't... he can't really do anything to help Arteezy with this spell, because there's no, like, turnaround potential.
Yep. Oh, it is super Jakiro, though. I guess he pulls it off with the Liquid Fire level 1.
They buffed it in the C patch, apparently. It does 20 damage per second with an attack speed slow. Honestly, the numbers aren't bad on it.
It's not very bad at all.
Very interesting.
Well, spam coming out from Pierre onto Arteezy with that double edge. Nice 3.5 second cooldown. Spam it up. Meanwhile, bottom lane, terribly getting caught into the first bramble. And that was exactly a bash into a bramble. So Nightfall dropping down to 200 HP. Tokyo spams almost every single tango he has in inventory. The TV, take it, take it.
I mean, if you're not doing that as a POS 5, are you even playing POS 5? That's what I ask myself whenever I lane with someone who's not spamming tangos. I mean, it does matter because, like, these tangos, as far as I know, don't really hurt the POS 5 that much, but it'll slow you down from your next item timing if you have to keep bringing tangos as a core.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Savin Pure thinking about Fly here with a quick blast off, but that's a no. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Toronto, Tokyo, and Crit battling it out, and Willow not looking too healthy. Walks straight into the arms of Toronto, Tokyo, but Pure takes first blood off of Arteezy Sven in the top lane, and a secondary as Toronto finally finishes off the job in the bottom lane.
It's a bit rough here, and the only lane that they're winning is the mid lane. Ovid's doing it yet again. I say yet again, but he actually lost game 1 laning stage. But this game, he is going to just take the laning stage, even just by a little bit, a few denies here. So this puck, as you can clearly see, wasn't really picked to win the lane. It's picked more for the game here. As top lane, they will try to go on Pure. They get the blood grenade.
Killing Pure as well because
They got a dual breath soon.
like they're gonna be close to getting it, but no, not enough range for the dual breath either. I was like, they are tanking the damage off of the sticky bomb, not even trying to spread, fully committing to try and killing the Centaur. And Save just has these free openers for a lot of AoE damage, and this techie is just being really annoying. Fly is also very low on HP. He's got to be careful that Save doesn't
He's got a
surprise
Lotus,
him. He's got a
Fairy
Lotus.
Fire, and
He'll
a
have to burn
stick.
it out though.
Honestly, he might just want to die soon.
Let's see. Stun comes out from Sven. That could just be the opener that they need 3 seconds for blast off, but he's not going to be able to get it off. He's just
Save
gonna
wants
burn
to die.
out. Okay, he gets the
Doesn't die
stun on
so
Sven.
bad.
He pulls Ortiz back a bit. I love the positioning.
Actually, really good by Save, because now, yeah, he tips him being like, okay, you just got him low. I just finished my Vanguard.
And I'm
Now
just going to
gonna
try
go
and
on top
nuke both of them here.
How are they on top of each other? Ooh, how does a no-boot Centaur double stomp them at this stage of the game? But either way, as I was saying, yet again, Pure is going to be completely free farming, and it turns out this Shakiro is not as strong. Well, I didn't think it was very good in general, but it's kind of proving to be the case. He's not really able to help this lane very much, as Sven is Sven. This hero's been nerfed a lot, and I think this goes back to the choice of RTZ picking a safe hero.
Oh, they're going a Nightfall in bottom.
This hero doesn't stop.
It's a very long distance chase as well, while they're fighting in mid for the Zeus, so 2 heroes in peril. Looks like the
he's
Zeus is
fine.
the very likely kill that they can get, as that TB is back to safety under the tower, and a pause will be called out. They just don't have the damage anymore with these 2 heroes against the TB, but with 3 heroes stacking into mid by BetBoom, they will make Abed pay again. Headphones battery running low.
Yeah, I mean, I use a wireless headset. I know those struggles. Sometimes you gotta swap the battery real quick.
Yep.
What can you say? Some of us
Back
don't
to
like to be confined by a wire.
One worrying part here is Saberlight has more CS than Arteezy on the Sven. So,
Well, there's more than one worrying point here for Shopify Rebellion. There's the only good thing that was going for them was that Zeus, and they just took care of that real fast. And there's nothing stopping them from doing that again. And this early game is on course to look like last game. But I will say there are more comeback potentials in this game, as Shopify Rebellion's draft does have more tools, more stuns. But you can only do so much if you have a really bad laning stage here.
Yeah. Oh, Crit's going to walk in between Toronto, Tokyo, Nightfall, Mr. Mustachio, and a TV illusion. But the charge coming out from Saberlight is going to be helping him out, and Willow going to get the teleport away. And another Warpine Raider planning to run straight into the wave. Not exactly going to pull the creeps away, because the Radiant's also got their own wave around the area.
Yeah, it's super annoying.
Just these casual pine cones showing up in your lane. Like, what the hell's this guy doing? You know, like...
I mean, they're not just casual. They're like jacked up pine cones.
Yeah.
Like double jacked up. As Enchantress do make these creeps even stronger.
Yeah. And there goes your charge. So is that the go sign? Just out of range for Enchant, so won't be able to catch the Spirit Breaker. Meanwhile, Pierre is doing just what he did last game. Classic Vanguard up on the Centaur. Ortiz is going to have to leave the lane. Last game, at least he had the Luna, so he could like quickly clear out the waves compared to the Sven in the early game.
Yeah, they're pretty similar.
Pretty similar, but yeah, but he's left the lane earlier out this time, and Fly, he's being targeted by Save and Pure, and there goes the jump. The stun's going to be connecting, but no more hoof stun. Still 10-second cooldown. Taser disarm on both of them. Sven won't be able to hit, but now finally turns in the favor onto the techies. Meanwhile, Fly being chased. Pure will get the kill. Arteezy wants this one so bad, but he will not get it. And Pure walks in on the other direction. Hoofstomp comes out. Zeus ulti to kill off the techies, so the job has been done. Abed secures a kill. That's the first one for Rebellion, and that's 8 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, much needed. I mean, the difference between RTZ this game and last game is he had a worse lane, right? His Luna, he farmed pretty well, and then he just went jungle with good farm. There's a big difference between going to jungle with bad farm and going to jungle with good farm. And unfortunately for RTZ, he just had a really rough laning stage, and it kind of goes back to the Sven choice. Like I said, this hero is stable. Like, if you do well in your lane or not doesn't particularly matter, because this hero can always catch up. Maybe I wanted to see a bit more aggression to punish Pure. And meanwhile, it looks like he'll get punished.
It's going to go the other way around here. They're going to punish Arteezy if he hasn't already been punished enough. That's the 5th kill for BetBoom in the first 10 minutes, and it could just be more. That's a DD on the puck. You can't do much about it. Meanwhile, Crit dies on the other side of the map. Toronto Tokyo with the help of Nightfall without a Metamorph. So just enchant and raw right clicks.
And Spirit Breaker's just running around at this point.
Yeah. No coil. We'll just charge away.
Like, you want to make something happen on Saberlight, but I think he's having a hard time identifying what can he do right now. And this just goes back to the point, like, it's a trickle effect. Like, you see the Centaur being picked early, and here's the difference, right? And both these games so far is Pure has been free farming both games, right? And he's been counterpicked in this particular game. In both games, you can argue. Where Saberlight, he picks early just like Pure did in this game, but he doesn't have a good game. So BetBoom is doing a much better job on Nightfall, just getting a specific matchup like the Brewmaster. He countered it with the Lyseer. Now he's countering the Spirit Breaker with the Terrorblade. So he's just doing a really good job, just like kind of like punishing the offlaner, where Rebellion doesn't feel like they're trying to punish the offlaner at all. They're just giving Pure a free game in both these games here, and it becomes very difficult because now if you're Saberlight, it's like, who am I going to gank? Oh, I can't gank the Centaur anymore because he has Vanguard, Raindrop, Phase Boots, completely jacked out of his mind. Can't really gank mid either because GPK picked a hero that can't be ganked by Spirit Breaker. And so drafting from BetBoom Team has been really good this series. Identifying all these small little things and making sure the play options that Shopify Rebellion have are quite limited.
Yeah, it talks about their streak this year, how they've been able to accumulate such a high win rate versus any other team in the active pro scene of this 23 season. The numbers speak for themselves. They've got great understanding, great execution.
Yeah,
and looking
these
like
games just feel bad, honestly.
Yeah, like the way they start this group stage off, it's like, how do you answer this team? Because it's not even the heroes, it's just their general understanding of the game that it's making it really hard. Abed will get the snipe on Toronto Tokyo. Quick first with the help of the Willow W. Going in the channel
yeah, Toronto Tokyo just sacrificed himself to get the mid tower while they're also getting the top tower.
Top tower, yeah.
So it's a kill, and Abed will take him. He'll get whatever he can at this point. But we're still waiting for that decisive fight. That's just like a straight win, right? Not like a trade for Shopify Rebellion. And the map is getting smaller now. What do we want to do? And Saberlight, well, he made his choice. He's going Midas.
Yeah, I guess that's the route that.
Oh, look at RTZ. He's made his choice too.
Big moves. Oh, double Midas, and okay.
You are playing versus the best laning stage team in the game. I guess it's one approach to be like, yeah, we lost the lanes, let's go Midas, but that's going to put you in a situation where you just can't fight. You got double Midas. You're just hitting creeps. We saw last game they tried that. That didn't work.
I think it's really just down to BetBoom. Like, as soon as they understand that they see these gloves of haste popping up, that they're not really making any plays. We could just start choking out the map. They can't do anything to us. It's just, when do they recognize and realize that happening? But they're going to go straight for the Sven in the top lanes. It's still Pure and Sven trying to blow... Pure and Save taking down the Sven, and they do exactly that.
Yeah, the
Also
Save
gets punished.
Catching a lot of bullets this game for the team. They do get a rebuttal here, and
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't want to harp on it too much here, but like let's just go back to like why are they going Midases, right? They're recovery Midases for certain, right? The Spirit Breaker had a rough laning stage. RTC also had a rough laning stage. Oh. Coil missed just a little bit, but that's okay. No skin off his back. That'll just be down for a little bit.
Yeah, don't Google Sven's net worth right now. It's not looking pretty hot. Saberlight heading towards the bottom lane. Not going to really charge this Terrorblade. TB also holding a Midas in his pocket, so his farm is going to ramp up. Still uncontested on this Terrorblade.
Yeah, he's got a Midas too, by the way. But
Yeah,
that's like a victory Midas.
Yeah, you know.
It's the same as last game, right? It's like
a golden trophy they're waving at their hands. Like, guys, we're taking this.
Nightfall is free farming with a Midas, but somehow still both his other cores are higher net worth than him because they're also free farming with kills. Literally a repeat of last game of how this early game went. In fact, I would even say this early game is even better than last game.
Yeah.
Just because Arteezy doesn't have any farm. The only difference is now the Zeus has the farm instead of Arteezy. Not sure
I guess the
better,
question,
but we're kind of picking at straws now.
I guess the question only remains at this point: does BetBoom, Nightfall, and Pure, both of these two, can they play this series unkilled? 7:05 on the lifestealer for Nightfall last game.
And how-
Pure 5:014.
The answer is yes, they can, but how much disrespect do you want to... How much do you want to humiliate your opponent, you know? Just going.
They already called them average, Fear.
They did do that. But then they lost to him, by the way, after doing that. That was a caveat there.
Yeah. Win
So
probability.
maybe their opinion has changed, I would say, since then.
It could be. Maybe it's just their way of painting the picture of how the series is going to go. Nice tumbler toy dodge there on a charge. Didn't actually connect Saberlight. Already moved away. Pixel perfect.
Like,
Hobbits.
in tumbler dodge charge.
Yeah.
He probably just gave up. Yeah.
I mean, that was
thought I hit
pixel
you.
perfect. That's he just clicked away. He wanted to charge and then move out and connect the charge.
Gotcha.
Like that small little detail. However, Sven's
played
found in the
Jakiro?
top lane, and GPK would say are going to jump onto Arteezy down to nothing. Coil
But they might get
already
save in
dropped down
return,
for the
you
kill.
know?
Saberlight
You know
trying
how
to
this
finish off
goes.
the techies.
Zeus
Prince
ult
coming in
now.
as well. Centaur ult is used. It's a trade 1-for-1. And Arteezy's net worth's not going to get any better for the next 30 seconds as he is still in the graveyard. DPK, bit of poke onto Saberlight, but nothing else.
All right, so do you play Jakiro? I'll go back to that.
God, I love money.
That's a question. I don't know if I play
Ding
Jakiro.
dong.
I'm trying to understand why they picked this hero. I'm not really understanding. So far,
It doesn't seem like it's
Hasn't
giving
worked.
a lot to Rebellion, right? I think that's the big thing that we're worried about here. But Pure, oh, okay. Maybe that's the reason he has it. At least that's a good ice pat set on Pure. Not enough damage to kill him, though. He has that pipe. GPK sniping the backline. Nice jump from Techies onto Abed. And Abed looks like he's going to blow up. And GPK will get this kill safe. Still running away from Saberlight. There's the bash, and that's going to be enough with the charge coming in. And onto Nightfall they go this time. 1-for-1 traded at the moment. Fear comes out, forces out the TV, but that leaves Fly all by himself. And sniped away by Nightfall. And GPK finishes off crit. Also coils the Spirit Breaker. He can't participate back.
I mean, save is just like collateral damage at this point for all these fights. They do manage to kill him, but he's getting all his spells off. He's free farming. Arteezy picks up a Mask of Madness now with his Hand of Midas, so he's not going to go for an Echo Saber at all, which is a little strange. But I think he realizes he can't go Midas, Mask, Echo, and then BKB. The game will probably be over by then, so he's just going to go straight for the BKB, and that might be the most critical or potential last fight of the game if that doesn't go well, because if you go for an item build like this and that BKB doesn't turn into something, you've pretty much used your only card that you have left in this game, which I think will be Arteezy joining with a semi-early BKB. Because I mentioned it before in the draft, you're not going to outscale this Terrorblade as a Sven. It ain't happening, especially not with a start like this.
Yeah, also the fact that it took a lot of effort trying to kill Pure in the river there. He disassembled his Vanguard that he picked up in the laning stage to finish off an early pipe. And it's just such a fantastic item, this game. I mean, there's a Zeus, there's a Jakiro, there's a Willow. Spirit Breaker should be able to finish off save here. Gonna be one at the same time. They've got the Centaur control. GPK
they got
goes down
GPK.
all of it. Does get the snipe, and that's gonna be another one. Rebellion getting some big ones here with nobody dying on their side, opening up the lane and that tier 1 tower. So Rebellion get to breathe a bit of fresh air for a first time in a very long time here.
I mean, your boy Arteezy, they're making that happen. I thought he would join with the BKB, but he sees the fight happening over there. TP's mid right away, joins the fight. I mean, he didn't even TP actually from the looks of it. He just ran mid for that fight, and he had to be there. The Sven had to be there. If he was just AFK farming during that fight, they would have not got the kills that they got there. So really well played by Arteezy to realize that he needs to join the fight and get a couple much needed kills.
That could work again with this Jakiro. You know, long range ice path initiation, allowing the Sven to get in. Couple hits combined with the Sven, with the Zeus. You can just blow somebody up right away. Even a puck is very squishy if being hit by an ice path into a Sven stun. And this looks already a bit different, you know, because it helps Rebellion take these smaller engagements much more easier compared to game number 1. Because why? They got stuns this time.
They do. I like what Saberlight's doing there with his courier too. He's putting his courier over creep camps so he can charge across multiple camps to farm. Pretty cool stuff.
Smoke up from BetBoom. Closing up from the top half of the map. Nightfall is going to be with them with Toronto Tokyo. GPK save. And Saberlight. Greed is good. Nope. Leaves the Warpine Raider by himself. Crits also around the area, but he has a tier 2. They can dodge this smoke pretty well here. They not sure if they know exactly. Probably suspecting, well, the tier 2 is the wave's pushing. But how close are they? And Safe gets the surprise. But the Shadow Realm comes off. Zeus ulti as well. Willow will get blown up by the mines by Save. And that opens up the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Techies is pretty good versus Willow, huh? All your spells go through the Shadow Realm, and if you want to come out of the Shadow Realm to kill the mines, well, then you're out of your Shadow Realm, right? So,
yeah.
Pretty good pick there. I didn't really think about it, but leave it to Save. He knows his Techie matchups. He knows them quite
you're gonna
well.
have to let that tower fall in the top lane as we hit the 20-minute mark. BetBoom, one small disaster. And the game is actually saying, well, 50-50. Do you feel like it's a 50-50?
No, not really. However, I will say this Spear Breaker with farm is incredibly scary. And you see this core usage to help him farm a bit faster. He has Octarine Core. He's almost at a Shadow Blade. He's got a Midas. This Spear Breaker is going to scale, and this hero is incredibly scary with a lot of items. He definitely is, and this is what we needed to see in game number 1. Saberlight having a bit more farm in the game, and he's definitely picking it up this game. They're sticking true to buying their 2 Midases, farming it up. BKB is on Sven, going for the Blink Dagger. Maybe Spear Breaker's enough damage to kill Terrorblade. I'm not sure about how this matchup works entirely, but this charge, once you get to the point where you have, like, you know, Ags, you have the Kaya, Yasha, you do a lot of damage with Greater Bash. It's magical damage.
This is actually a pretty fast Roshan, considering it's 3 heroes with the Alpha Wolf. So that TV is hitting for 300 right now.
It's a big boy.
A lot of armor, of course, on the Roche, but still, just 3 heroes. That's not a full 5-man, let's get Roche quickly and then try to get something. They're not even having to commit all of their resources for it, which is really good for BetBoom. Knowing Rebellion last game resorted to
Saberlight?
I guess you could say somewhat of a rat. Meanwhile, actually, Safe gets jumped on as they got the Zeus ulti, and they are coming for Saberlight now. Mines placed down, GPK's here, has the coil and the Aegis.
Versus Bulldoze. All right. He went in right when Bulldoze expired. He wasn't even an Octarine Core, so the silence is full duration. They had no way to dispel that. There's no Yules quite yet on anyone, so... That was a fast reaction from Save to Glimmer himself, to be honest with you. If he didn't do that, he probably would have died. I was about to say that Saberlight is inspiring me this game. I'm starting to see how Saberlight on Shopify Rebellion could win this game. Because if he starts doing a lot of... Like, I have no faith in this Sven, like, beating Terrorblade the later this game goes. But I do have faith in Spearbreaker and Zeus killing this Terrorblade if they're both incredibly farmed. And Saberlight is keeping up on the farm.
Okay.
That's a heart on Centaur, by the way.
Yep. And a defensive Stampede, so he gets away from Sven. despite the Spirit Breaker being dead, and it's just 4 heroes chasing him around. They will not take this fight this time. And 1 Tormentor already removed. They're going to go for the second one. Toronto Tokyo picked up a shard. And Toronto Tokyo is almost dying there. Oh, he misses one of the hits.
That happens.
Yeah, quick
And it
sprite to the low
goes.
ground.
The shard actually goes to Centaur. Picture perfect. You normally want this shard around the time you get the heart to get those stacks up with a double edge, and you start running around with 6,000 health.
6,000 is not enough. It's like,
Yeah.
it could easily be like 10k.
Yeah, we'll see. But he does pick up a blink, and I'm sure he would have bought the shard if it didn't just go to him right now. So even more free. Actually, your Centaur is now the most farmed hero on the map with that shard gifted to him.
Sven ulti has been used.
For
And they're trying to
what?
find somebody in the top lane, and Spirit Breaker being chased up. This time the Bulldoze is on time, so GPK's coil is removed.
Yeah.
I didn't see what they used the Sven ulti for. They got a tower. They got the bot T1. So not sure if it was just a quick tower. Maybe somebody's around in the top lane, and he can just go back to farming.
I mean, that last Saberlight death was incredibly unlucky if you look at it, because with the Octarine core, Bulldoze has a 9.8 second cooldown, and the duration's 8 seconds. So they literally had a 1.8 second window to catch him there, and they managed to do it.
Seems balanced, yeah.
Yeah, very balanced. That's why Spirit Breaker is so popular, because it's a fun and balanced tier.
Spirit Breaker
As all Dota heroes
almost has more net worth than Arteezy's Sven. I mean, he was already ahead of the Sven earlier on this game, but Arteezy's had a bit of a breather. He can focus on his main game, which is PvE.
But that's not even like a negative thing, right? Like, oh wow, like you're
Not at all.
behind. This hero farm is really fast. Spirit Breaker it is. This hero farms incredibly fast. D pushes everything, and you'll see Saberlight just push out every single lane here and just farm it up using some cool courier tricks as well. And he'll probably stay the same net worth as Sven unless he dies a lot.
Well, let's see what they can do this time. I think they've hit enough creeps for the time being, as Arteezy. God Strength is available. Flying crit around. Trying to hunt somebody, and Pure. That's a very tanky Centaur, but let's see if they decide to go for it. Sven ulti. All right, here we go. Let's see how much
doesn't have
strength
much
he can
armor.
accumulate. He's not going to get the double edge anybody, and he will die. Fly gets the kill.
Yeah, this Centaur just doesn't have any armor right now, so Sven does shoot through him quite easily, even though you do have a lot of HP. If you're trying to kill him without the Sven there, yeah, no, not happening, right? He's really good against every hero but the Sven, so they need Arteezy every single time they want to try and attempt to kill Pure. And they also need the Centaur to be alone, like that situation as well, because if there is a Glimmer Cape nearby, I would say a Force Staff, but Toronto Tokyo has decided he's going to go more of the carry approach with the Wraith Band and the Dragon Lance in his inventory. He wants to do the damage. He wants to start scaling. Bit of a wild dream, to be honest with you, but maybe it'll be fine.
Yeah, let that sink in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And he's going Force Staff now, but probably just going to go for Pike, which is the best item on Enchantress in the game. Normally, I'd see the Force Staff before the Dragon Lance, unless you're like owning on the edge. Maybe he just feels like he's owning. Either way, it doesn't matter that much. Aegis has been reclaimed. BKB is available for Nightfall. And this game is just slowing down to the point where it is starting to favor Shopify Rebellion as this goes into it, because
Yeah, they are kind
I
of
really
far
think
away.
the Spirit Breaker is good.
They are kind of far away right now, and a dire scan perfectly on point. There's only 3 of them down here. GPK finds them, but the jump goes onto the puck first with the ice path laid down. And Fly gets the kill again.
Radiant's
As accustomed.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, you got to get that Ags, you know?
But, you know, BetBoom, they were scouting around. Potentially there's someone here. Oh, suddenly there's 3 guys just knocking me out of play.
Yeah, they just died
And
over there. It's kind of strange for them to lose another core in like the same location to the same hero side.
Yeah, not to even talk about, he did finish the Lincolns. They didn't know about the Lincolns, but they were still able to pop everything perfectly so they could connect the stuns. Sven hammer into the Lincolns, he would have gotten out. Saberlight. He's Toronto, Tokyo.
What they
Takes the Wisdom Rune away, and he's out. Bye-bye. Also a DD rune. Hey, let's take that too. Let's pick up all the runes
Shopify Rebellion's doing with the rat tactics, honestly. Like, BB Team in game number 1, like, they didn't allow them to do any ratting, or at least maybe Rebellion didn't do the ratting well enough in game number 1. I don't know. Either way, this game, they went double Midas, full rat mode, killed a couple cores, and I wouldn't say they're completely back into this game, but they might be. It's getting very close to a situation where if I'm the Terrorblade right now, I don't feel like I'm going to 1v5 the game. And that's because the Spirit Breaker is so farmed. The Sven is finding some purpose in the game, and you're playing versus Zeus, naturally, who's getting really close to that level 20 talent, and that is the talent.
Hence why they're doing something right now and smoking straight towards Rebellion. Arteezy in the front, and he gets the blink out. Valkyr gets the stun on crit. Crit deleted. Just 2 spells required. Coil connecting onto Fly. And he's just going to be another Fly. That's going to be squatted. Smacked down onto the ground. 2 kills for BetBoom.
I guess there's a Dragonfly.
Yeah.
Those do exist.
There you have it.
Fair enough. Touche.
But 2 kills, both support still, allows everybody else to get out. And Arteezy didn't pop God Strength nor his BKB. It is a 9-second BKB to remind you. Pure looking for the blind, blink stun. Good attempt, but Arteezy already on the other side of the tree line.
Where you're down. Saberlight playing a much better hero to play the rat game right now. We saw his Brewmaster try to rat as much as he could, and it didn't really work out. And I think if you're watching this game, I don't know if Shopify Rebellion is going to get the Spirit Breaker again, because with their playstyle, I don't think it's their preferred playstyle. This just might be playing versus BetBoom playstyle, you know what I mean? Where you just like kind of lose your lanes and you got to resort to like rat tactics, but the Spirit Breaker is perfect for it.
Oh, absolutely is. It feels even better than like playing IO relocate drafts where like you're so afraid to split push and stuff. The Spirit Breaker just seems so much better. He's all over the place, much faster, much more consistent, much more reliable in a way.
One shot.
And he could also join this fight in 6 seconds because Rebellion is marching onto BetBoom turf. They have the vision advantage though. Crit spotted again. Last time he got deleted. This time Zero comes out. They got the Zeus ulti. They've got vision of BetBoom. And here comes Saberlight. 2-2. Goes for the BKB pop on TV. Chikiro down. Hits nobody with the ice pad. But here comes Arteezy. Slices away with the ultimate. The gold strength doing a lot of damage onto the TV. But Nightfall still running away. Again. And can't even sunder. Saberlight with the BKB will prevent him from using it. But Arteezy is down at the same time. And they are going to have to retreat. They got one big one for another. And again, Barathrum is out of there.
Well, I told you, this is fine. Like, you killed the Terrorblade, and as I mentioned before, this Sven doesn't matter. Like, Sven did pretty much nothing in that fight. You jump in, you try to do some damage, but all that damage came from Zeus, it came from Spirit Breaker, the control came from Spirit Breaker. These heroes are going to be an issue, and I don't even think Terrorblade's going to carry this game at this point. I don't think the carries are going to carry this game. I think whoever's going to carry this game, it's going to actually be like the mids and offlaners. Dota's in such a weird spot right now where I feel like carries just have worse items. Like these hard Taros that come out, these Octarine cores on certain heroes. Some OP stuff, man.
And also, like, Pure did the most damage for BetBoom that last fight on a Centaur. So, yeah, your point is absolutely valid. It does feel like the offlaners are the ones that are going to be making this game what it is.
Dota's come a long way where you'd be used to look at it and be like, oh, Sven versus TB. If this game goes late, BB Team are going to win, right? But it feels like
can't look at it that way anymore, yeah.
Both these heroes are kind of irrelevant to this game at this point. Like, whoever can just stay alive the longest and do something for the team. At this point, Sven's just going to be doing stuns. He's the main stunner for the team. And for BB Team, can Nightfall get a Sunder off? Can he buy time? Because I don't think he's going to be able to do that much damage in fights because he's going to get controlled by the Spirit Breaker. Like,
well, let's see. Round number 2 is about to start with a smoke up on Rebellion. They're on the left here. BetBoom hiding in the trees. Their vision is deeper in the jungle, but do they have a cliff ward? Doesn't look like it. And Arteezy, the Linkens will be popped already. Pretty early on there.
They have to Roche now during this God Strength.
They got to absolutely use this for something. And Roche is going to be the call. BetBoom know about this. They can't play around their own vision. They're going to have to enter Rebellion's side.
Oh no,
Let's
they're
see who goes in
choosing. They got to
first.
fight then. They don't have much
Fly's
time.
going to die really quickly outside of this Roche pit as he's being targeted, left all by himself. He does get away with a Glimmer Cape, no vision, no detection, and he's out. Saberlight with the BKB, fighting against Nightfall, down to half HP, and here
He's
comes
solo
Nightfall with his
TV.
own as well. And they're just going away. Arteezy's disengaging, Fly is already down. The Roche pit left for BetBoom to take, and that fight's it. Rebellion, they're just going to tap out and leave.
Oh, Pure found Arteezy. But Arteezy does have a silver edge. No detection. Or detection's on the way. No way. He got him with the dust.
Oh,
actually.
there we go. But the BKB TP out. Yeah, looks like he's got to be able to remove himself from the area. But Nightfall's in the Roche pit, finishing him off. So HSMG is going for BetBoom.
Not bad, not bad. I don't know if you saw that fight, but Saberlight is stronger than Terrorblade 1v1 right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not even trolling you.
Yep, he did
Nightfall is
1,800
hit.
damage that fight.
Under attack.
Nightfall was just sitting there hitting them with meta on, and just like started walking away. It's like, what do I do in this situation? This guy is actually stronger than me in Metamorphosis.
It's just
The world we live
the
in.
Rebellion damage that they dealt that last team fight was a bit appalling. It's not a lot that they dealt here. Another BKB used by Saberlight on the save. 1v1. Last time he got killed for trying this one, but now he will take it.
Radiant's top tower
And he is also going to leave victorious. 5-1-3 now on this Spirit Breaker.
And
Everybody
I've
has
heard
died this-
Saberlight's going to the gym lately.
Yeah.
Starting to show. His
Lifting.
muscles are coming in. At the beginning of the game, you know, he's getting bullied a bit, but now he's kind of jacked up now.
Yeah, maybe
He's
like
going to start doing the bullying.
like what Kezu would say. Maybe his dad's a
Radiant's top
mover.
tower is under attack.
Voice line makes no sense to me. Well, his delivery is so good.
It's so good.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Like, if your dad was a mover, why does that make you carry the game?
Because he's strong, you know? I've worked at a moving company when I was a teenager.
Well, why wouldn't you just be the mover then? Are you a mover? It's
I mean,
funny when you talk about people's dads, though.
Yeah,
Dad
it's a
joke.
dad joke. But it's always like, you know, like it's a pickup line. It's not a dad joke, it's a pickup line.
Okay. Like, moving pickup, got it.
Well, Rebellion is really, well,
Yeah.
I'd say fighting for their lives, but really made this game a game now. What looked a bit hard to kind of turn around has looked like this game's been completely open for at least 10 minutes now. Rebellion's heroes looking super scary. Spirit Breaker is almost first in net worth. It's just that absurd.
It's
You've got a
absolutely
guy
insane.
with 450 last hits and Arteezy, and he jumped them and deleted. Good night, Arteezy.
He's got by.
BetBoom just marching straight to the high ground. He's got no god strength for 60 seconds either.
He's not
so
the real
he's-
carry anyway. The real carry
I
is
know.
in the top lane right now.
Yeah, we're waiting for Saber Chat to come back and save the base. But BetBoom working their way through as that glyph is going to run out. Here. Away with that Cursed Crown on top of him. Fly moving out as well with Glimmer Cape pop on himself. Another glyph used. 60 seconds for Arteezy to return. And here's Saberlight with an extra 1800 HP. Is going to get Yules up into the air, so that is instantly removed. That's
He's
the most
dead.
powerful Yules you've seen in a while. Because it leads to his death.
Yeah,
Just like
the techies, man. He bought Blink Yules just to deal with Saberlight, and guess what? It worked.
Radiant's top
Now
Use
he's got to
Yules.
buy back.
You use Yules to remove a shield effect, and you just did 1800 damage with that. That's just how powerful that Yules was.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo also he's chomping now. He's doing some serious damage. And they just don't want to buy back Arteezy. They're going to decide.
they just got God Strength up, and they're pretty much in shambles in the base right now. So I don't know if they could have done anything with his buyback. But still, that is true. They're not bringing him back up. They're going to wait for him to return the old-fashioned way, as 2 lanes of ranks have been secured by BetBoom.
I think if you do want to buy back, or if you don't want to buy back there, rather, then maybe Saberlight should have just never came back. Because that costed him a buyback,
Yeah, it
and they
cost his
still
buyback. That is true.
lost the barracks anyway. Oh, Mega Creeps, they die in one charge too, by the way.
Yeah. But I think that also comes back to like maybe Saberlight made his own decision of just buying back because he's seen how strong he is. He's seen how much farm he has, how much impact he's had this last 10 minutes. I guess you could put it that way. You know, power fantasy buyback.
Okay.
You get to do much with it though, unfortunately.
I mean, he had to buy back, him or Sven, but because the lanes need to be pushed out. If they're both dead, they're just gonna walk top and end the game, right? So there's someone had to buy back to be just to show them that, you know, we do have buybacks. You can't take our whole base, and Saberlight decided to do that. And I think that's true as well because God's strength was down, and RTZ can't really push the lanes out the same way Saberlight can. Not even close.
BetBoom looking to be the executioners now for Shopify Rebellion. 5-man smoke up from the river and try to hunt anybody they can to get a ticket towards the high ground. The lane is already pushing with the TV illusions. It's right next to the base, so if they get a kill here, that's going to be their entree. Here, Aegis is popped, looking for the blink stun, and the Yule's cancel is there by Save. Another Yule's popped by the Willow this time, but he falls to his death. GPK for the kill, and the rest of Rebellion instantly push that top wave out.
Yeah, Nightfall just shove it out a little bit. Not exactly the kill they wanted. I think they want to kill the Spearbreaker, because if Spearbreaker dies, I think there's nothing stopping them from just getting Megas, or even potentially throning. Losing a hero that's your highest net worth at this stage of the game. Not only highest net worth, it's like it's not dead worth, right? Spearbreaker with the farm does a lot. So if they can kill him and know for sure he's out of the game, that'll be big.
Gold to impact ratio. But Nightfall spotted. Surprise, Nightfall. Kelsey have Saberlight on top of him. Yes, he does, but the BKB's already popped, so no Sunder available. But those targets, they're running away right now. And a beautiful Sun from Pure in the backline onto 3. Saberlight's going to be dropping in a matter of seconds with Save, jumping on top of it with the blast off, and Rebellion. Good night this series. It's all BetBoom for you.
Very, very clean series here for BetBoom. And if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, you got to be a little concerned now. They're looking like they're the bottom of the pack of this group. They drew Tundra Awaken, which was the other team that is struggling a bit in this group. I don't know. And then they got another series ahead of them. I guess I won't get there quickly, but that is a team that's doing pretty well right now. And I think morale-wise, probably not in a great spot. And I think BetBoom Team, much needed confidence boost here to be able to get this, as just yesterday they got 2-0'd by Liquid. I think for them that was a big deal, right? Liquid's one of the big names out there, one of the strong teams, and getting 2-0'd by them kind of like puts you in your place. But knowing that they can beat Shopify Rebellion in a 2-0 fashion probably brings their confidence back up a little bit.
That pretty much means BetBoom is safe from elimination at this point, because Rebellion, they have one more series. Tundra Awaken, they have one more series to go, and they cannot get up to four map victories. So if I'm reading the maths correct, BetBoom should now be safe. Their final standing still to be announced, to be decided. However, Rebellion, I mean, they're going to be playing again, but they got to shake off this series loss really quickly and move onward. Like, there's no time for disappointment.
For sure. I like how Saberlight stepped up in this particular game. I've been very unimpressed with the choices that RTC's been picking for his carries. Like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, yeah, I don't think this Sven made a lot of sense this game, and kind of like played out that way too, right? I feel like there could have been something that was more punishing to make sure that the offlaner doesn't have a free game. And of course, Abed had a bad game 1, step back up game number 2 here. It just goes back to like when they're doing well in the recent tournament in the Dream League, which is their most recent success in a very long time. I feel like RTZ was just having more impact in the games with his hero choice. So I think they just need to go back and find what worked for them there and make it happen, because this TI Dream is slipping away from them. And it's slipping pretty fast.
You talked about, the safety picks that RTC's been going for. Do you think like you should try something more experimental, something more risky, something that they, I don't know, don't have that many games under their belts, but they believe they're confident that they can win with those heroes? Do you think that's something they could look
I mean, by safe. I mean, they're just heroes that generally do well no matter what. I want to pick something more specific for the game that punishes what he sees if he's going to do a later pick. But yeah, either way, BetBoom, they played amazing this game, though. No doubt about it.
They don't get to keep a clean record on any of their players. Rebellion did take that away from them with Pure and his 2 deaths, Nightfall with his 1, but Nightfall a hell of a KDA in this series as a whole, when you think about just 1 death in 2 40-minute games. But who is MVP worthy, Mr. Fear? Who do you think it's going to be? I've got some ideas. I could say
Pure, I definitely have mine.
I mean, I could say Pure is in my eyes. I think as an offlane player, I have to say Pure, but I'll let you have the last say.
I mean, it's definitely got to be Save on the techies for me
That's
to be the MVP of this game, because he just, maybe he had a lot of deaths, but he did everything this game. Like, sure, Pure did great. He farmed, but Save was just jumping in. You know that one time he jumped into no HP on the Sven, got them both low, set up the opportunity for Pure to free farm, and then over and over again, he's just finding all these opportunities with this tech. He's playing a non-meta hero, making it happen. Just, all his deaths were just as a result of him being aggressive and getting kills, and he was just like the collateral. So yeah, he played a really good techies game. My MVP.
Yeah, he's. I'll agree with you that he's also MVP worthy here. I love watching him, mainly just why Pure was so good with like these 3-man stuns, just kind of like lock out a fight. They're gonna win those ones, but he's comfortable picking a hero that he's excelled from time to time with that techies. But BetBoom, they take this series 2-0, and they're not done yet. BetBoom's going to be playing later on today. However, it's Shopify's turn again, and Azure Ray is going to be matching up against them. And talking about the stakes for this series, before we head over to a break, Azure Ray, they're sitting at 3-1, Rebellion at 1-5, tied with Thunder Awaken. It's a must-win for Shopify. Will that happen? You're watching the B stream for the road to the International.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Hey, welcome back, folks, to the Road to International here at the Beast Stream, in time for our second series of the day, as we just saw BetBoom take Shopify Rebellion with a 2-0 victory, and it's time for Shopify to show themselves again, and potentially this is where the fright starts to kick in. Are we gonna miss out on the next phase of this international? Because they really need wins. Azure Ray, I think with a tie situation, they should be clear. Are they going to go upper bracket or lower bracket? That's still undecided for basically their seeding matches that they, well, it's not upper bracket, lower bracket, but basically the seeding matches that they will get for themselves. As you look at the group standings right now, Rebellion is really, they feel the heat.
It's between Rebellion and Thunder, right?
Yep.
And Thunder's playing Liquid, so you would feel a little better as Rebellion, knowing that Liquid's one of the stronger teams in the group right now. So they're hoping for Liquid to do a 2-0 in that one, and they're hoping to get at least one win here, right? And 2 would be great, but it could come down to a tiebreaker if both these teams lose, right?
Yeah, that's definitely what's upon them right now. Also, the other groups have their score lines updated.
Very similar, too, on the other groups as well.
It is. EG, SMG still fighting for their lives in Group A. Vivo Keystars also dropping against TALON. So TALON getting their first victories on the board, also squeezing Group D into an interesting situation. But as we return to Group B and talk about this matchup, Fear, there's one particularly interesting thing. These teams have never played against each other's before. So I think it comes down to like scrimming. Do you think they've managed to play at least once or twice against each other's? Or do you think that they've probably never played even a scrim against the other team?
That's a really hard question to answer, but I would not be surprised if they've never played against each other. I know a lot of teams have like their preferences and who to scrim, but it really just comes down to schedule and availability. It could be whatever. I know Rebellion likes to play versus Liquid a lot because they're pretty close. But other than that, I don't know. They maybe have probably scrimmed once or twice. I think when I used to play professionally, I would always want to try and at least scrim every team at least once, just to feel like get something from them, right? You'll always learn something from every single team, so you want to play everyone at least once if the schedule allows it.
But they've definitely played against some of these individuals in the team, already big, famous names from the past and up till this day. You look at Somnus, FY, Chalice. These are players that they definitely played against at some stage of their pro careers, especially with the existence of Shopify Rebellion's players and roster as a whole. Into an interesting place they definitely go. But they have something similar between these two. Two players that have never won a Tier 1 tournament before. And their past victories on the Azure Ray individuals is from 2018, whereas Rebellion's, they were from 2017. So they both are not looking like the heaviest favorites for potentially winning TI. But, you know, you look at these names, these legends on both sides, like, maybe it is
You don't want to be a favorite anyway, right? If TI has taught us anything, being a favorite isn't going to do you any favors. In fact, the newer the team is and less experience you have, the better it is for you, you know?
Yeah, that is very true. But the draft is live with Azure Ray versus Shopify Rebellion, the second series of tonight here at the B stream. And already looking like a very standard draft opener here, getting rid of the Dazzle on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Azure Ray, also like Rebellion, looks like they have a lot of similarities, is they've also played no other hero more than once, except for the Bat Rider 3 times.
I mean, I'm just looking at Fly and Abed here. They do not look very amused right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Starting to sink in.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. Like, they've always been a team that's been a little bit stoic and they don't show a ton of emotion, but they look a little tilted. I'm not gonna lie. I guess that's the best way to put it. But they're just in their drafting mojo here.
I think they maybe woke up a bit late to game number 2 of that previous series with BetBoom. That kind of gave them a fighting chance, and it looked all right, and then that got taken away from them, so probably took a bit of a mental hit. So what we discussed in post-game is to just quickly wrap up that series just played. We done goofed in that one, but we need to put our sights on this one. This is the most important series for them. An extra point could be just what Shopify needs to avoid a possible tiebreaker, or Thunder Awaken sneaking past them and knocking Shopify away from the road to the International.
That would be crazy, because if you do look back on the teams that are getting threatened to exit, these are all the teams that qualified through the regionals, right?
Yeah.
So Shopify would be the only team that qualified through points to get knocked out right away. And it's not a surprise. That's the way in paper it should be, right? The teams that went through the regionals are going to be considered the weakest ones. So we'll see how it goes. But it all starts with this game here. Can they get some wins on the board? I think Shopify Rebellion, if they can get a couple wins, they'll be relatively safe, because I think Thunder Awaken beating Liquid, that's a tough thing to do, I believe, right? I think it's a lot more manageable for Shopify Rebellion to take a couple games off Azure Ray.
Currently
they should be fine.
Yeah, currently the most successful hero in terms of how they're contested, what they're ranked in win rate when they're picked, and also the ban win rate. Muerta is number 1 right there. 20 games played, 65% win rate. Very solid numbers aboard on the board. But also a hero that we haven't really seen Shopify play this year. Again, like the remaster.
That would be true up until last Dream League. This is actually RTZ's bread and butter right now. And this is actually the only hero RTZ has won at the Road to the International with. He has one game on it. He has won it. And when they were doing really well, he was playing a lot of Muerta. Sven, that got nerfed. And PA, that got nerfed. But Muerta did not get nerfed. I was just about to say that it is very bold to give Shopify Rebellion Muerta, because RTZ generally wasn't playing it a lot, but over the past month, this has been his go-to hero, his best hero, and his comfort zone now.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
And also the meta and the trends are really doing a favor as well for him. We kind of with the talk of all these pause one heroes, how they've been changed in these past few patches, how the players themselves have had to adapt to these patches with bringing out completely different new carry ideas. Muerta still being a new hero, well, the newest hero, at least in Dota, kind of puts a bit of pressure on these pause one players to come up as fast as possible with a working strategy, a working hero pool.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this hero wasn't working for the longest time, but there's been a lot of balance changes. I mean, we're on, what, the D patch now, so she's just came out as the breadwinner, I guess, of the patches.
Yeah.
She's very strong at laning, and this is the one hero, right? I was talking about RTZ's hero pool not punishing offlaners. This Morta hero and why it's so good right now is it punishes every offlaner. Like, this hero is so good at laning. All her spells, Deadshot, just being a ranged hero in general, right? You can constantly harass you with good right-click damage. The calling, very OP spell as well. You can't really beat this hero in the lane, and that's why it's so popular right now. And if you don't think it can carry the game, well, it's still going to do well in the laning stage as a pos 4, right? And you have the option of going for the Aghanim's, which is an annoying spell. So everything about this hero is just pretty powerful. What happens if you decrepify Morta?
It's not necessarily a good thing.
So, I mean, that's a strange pick because she can shoot through Decrepify.
Yeah.
So you can't use it defensively.
So you just don't use the Decrepify.
But I'm not sure if you use it on the Morta while she's ulted, will it disarm her?
That I do not know. Also, something I do not know is this the first phase Kunkka this TI out of both day 1 and day 2. Maybe even the regionals added in as well with this, well, at least in the frequent patches. Because I haven't really seen a Kunkka first phase, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a response to the Morta. So it probably is going to lane against the Morta, I'm going to imagine, an offlane Kunkka. And we're going to have an Earth Spirit.
Yeah. 2 or 4.
Could be either.
10 seconds remaining.
We don't know.
I'm just wondering, have Shopify shifted up their drafting a bit with RTZ locking in early? They could flex that Muerta as a support, of course. That's still also doable. You did talk about RTZ playing Muerta, and I believe that also is a case they could look for. And that Earth Spirit also adds a bit of flex. So I'm already liking the way Shopify is building this draft. It's not the let's get the best matchup for RTZ as late in the draft as we possibly can. Saberlight, he gets a pick that probably gets countered. Can he pull off a performance with it? Or if we have last pick of the draft, maybe Abed should have it instead. But it's always been RTZ favored, right? Now, this leaves everything kind of open, which I like a lot. But Azure Ray, going to bring up the CK, and what do they pair it up with? They already have the Pugna.
Here's the problem, though, is RTC's picking these heroes late in the draft that you could just first pick, right? So I'm fine with RTZ early phasing his Sven, early phasing his Morta. These are what I consider safe heroes. Early phasing a Luna, even. These are safe heroes. Early pick them. But I don't want to see them late picked. I want to see a more specific hero for the game on the later picks. But either way, that's why I like the Morta for them. And this is why I thought that no one would give Morta the Shopify Rebellion. Because this is the one hero that he can just first pick that is comfort, stable, and he's really good at. And there's an Invoker still in the pool, actually. That hero has been banned a lot. I mean, he's gone through so many changes. You'd have to, if you were to go through his changelog ever since he became a universal hero, you'd be reading a book, basically.
Is it a good book? Is it worth
and
reading?
I lied. Morta is actually going to be Crit's hero. And we're going to have a mid-Earth Spirit. And they decide Terrorblade is the hero for the game, which Terrorblade versus Chaos Knight. Generally speaking, Terrorblade does not enjoy playing versus illusion heroes.
Yeah.
And Invoker doesn't mind playing versus illusion heroes. This is an interesting Terrorblade pick. RTZ must have felt like he can't carry the game with the Morta here. Or the lane matchup against the Kunkka was too hard as the Morta, that he's going to pick a higher armor hero that can deal with the Tidebringer spam. I don't know about this one.
At least I think TB is out of the safe hero picks because it is basically designed to do one job, and that's basically being a late game juggernaut. Not the juggernaut of Dota, but a juggernaut in general of just heavy hitting, standing on your position. You've got control through Muerta and the Earth Spirit, which enables him a lot. But you said that mid Earth Spirit, sure. What I would like to see from Shopify, I guess this is wishful thinking, get another Flix pick as your last and let Azure Ray just kind of sit there and think, who are we willing to play against in mid, the Earth Spirit or the missing hero?
And you could, but then would you be okay with Earth Spirit being offlane, or do you want a Muerta offlane? How crazy are we getting here? Because I'm down to get crazy.
But it does then also mean that Saberlight would get his hero priority. And what of his heroes that he has been playing feels like is the most convincing to you? Can you play an Earth Spirit, Terrorblade, Lone Druid lineup? Lone Druid's bad, never mind.
I wouldn't want Lone Druid anyway. I don't know, Saberlight hero, Underlord.
Well, there's always Danks here. I mean, there's Kunkas and CKs in the game. I think Darkseer could work. He's also pretty good with it.
It's fine, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's bad.
And if it was any other patch...
Just pick Centaur. Just take a page out of BetBoom Team.
If it was any other patch than what I've seen in the last half a year, I'd say Enigma, but I'm not going to get that.
Yeah, you're not getting that. That hero is... I was going to say garbage, but I'm not sure if that's true. They've changed the summons so much.
It doesn't feel like the Enigma of before. I'll tell you that much. And Darkseer's banned by Shopify themselves, so they are going to bring up the Bristleback.
I forgot about that hero. Where did he go?
Did.
Literally forgot. Like day one, he was all the rage, and then I went to bed and I was like, oh, okay, I'm back. And then forgot about him, and now I'm like, where has this hero been in the last series?
Definitely not in your nightmares, at least, because
luckily, maybe after today.
Maybe after today, if possible. But Azure Ray going to have to lock out their final pick as well. Interesting, Naga and Darkseer. So they're sitting guessing here of this Kunkka, where he wants to go. But the Pangolier is going to be brought up for Azure Ray to close out their draft. We have a Sultanus with the Kunkka and Chalice with the Panga.
Cool, we're going to support Invoker. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Cool.
Yeah.
They're deciding what position.
Okay. I mean, I was thinking, like, should I just ask you, like, what do you think about the support Invoker in this particular game? But I don't know enough to not necessarily even understand that, okay, can I agree? But it's FY. So, FY, I can at least ask, do you think that's an Invoker aficionado?
You're going to ask FY that, or are you asking me if FY on that hero is good?
Wow, this turned into really cryptic cast for a while. But, I mean, what do you think?
I don't know what to think, personally. Because, like, I'm on the fence of support Invoker. I'm just like, it's okay, is it bad? I'm not sure. FY likes being a playmaker, so he is playing a hero that potentially could get a lot of farm and do good things on the map. But that's not really how you play 4 anymore. You know, the days of FY God, right? You don't see that as much anymore because that's just not the role anymore. Like, you don't just play these position 4s that get a blink dagger and just like carry the game, right? It's more so about supporting your teammates and making sure everything's in a working order and all the pieces of the puzzle just fit. And I don't know, Invoker, I don't see him doing too many flashy things. They're probably just going for a vessel, running around, making things happen. It's FY. He's good at roaming. He's good at making rotations. And speaking of that, he's playing versus crit. These are the old gods of roaming, right? In this game. So a lot of eyes on these two guys and what they can do. And especially the crit Morta. This is not something I personally have seen a lot of, but I'm sure he has practiced it. Surely, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely if he is picking it in this situation, something has changed during the break for Shopify Rebellion, shifting up their draft like this with heroes. We haven't really seen them play a lot lately, maybe minus the TB and potentially the Earth Spirit coming into the mid lane for Abed. But going back to this Invoker, at least what we know about like the Quaswex invos, even the core ones, they're great with initiating. They're great with disrupting. And so counter initiation can work as this pause 4 Invoker when the Earth Spirit rolls in, allowing a bit of time for Somnus to set up, for Chalice to get his spells off, and Lou maybe just kind of benefits from all the chaos on a chaos night with what's happening around him. So I feel like Azure Ray, they have a good draft, but day one went really successful for them. They won 3 out of the 4 games that they played, and one more win for them would mean that they are through to the next phase. And Rebellion also fighting for some important points to keep themselves still alive for the road to the international dream. Though, I feel like I'm going to fall with Azure Ray on this one. I like what they're going with here with this draft that they have. It's kind of, I think it's a bit all over the place, but in a good way. And I feel like it's filling all the metrics pretty well.
Yeah, I currently am undecided if I like the offline Pango or not, because if it works, right? But the only issue is it usually doesn't work. So that's my concern. And as we see Terrorblade, he normally crushes the lane. I think this Terrorblade is going to destroy Pango in the lane. I think it's like not even going to.
That's how it usually goes, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big problem because Abed normally is very stable and mid lane will most likely go even. Then if you go to the other lane matchups, I'm not entirely sure how CK is going to do versus Bristle. It'll probably be fine, but they're not stopping the Bristle back either, which means I think Shopify Rebellion is going to hit all their timings, and this game is going to get very difficult to the point where who is going to be dealing with the Terrorblade? It's going to have to be this Pango that's super far behind, right? So the early game has to go well for Azure Ray. I really believe that pretty strongly.
Well, the pause has ended at the start of the game, and we are headed to game number 1 of Azure Ray versus Shopify Rebellion. One team coming off of a loss, and I believe Azure Ray, if I remember correct, they did beat their last series. Yes, it was. It was against Thunder Awaken at the end of last evening or last night or last morning, wherever you are from. You're very welcome to watch the B stream and our second series of the day. We have a third one coming up right after this one. And then we see, do we have any tiebreakers to play, really? Because right now, the situation, it's forming, it's building, the storylines are getting there. And this first game is going to tell us a lot about how that's going to envelop. Either Azure Ray locks a spot forward, or Rebellion, if they get an extra point, it doesn't really save them yet, but it helps them in this situation.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Thanks for unpausing the game there, T-Panda. I didn't have many more points.
All good, all good. Just waiting for the game to start at this point, right? You know, I mean, where do I go with this? I've been asking for this Kunkka carry just a little bit, not too much, but Somnus, of course, gonna just drop it into the mid lane. You know, the classic, the versatile. I can play this hero versus 90% of the hero pool at any day and still be okay with it.
It's also a matchup that a lot of mid laners like against the Earth Spirit mid. It's a weird one, though, because you can dodge the X-Mark combo with the invulnerability of Rolling Boulder if you time it correctly. So that aspect of it is really skill-based, I guess. But the laning stage, I think the Tidebringer spam is a lot for the Earth Spirit to deal with.
Also, for this top lane specifically, when you mentioned this TD beating the Pango, I guess that's the wild card that I was maybe a bit unsure about for Azure Ray.
You've got an Invoker too, right? Like, I think this lane is just going to be just a complete stomp. But prove me wrong. Let's see what we can do. But already doesn't look like it's going so great as Chalice is getting beat up, and the Invoker. They both 1v1'd each other, right? The Invoker is 1v1ing AA. He lost. TB 1v1 to the Pango, and the Pango lost that, so that's already not a great sign.
Yeah, Pango's right-click damage is 62 versus all the armor TD has is almost 40% damage reduction.
Oh, they're going on Arteezy,
they're right-clicking for like 30 damage, but with the cold snap and Arteezy, one more hit away. Chalice can't close the gap, and Fly will snipe FY. Rebellion are the ones who get the first blood, and Azure Ray Oh, they're so close, but still so far away on closing that out and losing the first kill.
Yeah, that may have been like their only opportunity to like try and win the lane is by getting some kills. But just because they didn't get that there, oh man, that's rough. I feel for them. I really enjoy that play though. I think they need to do something drastic to try and shift the tide of this matchup into their side. And they're gonna go again here, actually.
Might as well try if it works, and this time it does. So the cold snap again, just locking him on the spot. You got a swashbuckler that gets every hit in. So even with all that armor, even TD's not invulnerable. So
makes you wonder, right? Like, should have Fly just used that salve he had on RTZ to top him off so he can continue the lane?
Maybe.
A little bit of regrets there.
Chalice is out of resources, though, so this could mean him dead here. RTZ trying to squeeze in for the kill, but Fly is the one to pick it up, so AA in charge of both of the kills now for Rebellion.
Oh, Fly's having a great game, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And that's honestly a big deal for an AA. This hero does need his level 6 pretty early, so great start there. And looks like this top lane is just going to be wild. Haven't even had the opportunity to look at the other lanes yet.
There's not a lot happening on the the mid and the bottom lane, except maybe for the fact that Somnus with 17 CS, Hobbit with 15. It's very close, very neck and neck. Melee versus melee matchup.
Both of them will farm. This is one of those like stale matchups, right? Where I don't think either of them feel like they need to play particularly well or do much, and they're just gonna get their levels, right? And then after they get their levels,
they're trying to bristle in the bottom lane. Saberlight drops low, but not enough for a kill. Also has the Lotus, but that is a good trade there from Qianming and Lu.
And that's the thing about this Chaos Knight now. Like, this change to it went from 1.6 creep damage multiplier to 1.9, and he's gonna level that up. You are going to hit the creeps, doing more damage, healing you more, right? So he has a lot of sustain against the bristleback spam. So I think you don't really care that much as a CK against the lane. However, later on, we've seen how crazy this bristleback is with the Aghanims, with the Bloodstone. Add some illusions on top of that, even more healing done. That's where that hero gets a little bit crazy. But Saberlight, he's got to chat it up. Bristleback's not a hero you can just take the back seat on. You got to be like this, you know, the middle of the show. You've got to be like getting the farm. You got to get big.
We'll see if he's up to the task. He's playing this lane beautifully with this Pog now. I haven't really talked about the supports in the laning stage, but I've been watching him for like the last 1.5 minutes, and he's just making everything right. He's stealing the neutral creeps away from the Bristleback. He's constantly harassing him with the Nether Blast and almost getting crit here in the process. They're both so low the whole time. But this Pog is constant harass. He hasn't missed a single blast.
Yeah, crit's fine. He's got 10 sticks and a fairy. He's jabaiting right now.
Pugna did run out of mana, so out of resources for now. Lu also wants to, like, that Chaos Ball costs a lot of money, so we'll be able to get that, yeah. Again, just doing everything right, Qianming, this game, damn.
Yep. Pretty good performance thus far. As Abed really wanted that rune to refill his bottle, but not going to happen. I think this is the stage of the game where, oh yeah, Abed, he's going to get caught here. And that's just a lot of damage.
Couple more hits to seal the deal. Fairy Fire is there. Oh, block the rolling bolt.
That was close.
Who's out?
How greedy is Abed going to be? Is he
you got 3 heroes in bottom now. They're going to go for Saberlight with FY with the rotation. Bristleback held on spot. And he's just gone. Azure Ray really relishing this laning stage right now. Maybe top's not going the best, but it could be more, but so much worse. Chalice, though, is being pummeled by Fly and by RTZ. And Pango to drop on RTZ. Does he get this one? Yeah, he does. Fly. He squeezes in that one last, like, give me his killing spree, dude. But no.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need a killing spree on a support. There's going to be a point where Fly inevitably will die this game.
He's going to give it away to someone else.
And you'll give it back, yeah. And the rune's coming out. DD bottom. Abed doesn't even try for it. He just goes for the safe bounty rune at the 6-minute mark here. And a lot has to go to say it. Somnus is actually bullying Abed in this mid lane pretty hard. And just a straight 1v1.
That one rotation cost him. Like, Abed was the one who rotated bottom, missed out
Yeah.
with the bounty rune, and Somnus just got like 6, 7 more CS in that time. And now it's like, it's almost 15 CS difference.
unmanageable
The DD
now.
rune, and he's just sieging this tier 1 tower. Crit's gonna have to make a move towards mid with this. Try to slow down Somnus a bit, but how do you really slow it down? He's already done half of the damage to the tower, while Arteezy battling it out here
Abed
with
top.
Fly
Abed's top.
versus FY. Jian Ming's the one to zone him out. Big Nether Blast to connect. Then
Oh,
Blood
Somnus
Grenade
TP
used.
top.
They're going for the Blood Grenade kill onto Fly, and it's just enough slow. AA caught, and Fly, one more hit away. Big heal coming out, though, but the cold snap and Somnus still just going to chase him under the tower. And so the Pugna Jian Ming will get this one. Saving their buddies, forcing Arteezy into the jungle, too. It's got Midas lined up. Meanwhile,
Oh, Abed stole
they're going below.
the wisdom, though.
Get the CK. A lot of regen, a lot of HP still to work through. They're going to have to dive.
Abed,
Saberlight's
I
got
don't
no
think
movement
wants
speed.
to. Or maybe he does.
Saberlight doesn't have the movement speed to keep up, but he will be there. Doesn't pop the fairy fire. Probably looked like he was going to die anyway. So it does work out in the end.
That was a good play by Abed because if you recall, Kunkka TP top, right? So he TP's bottom. Now Kunkka can't TP bottom. So nobody had the opportunity to TP and help him. Pugna could have TP'd, but he was just too low mana. Probably wouldn't save him. So they just gave him away there. Really good read on Abed there to make that play.
Yep.
Thinks you wanted that.
And when we look at net worth a little bit here, small margins between almost all of the cores. It's maybe a little bit Azure Ray favored. Fly being the great equalizer with almost 2k net worth on an Ancient Apparition. Wants to get those mana boots.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're going to farm a lot more now that the Ice Vortex just pushes lanes out now.
Yeah.
You want to get that man out so you can keep spamming him.
And before, Fly, where are you? Farming the jungle of Vortex.
Oh, speaking of farming jungles, Somnus is
Somnus. Yeah, he's spotted some
spotted.
nice juicy stacks here.
saying, ooh, I
Maybe
kind of want
Watcher.
this. Can I take this?
Why he's around the area. It's only just a support, so Jian Ming already found the jump onto Fly. The calling will zone him out, though. But nevertheless, they're still going to take these stacks. Saberlight is trying to intervene.
Well, I talked about it earlier, right?
And he's actually doing a nice Tidebringer cleave on both of them. The Tornado does connect onto the Bristleback. And they are all pretty low here, but they've done their job. They don't have to extend any further. Lu gets to push the tower. Saberless, half HP. Lu walks into him. They lose vision, though. And Fly walks straight into them. Somnus still holding on to the boat for now. Just tossing the AA into the air. He's going to get hit
Oh,
as
good
well.
silence.
A lot of stick charges available. Lu in between the stun onto Abed. Abed out of mana right now with the EMP. Somnus TP with the run buff. He's gone. He's out. Lu, he's pretty low on HP, though, and with no armlet ready yet. Gotta be careful, but Chalice turning around. Tornado does connect onto the Bristleback. Can they connect with the stun? The slow's gonna be there at least from the shield crash. And the Bristle bouncing back a lot of hits. They're hitting his back, and that Bristle is not killing anybody. And they're actually gonna take him out without Crit being able to do too much on this Muerta. That's gonna be 2 kills for Azure Ray.
And I talked about Saberlight really having to step up this game and be the big boss of the game, but after his stacks getting stolen, ends up dying there. Skills 2 points in the Bristleback, by the way, which is not meta right now. He doesn't look like he's being that big Bristle boss that we need to see from this hero.
Bristle backs, I like that.
He's being eclipsed by the Pango offlane, which is a hero that should not do well in the laning stage. Doing better than the BB.
Bounty.
At least Arteezy, with all this time given, he's basically farm enabled at this point. 4 points already is an illusions, and I think that's the Midas ready. Yep.
Yeah,
So,
we've
10
seen
minutes.
this story before. Arteezy getting his farm is a given. Like, we all know that's going to happen.
We'd be
It's more of
surprised
like-
if he didn't.
Yeah, for sure. He'll find a way.
No.
He doesn't pick heroes that just don't farm, so...
Yeah. But they definitely know, like, the understanding is Rebellion. They know CK kind of falls off. I'll say kind of. Still scary in the late game to play against the CK, but I'd still pick a TB over a CK in late game scenario whenever. So they understand that this late game is what we aim for, that's where we're most comfortable with compared to Azure Ray, who kind of need to start increasing the aggression. They've already done some great moves, taking the tier 1 and top. Somnus with his singular solo plays, almost taking down the tier 1 in the mid lane. They've made moves towards bottom. But I think there's going to be a time in this game where they need to do a little bit more than that they've been doing.
Yeah, they need to kill the CK right now with the smoke, and he's just evading it now. This ward, it sees him now. They're going to go. But he missed the roll.
The boulder, actually, that the Ice Blast is going to be there, and the Mukes look sufficient. And he can't just untoggle that armlet. He's just going to die faster. It's dead anyway. Rebellion going to be moving out from the area. Still slowing down the CK. That's a good objective.
Yeah, armlet versus AA is a very sad thing.
Oh, and maybe Abed actually might lose his life here. Somnus with FY. The boat will connect, and X mark on the spot, so he doesn't even get the roll away. But he's trying to TP away. FY, nothing to cancel it. Abed's gone.
That was a pretty cool kick, actually. Got him stuck on the high ground there. Still might lose some mid tower for this, as they are going to bring in the CK to secure this. Yet again, not the biggest deal to lose your mid tower, I think. But they might try to defend. I'm not sure what crits. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and just concede it.
Doesn't look like they have the resources to defend this tower. Well, Saberlight wants to continue pushing bottom, as that T1 is now gone. Azure Ray not making any calls to defend bottom anymore.
Oh, that's a defusal.
Oh, they are actually. They are TPing in. Chalice already goes for the early jump. Has the defusal blade, so Bristleback slowed up. Has no way of escaping. Chalice popping the Rolling Thunder with the EMP on top of him. Chanming drops the drain life. Life drain even. But Bristle is surviving with that Vanguard on top of him. Just keeps on throwing more and more snot. And here comes Abed. Sunstrike. It does connect onto Saberlight. Ice Blast is also on its way. Chalice in trouble. He's going to lose his life here. Abed will take that one. And onto Chanming probably next. Somnus FY actually goes for FY. And Abed kick is available. Throws in the slow. Hits the Invoker. Also looks like the Pugnet will finally be able to drop. And he drops his life drain. However, Abed is going to cancel it out. Gets another kill for himself onto a dominating spree with the Earth Spirit. And suddenly, Azure Ray losing a lot for Rebellion.
Yeah, that was a really good fight for Rebellion. And honestly, it comes down to Saberlight's skill build. Most of the Bristles we see have a much better game. So they go 1 point in Bristleback, just one singular point. They max the goo and be more aggressive because Saberlight's been having a worse game. He went 3 points into the Bristleback, and that really turned the fight because look at him. How much damage he's blocking here. And that all has to do with those 3 points in the Bristleback. Maybe they weren't expecting it because this is kind of off meta right now to do this many points in Bristleback. We'll see if it comes to bite him later on when he does finish that Aghanims, as it will slow down his ability to chase. It will slow down his DPS because he won't have as many stacks of minus armor on them. But for now, it's keeping them in a situation where they can win some early game fights. So overall worth it, I would say.
Yeah, it definitely was, and a very important moment for Rebellion as well, who kind of got punished in the early minutes for every move that Azure Ray made. And getting themselves a bit of success this early on is always welcome. While the smoke from Somnus and Chanming actually runs out, so these TV illusions will save RTZ from getting caught in trouble. Looking to push the top lane, but Chalice also found by Abed. Abed coming here with Fly. Fly has the blast available on top of the Ice Vortex. And dodges it nicely there with a swashbuckler. To keep you out, but nope. That's a nope. And Roche is coming. And, oh, deny. Oh, Chalice. Oh, he didn't realize. Tries to go for the kill on Fly. That could have maybe even a deny on the Bango if he moved a bit forward towards Roshan.
Potentially. Chalice is really just playing with death here, as we are going to see Abed take the portal with Fly. And maybe they're going to try and go for a kill here. Ice Blast is on down, so they don't have that to play with.
Abed trying to roll in. Chanming, he has no vision on him. He's also suspecting probably somebody else is in the area, so that's a bit of a... what should I say? Sightseeing from Abed. But they're going to smoke up as 4. Continue with what they started off with. They're going to finish the job. Find somebody to kill.
You know, some sightseeing, some cruise ships.
This game has everything.
really does, doesn't it?
Somnus is a great position on the high ground here, so Rebellion can't just jump him right away. But if he sticks this far, maybe then they can. And that is a dead Kunkka, indeed.
They can't what, T-Panda?
He had a good position, but he walked away from it. And then Rebellion
Radiant's
strikes.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, that was a big one. RTZ showing up for this one as well. He's now going to finish up his Manta style on the Terrorblade at 16 minutes in the game. They're up 2,000 gold as well. Game is looking pretty good for them, and they need this win. If you want Shopify Rebellion to have a guaranteed chance to stay in this road to the international, it's got to start with some wins here. And they also have to hope Liquid gets wins as well.
Yeah, it's actually the big storyline, considering it is Seattle this year, North America. You gotta have your representatives there. I don't think they could really shed, or at least stand some daylight if they get knocked out during the road to the international.
They want to make that main stage. You're in Seattle, you know what's coming if you're representing North America. You're gonna get the USA chance.
Right now, they're giving themselves an opportunity for it, but Chalice dodging pretty much everything here, and the Rolling Thunder onto the Muerta. So Lou will
they
get
brought
himself a
5
kill.
heroes.
Abed's rolling out, Bristles spiking his way away, so it's just going to be a support kill. And Roche is in the top half of the map, so looks like that's the call for Azure Ray, smoking up to the top half. Oh, they want Arteezy, actually.
I think Arteezy knows what's going on here. And now he definitely knows, as they both
now he
show on the
definitely
wave.
So there's that.
And now they're gating back. It's a lot of gate action.
Interesting strat, you know, smoke up the top to reveal yourself, let the opponent know
Abed
they
show?
tried to smoke, and now they came back to the bottom lane. Somnus, he's in vision of the creeps though.
And now the
Plus-
third hero, the smoke showed. Okay.
Plus this ward that's placed down here. They're still going to go for it by Rebellion, and Azure Ray getting caught with their pants down a bit there. They thought they had the initiative, and Rebellion takes it away from them.
That's like some 500 IQ shit going on here, and you just confuse yourself at the end of the day.
Pretty much.
But really well played there by Rebellion here.
And that's such a good ward that they placed down some time ago as well, because it revealed and spoiled all of the plans Azure Ray had. Crit. Actually, Abed's the one rolling in and spots FY. There's also Chalice in the area. Doesn't get quite hit by that boulder.
Oh, Saberlight had a dust. My man, Core is carrying dust in 2023?
Let's go.
LFG.
But Azure Ray fans probably not feeling very happy right now with the developments of these last few minutes, because, you know, Lou hasn't really been able to find big kills for himself. Compared to like last series, Rebellion's cores were very, very big kills that BetBoom could pick up. But Azure Ray hasn't really been able to score something similar. And now they're about to lose another big objective, which is Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, the rich get richer in this game here as Terrorblade. I don't know if he's going to pick this up or you just give it to Saberlight or Abed. I feel like you just don't give this to Terrorblade right now. However, they're not even going to take the Roshan as
they're moving out.
Smoke.
They're coming straight towards, but the tornado misses from FY, thinking they're still inside the pit, but the calling's there. Chalice checking the pit. There's no one there. They're all rushing for Lou. CK needs some help. He needs some help right now. Some healing is coming in from Xian Ming, but they will close out the CK. Just a couple more hits, but he's down by FY getting the kill. Lou will fall. The CK down already. Somnus with his blade mail. He's in the front, getting feared back with the dead shot from Crit, and Somnus down. The disarm doesn't come in time from FY. Azure Ray had no idea about their positioning. They're tornadoing into the pit. Chalice is rolling thundering into the pit. And then CK is being jumped on by 4 heroes at the same time. They're split all over the place. That did not go in Azure Ray's way at all.
Yeah, they were pretty clueless what was happening there. And Shopify Rebellion, they made the right play, though. They knew they could be Roshing, but Shopify Rebellion knew that they could be contesting Roche. So they were one step ahead of them and stepped out of the pit. Like, no, let's just take this fight.
We know that they know that they know we know.
Yeah, pretty much. And they just got out-strategized there, simply put.
Again, these
Taking the school.
500 IQ plays, you know. That's one
A
of
lot
those
of
games.
them.
Abed.
Oh, Abed. Ruh-oh.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh indeed. Sunstrike on top of them as well. Good night.
How did CK kill him from that far away? Crit's gone too.
Good night. Crit was just given the Tormentor shard, which the...
And now that Roche they were fighting on, he's walked bottom lane to the Radiant side. And that's going to go in the favor of Azure Ray. Okay, we saw a clinical game.
It's a win. It's a win after a while.
We saw a clinical game from BetBoom. But now we're just seeing not the opposite of that. You can make your own conclusion on that. This game is wild.
It's certainly all over the place.
It's going everywhere.
Yeah, it's going everywhere.
All right, CK, what you got? Can CK carry this game? This is like the real question, though. I feel like he can. It is possible. But it goes back to previous points I have mentioned. It's like, it's not really the carry matchup matters anymore. Like, all these other heroes, like this Kunkka when he gets the Water Park online and like some Heart of Trosk, things get a bit weird. Bristleback when he gets his Bloodstone plus his Aghanims. All of a sudden now these are the highest damage dealing cores in the game.
Admiral Kunkka, aka Water Park CEO. But you're absolutely right. It's not even about the CK anymore.
I mean, it never is. It's just Dota's a hard game to quantify nowadays. It's really hard to say like this team's gonna win because of this, because there's so many variables that matter.
FY has also lined up an Aghanims for himself to get the Cataclysm. Very spicy. Oh, spots a Bristleback coming his way with that sentry placed down on the ground. Ice Blast does tickle the Invoker. Bit of Frostbite for his feet. Not too much though.
Winter is coming, as you mentioned.
Certainly is.
Chalice, he's in. Okay.
Okay. Got Fly.
Two
And
ultis
Rebellion's
for
coming in to
Kale.
help, actually. They're moving into a position they could possibly fight back with Saberlight with his back turned against Azure Ray. Look at the damage that he's dealing back, but FY also with a big combo with the meatball almost burning up Saberlight. How is he not dead? How is he not dead? He just walked away with 20 HP. They've only lost one, but now maybe Arteezy's the bigger prize. Gets hit by the tornado, has a Manta, hasn't still used his Manta. Finally
got
goes
the
with the Thunder. Comes out and Arteezy's still alive. They will take Azure Ray. 4 of them gone. FY with the only surviving hero to tell the tale of how we came and we left in pieces.
I was gonna say in that fight, like Arteezy's gonna die for sure because he's being right-clicked by this Kunkka that is also low HP, right? While cold snapped. But his teammates come like, we'll get him before the Sunder, but really they just provided a Sunder target straight for him. And I want to point out how well Crit played this fight. Like, the calling on all of these heroes here, the dead shots were impeccable, really. And the CK, when he tries running away, you're going to see Crit just like dead shot him back into the fight, dust him, really just annoy him to the point where he gets super low. And I don't know if we're going to have time for it. We're going to see Arteezy. He should be dying here.
That is Manta patience.
You literally just need to not run to him, and then all of a sudden, he would probably die. Or he would have to run away, but you just give him a prime Sunder target, and yeah, his patience with the Manta, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that was some crazy Manta patience.
Sunstrike?
Okay, Sunstrike's very close to hitting Crit there. But, you know, it's just classic CK gameplay. How do we kill this guy? I pull him in with a Reality Rift. That's when Arteezy pops his Manta, Sunders up, and just lives throughout that fight. But I think everyone contributed so well for Rebellion. However, Azure Ray, they thought they had a free fight. It was nothing like that.
Definitely was not. And now the Bristleback, I don't think he had Bloodstone that fight, did he?
I mean, it was tanking a solid amount of damage, but if that really was the Aghanims reveal fight, I think it might have been because he's already built the, you know, he has the Ring of Health. He's almost finished with another extra ring. So I do feel like...
Maybe. We'll have to see, but either way, you can't go on Bristleback, not unless you Silver Edge hit him, and then you have to all-in him.
Yeah.
But Silver Edge is online.
With his back turned against Azure Ray. Cool guys don't look at explosions like they say. In this case, cool sprays. Rebellion coming into the smoke. Straight towards the top half of the map. Lou is a bit alone. FY is in the lane with his Forge Spirits, and this CK's been spotted. Abed might be rolling with a miss here, but Arteezy's also around. CK's been dusted up. They just need a bit more vision. And they are going to get to his spot and lose TP. Canceled out. CK, good night. Even use
Yeah, Lou's had a rough one this game. That's for sure. He's having a hard time finding the ability to walk into fights. He might need a BKB this game. He's just getting feared around and rolled on so much. Doesn't feel great to buy BKB this game, but he might need one.
Oh, Somnus also in trouble. They did pop that Metamorph before, and now it comes into action with the Scotty Slow. That Rum buff, it could do some work, but how much will it do? At least Arteezy still taking the conquer, but they also get the jump onto Arteezy at the sense on Abed, diving into the back line onto Qianming, pushing the Pugna in, and Arteezy still being pummeled here, but that Rolling Thunder is about to run out, so Arteezy just gonna look for a Sunder target at this point. Let me have this guy, please. I'll just pop it. No, he's not quite
pushed back even more.
Not quite gonna get there. Still a tier 1 tower to be taken as well out of all things, so they're just gonna move out with Rebellion. They did get Qianming for it.
Yeah, they don't have the follow-up damage to kill Arteezy there, and all those dreams you have of killing Arteezy, they might just become dreams now that his BKB is finished. Like, the most annoying thing for him has been getting chain stunned, maybe getting hit by a boat, getting hit by tidal waves, the water park, Invoker. You can no longer do that with the debuff immunity, so... Yeah. And you couldn't even kill him before, so how are you going to kill him now?
Yeah, big question is, can Azure Ray beat Rebellion with the water park? And I don't know what you call the Cataclysm at this point. That Aghanim's is still in the works for FY. It could be huge with a bit of RNG luck.
Oh, for sure. There's going to be a lot of stuff on the ground. Yeah. Cataclysm, water parks, you got the Pango shooting everything in every direction. They found Arteezy, but who found who?
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to get the favor. Oh, okay. Arteezy's trying to kill him with the Tormentor with those illusions. Almost works. Qianming drops very low on HP. They didn't suspect that to happen.
Yeah, that would have been a really cool kill.
That would have been a really cool kill, not gonna lie.
And Lou is in, and okay. 3 hits.
Got it.
You're dead.
Also, while that was happening, FY was trying to yoink the Wisdom rune, but Abed was also there at the same time, so Wisdom secured for Rebellion. Wiser this time.
All right, CK ult has been popped. There's going to be... You want to do a Roshan prediction or what?
Let's do that, actually. We haven't done those in a while. Yeah. Let's go for it. Okay, as we watch FY being chased around and Saberlight with the dust again. We'll spot the Invoker, get a kill for himself. Pango still chasing crit. It's going to be a 2-minute Roshan respawn here as Chalice rolls in on
130.
130 versus 2 minutes. Let's see. 5 seconds to go, and that is a BKB also popped by the Terrorblade. Won't have it for the next engagement. And it's 141. I think I still lost this one, but Lou, he's going to lose more than that to lose life.
Yeah, he might lose the Aegis too. They do want to go up there, but I think right now, if you are Shopify Rebellion, you don't really care about the Aegis right now. You just want to push this lane out, get that tower, and potentially even go for more here.
Crit. The blink roll of Atos. Okay, tried to predict the blink.
I mean, he was looking for any tree to shoot him back on, or any unit. He's like, what the hell? There's nothing here. I can't do anything. It's barren. It's desert out here.
But, yeah, 1 minute to Roshan to spawn. So that's what Rebellion is looking at next. That would be the second attempt for them on Roshan, because it was Azure Ray, if we remember correct, who did take that first Roshan, despite losing the initial Roshan fight. Still the ones that get Roshan. It's weird when you say it actually out loud. Like, they lost the fight, but they still got Roshan after.
Oh, give him that back. That Bristol got back, that's for sure.
Yep, Bristol's back. Saber's back.
Where'd he go?
Oh, nice blast does connect off the Chalice. Gonna get rolled in by Abed. Has been good with these initiations so far, and again successful with the Pango down. FY to fall soon, and even Abed. Okay, there everyone is bringing the dust to the field. It's not just Saberlight, it's also Abed. And that Vision's being MVP, and just in time for Roshan to spawn. Welcome home. Hairball was picture perfect there for Saberlight. As if he knew.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he was tipped off. Or maybe he's Ice Frog.
That is quite the statement. Very, very young Ice Frog in my eyes.
Quite young, you know, he's... Yeah, I don't know.
But who knows?
One, but
Is Ice Frog eternal? I thought you're the one who knows.
I mean, nobody knows. That's the beauty of it.
A mystery. We all love a good mystery, right?
Yeah.
But this
Not
game's
even mystery.
not...
He's just
Yeah.
our Dota god, you know. We worship him.
I thought we worshipped
have a
the
face.
Church of Gaimin. But that's
true.
also another one. Maybe it's a cult. Maybe it's a cult we're talking about. However, this game is not a mystery in itself. Rebellion looking better as they're playing their third game of the day. The second series. The first one didn't go quite their way, but it's been looking better and better every single game. And this one, they're actually in charge of Game 1 versus Azure Ray. Though there's a big combination still in the works, FY. He's got 1,000 gold, so another 1K needed for the Cataclysm to come online. However, hopes on the CK as the game stretches further and further. Those hopes are
Is that going to be the item that
diminish.
breaks the game, though?
That's the thing. It's like, is it? But we'll see. Kunkka getting jumped on again. An Ice Blast will connect. He gets the debuff, so that's going to be enough. Right clicks do more than that, though. Lu does get to snipe the backline. Has a Silver Edge on him. He's able to get away this time without being caught by a wild dust.
All right. He's apparently CK is like a Ricky now. He's just assassinating the backlines.
Well, they're assassinating the bottom lane right now. Chalice is rolling away with 60 HP. One guy gets the TP out, and he also seems to be getting away. Oh. That's larceny right there. They just escaped from the clutches of Rebellion twice.
Grand Theft Auto over here. Yeah, I mean, this game is getting to a point right now where it's just cat and mouse, right? Where Shopify Rebellion, they're clearly ahead in this game. They're going to win all the fights. But as we saw, BetBoom Team, due to Shopify Rebellion just in the previous series, they're going to try just ratting it out because they realize they can't fight right now.
Uh-oh. FY, hello. It's a bit of an ill awakening having a sudden invisible Arteezy pop on top of you.
Yep,
Talk
power
about
of
having
the Silver
demons
Edge.
back.
And Lu is just going to go on Arteezy here, actually.
He works this one out. Well, the
He
Thunder
thundered the
battle
real
usually
one
goes
and actually
one
got
direction. So Arteezy's got it.
Did you see that? He actually tried to micro one of those illusions away to juke Arteezy, and Arteezy's like, nah. I know which one's real. Thunders him in the face and just kills him immediately.
Yep,
That was pretty impressive.
Somnus. Gonna be able to teleport away. Saberlight already found one pick off, and that's gonna be another as that teleport is cancelled. Nice little water park there.
That's
Nice little
damage.
water park you have there. It would be a shame if somebody came to destroy it.
I didn't know you were allowed to bring knives to a water park.
So what do you do as Azure Ray? I mean, I've been talking about this Cataclysm, but it really feels like it's not even going to be enough anymore.
That's kind of like, yeah, it's in the game. Maybe it'll do something, but to me, that's not going to be what turns the game. No singular item is going to turn this. Like, if someone was positioned better or around Lu in that last fight when they went on Arteezy there, then maybe they could make a more reliable attempt to kill the Terrorblade there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the movements on the map is just too spread out right now. Oh, and Chalice, he's going to get caught here.
But that's a bit of a
Without
low
rolling
blow as Chalice just gets deleted on the high ground. No mercy from Rebellion, and they're pushing two lanes simultaneously. Lu, he's back into action. Doesn't get the stun on TV with the man to dodge. Yay. But at least the lane of Rex is secured. Saberlight still hold on to the Aegis, and that's that Quill shotgun doesn't really do too much, even though with the 7 cool spray stacks on Somnus. But Abed, he's also pretty deep, pops his BKB. He's trying to save Saberlight's path out of there. Magnetize, popped in, AA Blast to connect onto Lu, so that will buy some time. That CK is gonna have to stay in the fountain for a bit. It's not gonna be enough damage to quite kill him off, though. He does drop low. Or does he drop Lu?
Good one. Oh, there's a BKB. Who did it?
Saberlight.
Misclick.
It's like, we heard that. But it doesn't seem to matter them too much. I feel like maybe...
No, they don't care.
You talked about in Game 1's draft that Rebellion's players, they looked a bit beaten. Do we see Abed's, you know, having a bit of a smirk, a bit of a cheeky smirk on his face this game? Probably still super focused right now, but I feel like this is a lot of pressure going off of him.
Oh, most definitely. I think they feel like they need to win at least one game. Bare minimum. Probably feel like they need to win both, but this game is going pretty well for them. It's not over, but, you know, you're up 21,000 gold with the Terrorblade, with the Bristleback.
Yep. You're
feeling pretty happy here. And honestly, I would say even with the Muerta. And speaking of the Muerta, there to cancel the TP.
Yep. Dead shot right in the face of the Pugna. No TP for you, sir.
Crit's been playing this Muerta really well. Like his dead shot and I mean all of his spell usage, but more importantly, the dead shot angles he's been taking have been on point.
I guess it's...
And this definitely seems like a Crit type of hero. He always likes to play those heroes that have like a very high skill cap, like the Earth Spirits.
Yeah.
Like he's playing the Dark Willow. I imagine this will probably be his next.
Ooh, they found themselves a random CK rolling in with the gem on the Earth Spirit. You've been spotted. And he doesn't get to hit anyone. Just trying to run away, trying to save his life. But Abed's there to interrupt, and that Phantasm does absolutely nothing. Somnus chased on the high ground by Saberlight. FY still coming in from the side. Their BKBs have run out with the initial initiation. They are pushing themselves into the fountain, but we know what Bristlebacks and fountains have in common. We don't want to see what that is. Chalice still trying to reinitiate on the Bristle. He's got that Bloodstone pumping. It's not doing a lot. Here's the Cataclysm. And that's that. That was something. Like you said, it's definitely something, but is it enough, though? Chalice going to get pummeled around. Yeah, Abed going to be thrown into the air with a tornado. They're already low on the side of Rebellion, so they got to chill for a bit. And not chill too much, because they're on the winning side. 3 heroes down from Azure Ray. And the base is crumbling with that. GG call coming out. Rebellion, they're back on track with the wins.
Much needed win for them as well, and I'll talk about how much of a great game Crit was having, but at the same time it really felt like Lu on the CK, he was playing very much alone this game, right? That's kind of what it feels like. It felt like almost every move he made, he was kind of like by himself, and I don't think CK is the type of hero that wants to play that way. So maybe they just need to regroup into this next game and be like, all right, I think that was their first game of the day, right? So maybe they're just warming up a little bit. Rebellion's already had their warm-up, but that is not the Azure Ray I expect to see going through the rest of this tournament, because they did not look like they had much teamwork in this game. This is like a individual show amongst all of them, just kind of playing their own game, while Rebellion, they woke up, they're playing some Dota.
I agree. I think it's a bit of an opposite day for Azure Ray with the way that they start off this day number 2, because yesterday they were on fire. They won 3 out of their 4 maps, as mentioned before. It didn't look like they had like a very cohesive team coming out into this game. I was citing their draft. I did see some potential in it, but I think you were feeling a bit like lost hope. Xianming with the Pugna making all the big early plays kind of hindered Saberlight's lane a little bit. But we know how Bristlebacks work, right? They might get slowed down in the laning stage a bit. There's still going to be an abomination to deal with. And not that this was Bristleback's game, like exactly him doing everything out of this. It was Rebellion making some really, really good moves, really good team fights, and great understanding of their heroes. And you highlighted Crit's Muerta multiple times. I agree. This was a really good game from him.
Yeah, I would argue this is a below average Bristleback game, and he still was, as you mentioned, an abomination to deal with. So this hero, I'm not going to forget about him in the next draft. I'm going to keep an eye on the bans and see if he gets through or not. You can shut him down the laning stage. You can do everything you can. He's going to still... You can steal his stacks. He's still going to come out of this game with farm and be a nightmare to deal with. So, really good job on like seeing that hero was still in the pool and picking it up, because this hero is great. I'm very much so getting sold on Bristleback.
Yeah. Bristleback's been one of the solid performers, at least in this current meta. But Muerta, there's a reason why this hero is rank 100, basically top of the leaderboards out of all the heroes in Dota right now, at least in this road to the international the part. So MVP, are we just going to give it to Mr. Artur or Abed for his no fear plays?
Oh, I'm definitely gonna. How many opportunities are you gonna be able to give your boy Arteezy the MVP? You know, oftentimes Abed, he's taken the spotlight. Sports are always doing great, but Arteezy, he had one hell of a game on this Terrorblade. He played so well. We saw that Manta dodge into Sunder. CK used his ultimate, even microed one illusion away from him. He still sundered the right Chaos Knight in that situation. And I think that's what makes a really good TV player, is how well you use the Sunder, and he used the Sunder super well this game. Farmed it up like a beast, which he always does, but his participation, his movements, this is the type of, you know, carry performance we need to see from Arteezy. If you want Arteezy to win a TI, he's got to play like this every game.
And that's what you want from him as well. He maybe didn't really find us spots with the BetBoom series earlier on today, but this game won. Much deserved victory for Rebellion. But Azure Ray, they're basically just one game away from securing themselves that second phase. They don't want to let that one slip away because they're not fully safe yet. So maybe game 2, we're going to see a hell of a fight because both of these teams know they need every point that they can get. But that, ladies and gents, is after the break with T-Panda and Fear in the commentary. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Well, after that little breather, we have returned once again with the B stream, continuing to game number 2 with Shopify Rebellion and Azure Ray. And I'm not going to say, would you believe it, Shopify won a game, but what we saw from the last series, that could be a bit toxic. So Shopify won a game. And Azure Ray couldn't really match up to them a lot with the draft that enabled them to do only only some small things here and there, just not enough to close out this game. And a much needed point. Like you said, you put a lot of emphasis on it that Shopify with this 1 point in itself is a bit of security, but you want to get it.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, 1 point might be enough depending on how the other series is going. However, if you get 2, that puts you in even greater chances of being able to escape elimination. And I think that's the only thing on the mind for Shopify Rebellion right now is just getting out of this first group stage alive. They'll worry about everything else and whatever issues they might have a bit later, but one thing at a time. Let's just try and win these games and try to move on. Azure Ray, they already have some wiggle room. I think they're pretty much already guaranteed to move on, right? They can't get in a position where they'd be threatened by elimination.
Yeah, with one win, and they need 1 win to put them into 4-2, basically. So if it's 3-1, they're going to go to 3-3. They still have another series to play, and if they lose that one, then they're tied with Shopify. If Shopify wins this series, and Thunder Awaken also, they need a series victory from their last series. That's against Liquid, so good luck with them.
Pretty much. Okay. Anyway, and Liquid already won game 1 from looks of it, so.
Yeah.
Long road ahead for Thunder Awaken here if they want to stay into this one, but they at least got to tie Liquid to make that a reality. But enough of that series. We're moving on to this series here. Azure Ray, the adjustments I think they need to make for this particular series, because they did lose game number 1, is just play together and perhaps draft a bit more stable. Like Pango offlane, not something we see a lot of. Even when Pango was picked a lot, it was always put in the mid lane. This year has been nerfed a lot. It is a specialty for Azure Ray, but it didn't really work out that well. I'd say the same for the Invoker too. Like, it wasn't bad or anything. It just was a little bit off meta too much, because it didn't seem like it worked out too well for them.
Yeah.
And Shopify Rebellion will just go ahead and pick up the Pango for themselves.
Yeah, you basically need a very high understanding to execute such a difficult draft that Azure Ray pulled off in game number 1. Like, you see the basic ideas that the heroes give, but when you put everything clumped together, you needed a much bigger CK to have an impact. It felt like Rebellion were making the majority of the moves that last game. It's like Azure Ray's just kind of waiting for things to happen and them responding to whatever Rebellion or Shopify wants to make happen on the map. So they got to change that somehow, and I think Earth Spirit as a hero itself already allows you to play a bit more aggressive, a bit more initiative heavy. So small changes here.
The best way to describe game number 1 for Azure Ray was every single player on their team was kind of just doing their own thing. Like, I just saw Chalice in the bot lane just running away, escaping, using defensive roll of thunders to get away. Lou on the CK was oftentimes in the top lane or somewhere just assassinating and being way too deep on the map. And then Somnus is just kind of caught out randomly. I really believe that was like one of those first game of the day, maybe just woke up type of scenarios for the team, where they just, that was not the gameplay I would expect from our Chinese representative team here at the Road to the International.
Yeah, talk about Azure Ray as well. Even despite having Somnus, Chalice, and FY, the veterans of the team, you've got 2 TI or Road to the International debutantes in Lu and Qian Ming, and no better person than the good old BD Lanham to lead the troops, also in charge of most of the drafting and the ideas for the team. Lanham with a very decorated past and history in Dota. And if nobody knows, or if somebody is not aware of Lanham, well, you better check that out pretty quickly, because I have high respects towards him, at least.
You know, Fly looks even more bored after winning compared to losing.
How do you tell, you know?
Nah, I just think this team, it's just, they've been around for so long, right? You mentioned Fly being the longest TI attender at this point.
Yep, longest streak right now.
So, like, this is just another day for him, and just another TI.
Just another TI, you know. Since TI3, yep, I'll just repeat that again. Since TI3, Fly has the longest active TI attendance record in his name, as Puppy no longer gets to continue his. He still has the all-time record of TI attendance. And back into the draft itself, well, it's slowly forming with the Pango and the Venge picked up for Rebellion. But Azure Ray, now it's time to reveal. Are they shaping up to replicate something from game number 1 or take a different route? Well, they want the Ancient Apparition as they got the Earth Spirit. So this is basically Shopify's draft on the other end now.
Yeah, that's what it's shaping up to. It's like Ditto. It's morphing into the strategy that Shopify Rebellion just used against them here. But they are strong Dota heroes. I don't mind this route. Earth Spirit AA, great combination. Gives you that guaranteed slow plus stun that can get you the Ice Blast. So, not too bad here. Now the question is, do you want to demote this Earth Spirit to a support and try and punish the Pango? And will Shopify Rebellion want to double down on that and, you know, make the Pango a support? They do have crit, so it is a possibility, but no. It's going to just be a mid or spirit here with the Clockwork now picked up here. And this hero is very annoying for Pango to play against because you can always hook him while he's rolling. And of course, if you drop a Cogs and you don't have your Shield Crash available, that could just reroute where that Rolling Thunder is going, and that's quite annoying.
That is the third Clockwork of the Road to the International. Fly and Lelis are the ones who've played it before this. Lelis has a win, Fly has a loss. With Mr. Clock, so very low on the contest rate with this hero. Not really picked, not really banned that many times either. Fun fact though, all 3 Clock games it has been banned in has led to a win to the team that has banned Clockwork. So interesting.
It is interesting. Almost as interesting as these next 2 picks here.
Yeah, this is where we spill the beans.
Shopify Rebellion. Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be mid Pango, 5 Venge. Then you pick an offlaner plus your position 4 here. Ooh, is there a Tusk? Is there a Tusk? Give me a Tusk.
Pretty melee heavy, but I like the idea of Tusk.
The tournament that Shopify Rebellion got 2nd place in, they ran Dawn Tusk offlane a lot. It was like their bread and butter, and they were crushing every single lane they did this.
It's always nice to have an offlane duo that seems to always work.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the tag team works with the Starbreaker, so it's just insane damage. But it is a little weird seeing a Dawn picked into an AA, because that kind of takes away that healing aspect, right, of the ultimate. But they're going to go with the Shadow Demon. They're thinking ahead. This isn't really to counter what they see. This is to think ahead of what could they pick.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the Venge in some drafts. I feel like the SD now exactly plays that role.
It's like maybe they think, oh, what if they Luna here? We'll be in big trouble. But what if we have Shadow Demon? Now the Luna is not as scary.
Will impact a lot of those illusion-based heroes.
I mean, Shadow Demon is an anti-carry. He's really annoying to draft against as a carry.
So what are we going to get? Very curious about this one.
That's anti-Shadow Demon carry.
Yeah, kill the SD whenever you can. Spectre, I think Spectre out of these 7 games in a 71% win rate. I believe that's a 5-2, if I'm looking at that correctly. Some very good numbers going in Spectre's way.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Yeah, she was changed in the most recent patch too. So of course a lot of the popular carries getting nerfed, but they made the Shadow Step 20 seconds less cooldown at level 1, and then 10 at level 2. So much more spammable. Definitely helps that hero out quite a lot. And only having a 60-second cooldown on your haunt now will allow you to be much more active.
Spectre has been played before, but has been played once by Azure Ray, I think once or twice by LGD out of the Chinese teams. I see Virtus.pro's been spamming the most out of that hero. Well, we'll see what they can conjure up with this. They, you know, you got.
remaining.
Do we see AA Spectre or Clock Spectre?
5 seconds.
Clock Spectre sounds weird.
Probably.
To me,
Yeah, I don't think Spectre Clockwork is a lane that I would want to personally play.
I wouldn't want to play that either.
Yeah.
Neither as the Spectre or the Clock.
Exactly. So I think you'll probably just see the AA lane with the Spectre here, and the Clockwork will end up going with whatever's last picked here. But there's a silencer ban. They were expecting what? A lone druid silencer ban. They were
Snapfire?
expecting offlane silencer.
Snap? I think they were suspecting off. Oh wait,
Azure Ray.
no. True. Actually, good point there.
And that one's pretty obvious one, I guess. Darkseer Clockwork.
Because usually, like my base mentality has usually been if I see silencer being banned or potentially picked, it means no snap, no enigma. Those are like the instant ones that I think about right away.
Man,
Most
Snap sucks.
importantly, the Snapfire. Throughout this entire year, every time we saw a snap, we saw a silencer, or the team that wants to pick it bans the
Right.
silencer.
I mean, you
But-
need RTZ hero though here.
Yeah,
and
but we need an
I'd-
easy one. He's probably not playing
Sven
the
would be
draw
okay.
carry.
I'd be okay with him playing Sven now. He has my permission to play Sven this game.
What if he busts out the Dawnbreaker carry, you know? East European
I
classic.
mean, if he wants to, sure. I mean, Lifestealer's fine too. Lifestealer, Sven.
More traditional or less traditional?
I don't know why he's not just picking Sven though. I feel like you just pick it. You buy a Silver Edge. you go on your
Balba
line.
is saying sweet things into Arteezy's ear, and he'll get his hopes through. He'll get his Sven. You get the Sven for Arteezy. And Saberlight going to the offlane with that. Dawnbreaker paired up with the Vengeful Spirit. Meanwhile, on the other side for Azure Ray, nothing too special going on here. Some classic Chinese hero picks, the Clockwork, the AA, most importantly, the Clockwork. You know, this one is always in the right hands, a good hero, especially when it's FY. He's still got playmaking capability, just like the Invoker from game number 1. But who do you lean on this one, Mr. Fear? Because Shopify already showed a good way to dominate a game. Azure Ray, they were obviously capable early on, but how far can it take them?
I feel like Spectre does not lane well against Dawnbreaker whatsoever. So she's going to struggle, and the Mysterio's already slow. I feel like the Sven is very good against the Darkseer. And Abed's just the GOAT. So I think we're looking at a 2-0 here for Shopify Rebellion, and their draft looks way better. That's all I really have to say.
If that were the case, that would mean Thunder Awaken have no choice, basically, but to drop out from the road to the international if Shopify is able to win out this series. That's what's at stake. That means Shopify would go through. They probably don't think about it right now. Bulba probably has it in their heads. The fans have it in their heads right now. But can Azure Ray, can they hinder Shopify's progress? Well, game 2, that's what we're going to find out.
Let's
and
see.
if they're up to the task.
And it's going to be a little bit... I'm not going to say it's going to be a little bit difficult. Every game is going to be difficult. You're trying to play for TI, so of course it's going to be difficult. But the laning stage is going to be difficult. More difficult than usual, just because of the way they drafted. However, if they can get out of the laning stage,
Osomnus.
they've got some good heroes.
Rebellion
Speaking of having
decides to
bad laning
stack
stage.
up as 5. We don't get to see this too often, and this is the first time today they pull it off, and that leads straight into a mid spirit getting killed.
Uh-oh. That may have been
Uh-oh,
a
indeed.
mistake.
Love how
It may have been.
Somnus himself dropping a voice line.
Of course. And this mid matchup was already Pango favored.
30 seconds to
Now with that first blood, it's going to be most likely Pango dominant. As he's going to get an instant wand out there, which he normally wouldn't do because he'd save for the bottle, but he's like, I get extra gold. Let's just bring that out right now. Why not?
Yeah. Branches for the tangos and a straight up magic wand. So a lot of stats going in the way of the Pango. Pango actually having, as an Agi hero, more HP and more damage than the Earth Spirit does. So with that ward placed down, Abed, he's got information that the ward is there. Fly walks in to take the bounty rune away. Rebellion do get 3. Okay, so crit Saber. Saberlight was able to yoink 1 right in front of Lou.
how do you play an AA Spectre lane versus a Dawnbreaker? Like, this lane seems impossible. Am I missing something here?
Yeah. Oh, also, why did I also say Pango as an Agi hero? For some reason. Oh.
I don't know. I wasn't really listening to that. Sorry, I was just trying to think.
Yeah, well, you missed on my bullshit. So no worries there.
To call you out on it.
Of course, he's universal. No wonder he's so high on damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this top lane you mentioned, this Dawnbreaker, it's definitely going to be rough. You can already see the Spectre taking some big hits there.
This lane seems impossible. But anyway, we'll see how it plays out. Mid lane, probably nothing fancy is going to happen here as usual. They're going to just trade some creeps. I expect Ovid to maybe come out ahead in that exchange just because he did get that early first blood. And the bot lane, you can make things happen technically with the Clockwork Darkseer, but if your positioning is good on fly, you're never really going to kill him, because if you disrupt someone while they're being battery assaulted in the cogs, right, you're going to come back with 2 more illusions that are going to eat up that battery. They're going to kill the cogs really quickly. So not a matchup that's very favorable here for the Clockwork. So both side lanes yet again kind of favored here for Shopify Rebellion, just based on the heroes alone here.
Despite the good start there for Abed into the mid lane, definitely is going to pay off a lot. But Somnus, he's cleared out pretty much everything so far. Abed with just that 1 deny, and pretty much even in the CS department between the two. While we're watching Crit battling out versus John Ming on the Ancient Apparition. Crit's just going to soak up the freeze here. Saberlight walking.
Yeah, he really wanted to block that camp. He just brought a salve though, so he will heal up back to full after that one. Really valued just not
broken with a vortex though, so he doesn't get any heal actually.
Oh yeah, that does
always
hurt.
a bit of a surprise element, right? Like sudden vortex. Oh, salve broken.
Yeah, I think at this point you have to know that Ice Vortex does damage. He just probably thought he was far enough away where that wouldn't happen, but surprise! That spell has a really long cast.
Oh boy, Lou in huge trouble. Probably not enough to kill him, but this is all very costly. However, Crit and Saberlight, very, very low on resources right now. At least they got a couple tangos to bring them back up to speed, but still, good opener there onto Lou.
And that's what you got to be afraid of, because that combo scales. They're going to keep being able to do it, and one of the big things when you play against Dawnbreaker is like, can you stun her to interrupt the Starbreaker, or can you just get away? And neither of the heroes can do that. As you see, they're just going to go.
Well, what's a kill that's going to be successful in doing so. Crit.
Neither of them can help each other.
Yep. Oh, that dagger completely missed. Bing bong.
And now the wave is going to be in their position. Luckily, they do have a small camp, but I just don't know how this happens. Like, how can you get such a free Dawnbreaker game?
Alice and FY trying to make slow progress to fly. Arteezy's there to help out to destroy the cogs.
I guess it's dead again.
Yeah, I don't think that's much of a surprise.
You blink, you're going to miss it. And that's no TP. 60 seconds. You have no wave either. So all Crit has to do is make sure he doesn't pull that small camp. And this lane is officially checkmate. Spectre will no longer be getting much CS.
And you have a 2k lead at 4 minutes. I mean, the game started with a 1k lead for Rebellion. Like, you had 15 seconds on the clock, and you're already that much ahead. But things are really shaping pretty good for Shopify.
Pretty good indeed. This is exactly what they need to do. Man, I'm really like, I hate to see when something like this happens. 2k gold lead at like 2 minutes, you know, because it's not easy to come back from that. But there's always possibilities. I'm looking at the 6-minute room. I'm looking at some rotations from the mid laners. And speaking of that, Somnus is already making a rotation.
Yeah, Fly, he's dropping low here. FY and Chalice have been doing all the heavy lifting, but Earth Spirit showing up with 400 HP, and crits here. Arteezy wants to turn for the fight and return the favor. Can they get Somnus here? That would be absolutely massive if they can get him. Yes, they can. FY, Somnus down, and now onto Chalice they go. The Darkseer going to be the third casualty with Abed's rotation, leading to 2 kills for him, 1 for Arteezy, and it's not just 2k Fear. It's 3k now.
It's growing. On the top lane, we're just going to continuously see some bullying action, most likely. I mean, Spectre, 2 points in dispersion will be a little bit tanky. I mean, she just has to tank it. That's really all there is to it. There's no getting away from it, so just build as many items as you can. You can see the Wraith Band is completed, Chainmail is completed, a little bit more armor to go ahead and deal with it. But you're not stopping Saberlight from free farm in this game. It ain't happening. You're not stopping Arteezy from free farm in this game. And Abed, that lane was the only one that was kind of even, right? Like, you did have these two, but with that one rotation, the bot lane, really disastrous for Somnus. 6-minute rune. All right, we will get on Somnus, so perhaps maybe Somnus can use this to... I'm not sure where he's going to go with this one. I feel like top lane's a hard kill just because Dawn is so tanky. It has the Lotus, has infused raindrops. Do you want to go bottom? He already tried bottom. That didn't work for him.
I don't think he might
I hate
even
to say
use it at all.
I don't know what he's going to do with this haste. I don't know what he can do with it.
He's not going to use it, Fear. I think that kind of answers it. It's just a rune that doesn't really do too much, but maybe they can try to find an opening on Fly, potentially.
Yeah,
he's going to try. He's coming in for the attempt. FY is going to start it off. Bubble already used up, trying to escape from the cogs, and here comes, oh, he misses the roll, but he does get the kick to connect, and that Fly kill, that's exactly what they could do and what they could get, and Somnus will take it.
Yeah, I mean, there is no option to kill a core, so you just got to kill support with it.
Yeah, whatever you can.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All of the CS currently looking green. That's Shopify's color. At least in this particular game. Their jerseys might be a little bit different. Actually, kind of like the Rebellion jerseys.
I don't remember them.
They're not super
white.
flashy, but not the big Rebellion.
Hard to see from that picture. Yeah, I'd have to check it out on social media somewhere. And hello, Spectre. Goodbye, Spectre.
Nice to meet you. Wasn't. Somnus trying to roll in, doesn't quite connect here. FY, he's also in between. He's got the cogs ready, trying to protect Somnus here with Abed with the Rolling Thunder. And Clockwork is going to drop next. Crit is racking up the kills. He's 4-0-4 on Avenge support, and he's about to surpass Chalice in net worth with what he's accumulated so far on this
He's getting
support.
close to level 6, actually.
That too.
Yeah, I mean, like one more wave and a half if he chooses to leech the experience. Or maybe just one Somnus kill here.
Oh, they're going to ulti into the bottom lane, trying to save Chalice. Nobody to save him, though. Everybody just went off the
That's
die.
not his ally team.
That too. Yeah, there's nobody TPing in to help him out. That's the main cause. Everybody was too busy rotating to top. Somnus with no teleport remaining, or at least on cooldown. AA is the one, Xian Ming, who doesn't have a teleport left. So they're just going to have to sack the Darkseer. Now a 4k lead. They're trying to go onto a crit. That's a big streak for Somnus if he can get it. Drops the Magnetize, and here comes Lu. And Xian Ming gets the spree. But they
What's
get
with
the
the
job
support
done.
stealing every kill? You know what I mean?
What a wonderful world we're living in here.
Crit is getting all the kills.
And another support takes the streak.
Another support gets the kills. What? I forgot we were watching a game before. Fly was getting the kills the last game. Yeah.
Yep.
And what do carries even get anymore? We're not even strongest in the late game. We're the worst in the early game. You don't give us kills anymore. I guess we just get tangos.
They're at the bottom
Their
of the
only purpose now.
food chain. We bring all the creeps you farm to the supports for getting a kill. Somnus, pretty inevitable. He teleported straight to help out his tower, hoping somebody would go. But it looks so disconnected, Fear. It's again looking like a bit of individuals.
Yeah, it definitely. The wheels are falling off pretty hard on this one. 5k gold lead at 9 minutes is something you don't see every day. But I think just from the laning stage, it had to be pretty... I mean, it was obvious for me. Like, I'm not competing in TI right now. I'm not scrimming. But I won't look at the draft and I'm just like, wow, this looks pretty bad just from there. And it's kind of playing out that way. But I'm always open to, like, have players give pleasant surprises of like, oh, wow, that was really cool. I didn't think of that, but unfortunately, not one of those games where many of those things are happening. It's just like team chainmail over here on the Azure Ray. Because everyone's trying to build some armor.
Yeah.
Just to survive.
Just to survive, and even that's not going to be enough. Even for Lou's case, I was already fighting Favorlight before, and Crit shows up, makes things even worse, and Spectre will die. And there's just nobody to help him out. They all had teleports, but it looks like they just don't value the Spectre's life. It's really not a carries game.
It's definitely difficult, and I think that's why you often see the carry pool being so small every patch. Because there's not a lot of heroes that you can pick that can deal with this type of bad start. And that's why we saw like RTC go to the Luna or the Sven, even wasn't a good game for it. As they're gonna maybe get a kill on the Crit here, but
it's taking some time.
I don't know. Will they? He's waiting for the Blade Mill, he's stunning him, and he's dead. But of course the support will get again.
It's Jianming. Yeah, he's gonna get this one too. Very night and day performances from Azure Ray. They started off so good yesterday, but today, at least this series, not looking too hot. They are going to be playing another one right after this. Shopify already did their task of the doubles series. They lost the BetBoom 2-0. And it is indeed BetBoom that's going to be playing Azure Ray on this stream after this series is played out. But let's watch this fight right now. We've got Jianming throwing in a big bubble, but Saberlight able to dodge that entirely. FY dropping along with the clockwork, and Somna still fighting with everything that he has with the magnetize. Rolling straight back in onto the SD, but here comes Artur, the big bad Sven to slice them down, potentially get some more kills. FY is already down. Chalice is also dropping low with no more resources, nothing left to give. Swaps in for the stun for RT. Easy to clean up house, get that second kill for themselves. Somnus, he's spent all of his rocks.
Yeah,
not a single one remaining.
He used every rock to keep that magnetized rolling, and at the end of the day, they just got the Shadow Demon. They got some other heroes low. They almost killed Saberlight, but not quite
damage,
enough, unfortunately.
I mean, he did everything that fight, like even more than just everything.
And it still wasn't enough.
Nope.
Because other heroes need to do damage too. Unfortunately. I mean, Alright, so here's the good news, right? Blade Mill. This item is only as strong as your opponent is. And luckily for them, they're going to have multiple Blade Mills on Spectre and Earth Spirit. And Shopify is really strong right now, so these Blade Mills are going to be strong as a result. So that's some good news.
Yep. That is some easy NA mats for everyone to understand. But you're absolutely right.
So
like I think that's a really good like not a motto, but a good slogan in a way. Like Blade Mill is only as strong as your opponent gets. So I really like the sound of it.
Wow. A salesman.
Trademarked. 6K lead for Rebellion, and continues to go in one direction, that is theirs. Azure Ray still has a capability of fighting back with the Spectre scaling. The Earth Spirit can still make a lot of good plays. Same with the Darkseer, but Rebellion has a good head start, at least.
Yeah, it's definitely a really big head start here, but we all seen Spectres.
Yeah, this one almost dying at the same time. Ice Blast is coming in, and it's a really good one. Nice combination coming out from them, but they need to capitalize on this fight. However, Chalice just goes down first, and nobody dying from the Rebellion side. Instead, it's Arteezy wreaking havoc. As the pirate he is, he's instilling fear, not you, my friend, into the hearts of Azure Ray. Such a great spell combination, but just no damage.
It's just, I don't know, man. It's just
I
getting
don't think
hard
it gets
to watch
better
this.
than that.
Yeah, like you can't play better than that as Azure Ray. And the team fight still isn't even close. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, that was picture perfect. And they still lost the fight. Goes back to show you how important these early laning stages are in getting the right lane matchups. But Arteezy's playing great. His movements, he's matching a Spectre in movement.
Just look at that. You got like the hook shots, you got the ice blast, you got the vac wall combos, everything just crisp clean, and you just suspect 4 heroes to die right away. Nope, we got a Dawnbreaker. Didn't kill the SD, didn't kill the Venge, didn't kill the Pango. and RTZ just cleans them away.
Yeah. Right moment, right time. Good awareness to show up to these fights. Honestly, in this series, RTZ has really stepped it up. We'll see maybe the level of competition was a little bit different than BetBoom Team, or perhaps he leveled up after that series. Time to get a little more serious. As mentioned before, they did lose the BetBoom Team pretty hard, 2-0, but they have beat them in the past. It's not like they're not up for the task.
Yeah.
I feel like they need to warm up a little bit, I suppose.
And with the history as well, they were 3-2 in terms of matchups this entire year, as FY, he's in trouble. More than just trouble, he's dead. So DD Pango with a Diffusal OOC. Corrosion does really sting on top of that. And they are thinking about Roshan. There's a ping coming out. They're just outside. Well, not a ping, a scan. They're just outside of the scan range, though.
Yep.
That's
smoked up, ready to go.
I like how he's scouting around with his courier. Sending the courier through the portal. SD sharp.
Oh, they have a courier on each portal.
Okay, it's a BKB reveal. Doesn't quite clean up Chalice, but they do isolate Lou. And he's pretty much all by himself here. Pops the blade mail. They're going to reset for a second. RTZ is dropping low, and RTZ is actually going to go down. Somnus got the kill, and now Saberlight on the run. And Abed also kind of low on resources right now, waiting for some cooldowns to come back up so he can fight back. But Saberlight, can he run away? No, he can't. The connection there from Somnus. And FY back in action. Can't quite get the Abed. Somnus, he does end up running out of the tree. And there goes John Ming. And crit goes down to the illusions from Chalice. Rebellion.
All right, Somnus, I see you.
We see what's happening right now, and Fly, that's a 4th kill going in the way of Azure Ray. If they can clean out this SD, which they will do so, that's a pretty heavy price to pay in a way. But Abed, he's not done yet. One more good swashbuckle might just finish off FY, but he can't get to him. But damn, Azure Ray showing some signs of life, if you could put it that way.
Yeah, they were able to just like be super tanky on the Spectre. They got the Ice Blast off on the RTZ. Once his BKB ran out, perfectly timed roll by Somnus. Really just like crushing that fight there. And we're starting to see a little bit the Spectre with the max dispersion just sitting there and just manning up against the Sven with the BKB. He didn't die there. You're going to need to, at some point, I guess RTZ didn't. He went for the BKB and lost the Echo Saber, so he lost a bit of damage output for that, for survivability. But maybe he just needs the damage more than anything. Just keep farming it up until you get to that Silver Edge. Once you have a Silver Edge, then I think these fights become a lot more simplistic. But they might find RTZ again here.
They find crit instead.
All right.
RTZ gets to live, so that's a support kill going in the way of Azure Ray. Somnus secures it.
Just tanking the gank for RTZ there.
And that 8k lead, that economy lead, oh sorry, it wasn't even 9,000 probably at the best. It's already dropped by 2/3 now. So very big comeback for Azure Ray. We looked at the early game. You're like 2k behind 4 minutes in. Like that's a massive margin considering how much you're able to do that early on in the game. Not a lot. So you're just hitting creeps and trying to focus on your game and try to keep yourself up to the pace. But 1-2 good fights, and especially this just one fight that was successful for them, leads into a huge swing that kind of recovers almost all that you lost in the early game.
And that's going to be like the downside of picking the Dawn into the AA. Sure, you can bully the A in the laning stage because he has no stun, but as you see, he can't really save RTZ when he gets initiated on like that because he will not be providing that extra heal.
Yeah.
And I think that is like going to be a big difference maker, and it's going to force Saberlight to also not go for this Aghanims build and go straight into just being a carry, which I don't think he minds doing that, but Pango, he has an Aghanim Scepter completed now. This is a very farmed Pango.
Meanwhile, Rebellion with their smoke, 3 heroes towards the bot lane, unsuccessful in finding any targets, but they could still have a secondary chance by going into the Ancient Camp where Lou is right now, and it looks like
he's
the
so
hunt,
close to his Radiance.
The hunt might just be successful. The smoke pops, and here we go. The bubble's set up here. Crit's here, Abed's here, and here comes Saberlight as well. And he's so close to getting it, but looks like it's going to be taken away from him. Yes, it is. He
No,
did
he
actually
bought it.
manage to buy. He got the buy, but here comes Arteezy on the back line. Goes for Chalice. Darkseid dropping low in HP. Flying Crit already dropped down by Somnus, and so is Saberline and
dead.
Rebellion have already lost so many heroes, but Chalice is going to be taken down at least. They're going to go straight onto the Sven. Somnus with the roll in. Arteezy dropped to half HP. Just going for the stun onto the clockwork of FY.
That's a shield
running
rune.
around. He doesn't have a lot of targets to hit right now, and he's trying to get a bit of distance. Arteezy, he has no TP out, so Abed, they kind of realize how hopeless
He
this situation is
sacrificed
right now, and he's dead, and Arteezy's still running in circles. They're just zoning him right now. Somnus full HP, goes straight onto the Sven. Arteezy fighting back. He's trying to fight 1v3, but it is too much to deal with. FY even pops a Blade Mail of his own as well. And Rebellion, they no longer hold a proper economy lead. Somnus doing so much work in that
What
fight.
is going on with Somnus, man? This guy
That is popping off.
He's mad. He's like, you're gonna trash both my side lanes, then gank me. No, I don't think so. I'm gonna power up on you guys on this one. And he has a completed heart with Blade Mail. It's 20 minutes into the game. Chill out, bro. And they use everything on Spectre. I think she got her Blade Mail off. And now all of a sudden, this dispersion bringing back a lot of that damage to the side of Rebellion. She even buys the Radiance before death there. So definitely super happy. Everything went picture perfect for Azure Ray in that particular fight.
This game, it is super important for Shopify. Azure Ray, they are pretty much safe since the first game with Thunder Awaken and Liquid, spoiler alert, has turned into a fortunate situation for Azure Ray. So they don't have to worry about if they end up losing this game. But if they do win this game, that could hinder Shopify's possibilities, because that game, I think that's still going on right now in the mainstream. And go find out for yourselves, because if Thunder Awaken can win that game, and Rebellion doesn't win this one, we have a tiebreaker. But Arteezy living on the edge here, and his life is forfeit. Oh boy.
All right, he's alone up there.
Radiant's top tower
Gets
is
caught.
falling.
By the clockwork, I believe, in that one. Has to pop the BKB, tries to run away, but there's no running for Somnus. This man will hunt you down. He will kill you. And he may even just take your hopes of winning this game straight away from you when you have... I would say that was the most convincing early game I've seen so far
Radiant's middle tower
of this tournament. And for that 9k gold lead
Yeah.
to be just gone
Radiant's middle tower
in a matter
is
of
under attack.
minutes, that's rough. That's definitely really rough. But Somnus
Right.
is just fighting tooth and nail this game to keep his team in it.
Quick shadow step used there by the Spectre. Jump on the Saberlight, the Dawnbreaker, but no TP cancel available. So Saberlight gets out. He's also got his courier in the way. That's a Mage
Or
Slayer
does
that
he
he's
get out?
holding on to. Well, he runs into another set of issues. Like,
Oh, he dodged Ice Blast.
still
But Somnus
ticking
is
low.
coming for you.
Jian Ming, very low on cooldown on Chilling Touch, but Somnus might be the difference maker here. And just like that, he's going to go down. Somnus with another kill. He has been playing out of his mind here. He's really, really hindering Rebellion's chances of this game. But Somnus not going to get targeted on by Arteezy. It's going to be there as well. The stun connected, and he's just perma-stunned to death with that Rolling Thunder. And I could say a sigh of relief from Rebellion that we finally got this troublemaker out of the way. Another Spectre Haunt, or at least a Shadow Step straight onto Fly. Takes
Okay.
down the SD, 2 for
They
1.
want to still
and
fight or what?
Azure Ray is coming back. They call hook shot. It connects. It will go into Crit's Vengeful Spirit, but he does manage to force step away before cogs are placed down. And there's an Ice Blast that could just snipe Crit. And there we go.
What
Also
a
vacuum wall. It does hit onto Arteezy. Gets the stun onto 2, and they're not going high ground. They're happy with what they've been able to cause so far. That is 3 kills at the price of Somnus.
When they realized that they used the God Strength, they used the BKB, they used the Rolling Thunder, all to kill Somnus, that they can fight. There's pretty much nothing left in the tank, right? For Shopify
Radiant's
Rebellion
top
in that
tower is
fight.
under
So
attack.
I really like how Lou decided to join that fight. And we're starting, finally, we get to see Azure Ray here. They're playing like a team now. They stopped this individual performance. They're going together. Yeah, maybe Somnus was a bit deep in that fight, as he even kind of like indicated himself
Yeah, it's
may have
kind of
been
like
a bit of a mistake.
It's kind of like, did some individual say something, or did they all just suddenly snap and realize we need to do something different here? Because it's working, whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
It's just called teamwork, but it's working so well compared to what this entire game, at least over half of this game, what it was Rebellion leading with 8,000 to 9,000 gold. Now, Azure Ray are the ones in charge of the economy lead of this game. And I had a thought, but I lost it, so I'll get back to that in a bit.
Lovely.
I hate when that happens.
I got a thought too.
Go ahead.
Nah, I lost it.
Oh, you
No, I'm
lost it
just
too. Oh, Rebellion probably might have lost this game too if this keeps on going.
I mean,
That's going to bite the hot them.
Yeah, that's the issue. Like, the gold lead, I really thought Rebellion had them outpicked in this one because I just saw the early game transitioning into a point that I think would be unmanageable. But if you were to tell me it's like 40 minutes in the game and this game is completely even, I'm going to go with the team that has Spectre, Earth Spirit, and Darkseer almost every single time. And that's kind of what it's turning out to. Like, the Spectre is almost the same net worth as the Sven. Somnus, he's completely free farming as well. He's almost got a Shiva's, by the way, on top of the Heart plus Blade Mail. Heroes are getting very large and very concerning because once it becomes a point where Arteezy just can't kill someone in like 3 to 4 hits, that's when you just lose the game, I think.
Yeah. You know what I'd love to see this game from Azure Ray that would really be the cherry on top of the cake would be a Blade Mail for FY, or sorry, for Tianming.
Yeah, that would be pretty throwy.
That's something just, completely out of the box.
He doesn't have enough HP to return damage, you know what I mean?
That is true. That is true. But the times of playing against the Tinkers and the Marches of the Machines, and you pop Blade Mails and you run it, the more the merrier, the more damage reflected back. And Sven is a clean hero, so the more Blade Mails, the better. And he actually walks straight into Azure Ray. They're going to pop the Saberlight ulti right away. Crit's going to be fighting against Somnus on the high ground as well, but Ava's going to be there. Going to get the stuns to connect onto ES, and Somnus going to need some help. Ice Blast is coming in, but a beautiful Rolling Thunder just going back and forth off and making them work. They will take down the Aegis of the Spectre, and Somnus is still being controlled and finally taken down. Lou, they're going to force out RTC for the time being.
He's going to get a 3-man stun.
He's coming in back for a round number 2. Takes down Chalice. FY trying to turn around, but Rebellion only lost 1 hero so far. Saberlight still being controlled by Lou. Lou still running right on top of him. Chris going to be low on HP. So is FY. Lou and FY. Can the dynamic duo make it work? Does the magic work in their favor? Saberlight's about to burn out of HP with Urn. Finally gets taken down. FY running away. RTC almost kills himself there with the Blade Mail.
No.
Shadow Step coming out low. Going to go chase for the RTC kill as he can. It's a triple kill for him, and he's not done yet. He's got Alban next on his sights. He's just going to roll up, try to buy some time, trying to get some distance here, but the Shadow Step, or not the Shadow Step, the Spectral Dagger, not going to connect. And also, Lou will have to walk out, well, not empty-handed, but doesn't clean out the rest of the team. But holy damn.
I mean, Arteezy just killed himself on a Blade Mail at the end there. Whoops. I get it. He wanted to get that the break off, but unfortunately he hit him like 3 times with the Blade Mail on. Sure, he was broken, but he just turned back and fought you and ended up killing you, and you're gonna see a bit of a replay here. They poked him at the beginning here, and Somnus is doing his job of just getting in there. Maybe he should consider a BKB because he is getting chain stunned quite hard, but we'll have to see. Gets out for now. Aegis really does save this fight though in a lot of different ways, because with the Spectre coming back into the fight, that is the reason why they're
surprise. Fly has a blink, but there's a black back wall right in front of the tier 3 tower. And Saberlight can't quite control Chalice there. Ice Blast is also into the base, but it's not going to connect onto this SD. Radiance Burn still coming out of these nasty Spectre illusions, but he's fine inside the fountain. Not enough for them to get the kill, but just that quick surprise element. Azure Ray definitely feel like a very dangerous, very deadly opponent now. Like any moment,
sure.
they feel like they can just make a sudden snap decision, and Rebellion's quickly corralling to regroup.
I think once you finish this Abyssal Blade too, you just jump the Sven, right? He's your only threat. You jump him, Abyssal Blade him, and you're going to man fight him, and you're probably going to win.
There we go again. The Shadow Step right on top of Crit, but a hook shot as well. The fact is only connected up to Saberlight, and he bumps his BKB, so he's going to soak up some of the Frostbite damage there, and he's going to be okay, but the rest of him not looking so healthy. Fly is going to drop, and both supports gone from Rebellion. Azure Ray cleaning out the supports, a double for Lou. And they've spotted RTZ even keeping in. Can they get to him?
He has a gem on Somnus, but...
Going the other way.
Yeah. He's out of there. He's good. Pushed out top. Probably going to try and push out bot once he realizes the coast is clear, but for now, the coast is not clear, as guess what? Shadow Step already off cooldown. 40-second cooldown. It's nothing.
Very nice.
And RTC, he's just sitting there like, do I want to go? Is this worth it?
Meanwhile, they're going to just jump with the clockwork. Here comes the Shadow Step. They drop Saberlight very low, but RTC, he's down to 400 HP, very low to falling. BKB trying to run away. Warcry as well. Get that extra distance, but Lou going to go for the bash onto the Crit Vengeful Spirit, who's just going to give his life away so the rest of them can live a day longer. Somnus, though, on the roll, but nobody there. Tier 2 tower.
Can't man fight anymore.
No, he cannot. The thing is, the more targets the hit clumped up, Sven loves those situations, but if they get any blade mails off, he's like, nah, I'd rather not.
Pretty much, right? Like, he has the duration of his BKB to hit, which is 6 seconds. But how many hits are you going to get off in that 6 seconds if you're getting Abyssal Bladed, right? Which is -2. Then you're going to get a random bash and then between that too, which is another couple seconds. So you really only have like a few seconds to hit heroes right now. And then otherwise you're just killing yourself to blade mills and slash dispersion. It's rough. It's definitely getting rough. They're probably looking back mentally on the early game and wishing they could go back and make a few less mistakes there, because this could be a completely different game if they didn't have those couple team fights where they overextended. But it is what it is, and right now,
what it is indeed.
The Spectre is just taking off, really. Yeah. This hero has got all the items it needs in the game. It doesn't need anything else to carry this game. Everything else is just a luxury, and this is kind of like if you look at PA and the peak
look
of
at
why
the
she was
smoke right
strong with the
now.
late game.
FY in the front. The smoke's popped off of Arteezy, but the rest of them are right behind him. Somnus, Chalice in a good position here. Back
FY
wall
has
is available.
Assault Cuirass, by the way.
Oh, God. Oh, God. That's got to be one of the first times I've seen an Assault Cuirass on a clockwork. But you do you, FY. Whatever seems to be working. Definitely is. And Crit goes for the swap play, and Chalice still leader.
That's a big kill.
That is a really good start for the fight. Fly sniped at the back level of the Shadow Step. Ice Blast is flying in, harpooning in another target. It's FY. FY's gone, and so is that Assault Cuirass. Now Somnus trying to roll in for a connection onto Crit, but he rolls all the way out of the fight. Lou needs a card target to connect to. There's the quick Starbreaker used there by Saberlight to keep Somnus busy. Somnus going all the way to the tier 3 tower. Crit's going to be taken down. Abed's going to be the next target focused on by Lou. Meanwhile, Arteezy snipes Xianming at the back line. Abed's going to be hit by another rolling boulder by Somnus. And that is yet again another kill. It's 3 for 3 taken and just 2 left on both sides.
I mean, how the storyline of this game is just flipped entirely. Like, that was a perfect fight from Shopify Rebellion. You know how much work Chalice on this Darkseer has been doing. You kill him immediately. There was no vacuum. There was no wall in that fight. And still, it's like an even fight, if you even want to call it that. I'd say it was still a bit of a win here for Azure Ray, but it was a 3 for 3 exchange.
I wonder what Somnus figured out at some point of that early / mid game, what he needs to do. Did he get like I'm not honestly. He just understood exactly what to do. He's hyper focused. He's doing so much work for this team, keeping them in this what this game even is, because it's like you said earlier, it's all over the place. But it suddenly turned into an Azure Ray somewhat dominance. Arteezy Sven is just not strong enough to beat all of them at this point. Spectre scaled into the game. FY has an Assault Cuirass on a clockwork.
He's got Blade Mill AC for staff. I was wondering, like, why is he so aggressively positioned? And I was like, oh, This Clockwork has, 40 armor, 42 armor to be exact. I can see it now with the blade melt. He is very, very tanky, and that's the issue for RTZ right now. It's like you can't really kill anyone quickly. Maybe the Darkseer, and of course the AA. That's it. Those are the two targets he can kill quickly, and that's a rough position to be in because Abed, he's not playing a hero that does a lot of damage, or at least not burst damage right now. A lot of spread damage, and Saberlight, he's just not scaling, right? And
oh, there's a
he's
quick
dead.
jump on this Dawnbreaker, and there goes Saberlight.
And that's what I mean. You picked this Dawnbreaker into the AA just because you wanted to win your lane. And they did. They won really hard. Arguably, it's worth it if you do want to play a draft to be like, okay, this hero is probably not good for the game, but we're going to crush lane so hard that it doesn't really matter. But in this game, you can't rely on the Solar Guardian because of AA.
Yeah,
Which means you have to scale.
someone insert. We lost our lane. Oh, no. Anyway. That's what Azure Ray is thinking right now. We don't care if we lost the laning stage. We're ahead of this game right now.
It's almost getting insurmountable. And the point I was trying to draw earlier was PA, right? That hero, its biggest weakness is it doesn't farm fast. It's very weak for a large portion of the game. But then in the late game, it just kills everyone. And if Spectre is a very similar hero to that, where it's weak in the early game, very exploitable, but is a monster in the late game. And I think Shopify Rebellion really just missed that timing of fully exploiting this Spectre.
Yep.
And now the Spectre is 6-slotted. And now you probably have the biggest mountain.
Got so many jumps on Chalice before, but this time the smoke popping is not going to be one with RTZ. Gonna get bubbled up a Lu, going straight from Fly. Fly's gonna be gone. The Ice Blast is gonna be on its way, but it's not even needed at that point because Flying Crit's already down, and RTZ trying to fight back, trying to take down Xian Ming, just trying to chase it, but the Saberlight, it's not gonna be so. He's not gonna be showing up in time, and there goes your Dawnbreaker. Tries to teleport away, and not successful in doing so. Also a buyback off a Fly, but they don't have buybacks to the side of Rebellion. Azure Ray is going to march into the high ground.
There's a chance you call it. There's a very good chance that you call this soon. RTC just finished Satanic, and guess what? Well, a blast hit him, right?
Yeah.
Didn't do anything. Dawn also ulted on top of RTC, trying to save him. Well, still doesn't do anything because you have an Ice Blast on you. Very unfortunate situation to be in here. But apparently they see something that I don't see that's going to make them stay in this game a bit longer. Because they're going to have no more creeps anymore, which means they're going to...
One of those games where perseverance is paid off despite the difficult
fountain
odds.
bait, I see.
Ah. Well, at least that's going to open them up to take an entire... Well, every single Rax to be playing as this bottom lane is the next one to be targeted. Abed still trying to buy some time. 15 seconds for RTZ, and he's got gut strength up by the time he's alive again. Just cannot afford a buyback, so it's basically a one-trick wonder, one-trick pony for Rebellion. And Azure Ray, they also recognize RTZ's coming back up, but FY, oh my goodness, that's a risky hook shot with no backup. But he forces Saberlight back to the fountain with that ulti, so ulti for ulti traded. He's just toying with them right now. But Ulu comes out of nowhere with the Shadow Step. The vacuum is going to be there. It's right on top of RTZ and Saberlight. They're trying to go back and forth into the fountain, out of the fountain, into the fountain. And there they're going to stay as Somnus and Chalice and FY. Azure Ray's figured out maybe a weakness in Rebellion in this game, but also figured out something I'm still yet to figure out. They've really made this game what it is. RTZ's low, so is Somnus, about to be finished off, and he will drop. So does Saberlight. Chalice with a normal punch into the face. Crit, gonna try to force that himself back into the fountain. There goes Chalice. That's already 2 heroes down. Maybe a bit too cocky, I guess you could put it that way, because this is Rebellion territory that we're talking about right now. Lu returning back to the fray, and RTZ's gonna get cold feet, stuck on the spot, frozen on the spot, and there we have it. This series tied up, and you know what, Fear? It's all up to Thunder Awaken now.
Yeah, it is. So RTZ, he used Satanic 3 times that game, right? After purchasing it. And every single time he used it, he had Frost Blast on him. Rough. Real rough.
Yeah, rough indeed. But man, what a game they set themselves up for. It was a 9,000 gold lead for Rebellion. Everything was going clean. The whole game plan was set for Rebellion to win this game. It looked like Azure Ray has anything against them. Just a couple blade mails. They could just kite them out. We're not going to die to this. Then Somnus happens. Holy, can I just emphasize how good of a game? And Chalice, yeah, like how well they played this game. Like, holy.
Holy describes it very well. That I mean, this seemed like a game that was unlosable in so many regards. If they would have just got their key items, right? They're all on track for it, but that one kill that they did on the Spectre just turned everything of this game. And then all of a sudden, like, Chalice just keeps getting every single vacuum, and then Somnus just has no fear whatsoever in this game of anything. Just rolls in, gets the most perfect rolls. You have to also talk about the AA on like how much impact this Ice Blast hitting RTZ every fight really had. They just like could not help him. Like the Dawn wanted to help him, just couldn't. You buy Satanic, well, you just can't heal off this. Even the Mask of Madness lifesteal does sustain you in these early fights. Well, you don't have that lifesteal here too. So many of these little things, and of course, like this killing yourself to a blade mill, that really never helps your cause either. So it was definitely one of the more throwaway games we've seen from Shopify Rebellion, but it happens to all of us.
It definitely happens, but damn, they just it's just mind-blowing how well Azure Ray was able to kind of corral the troops together.
Oh, for sure.
Get a couple really good team fights. And to talk about the first fight where Azure Ray, they did everything right, and they didn't kill anybody else except a Shadow Demon, where that was like, you talk about the land stage games where you get the perfect vac walls, Ice Blast, your full wombo combo together, and no one dies. It's so anticlimactic. So at that point of the game, you're like, well, we're done. And you could say that this game is over, but it wasn't. So how do they find that kind of strength and the right targets to focus on? Did it all just start with that top lane fight where RTZ with his god strength tries to fight 1 versus 1 and the rest of them aren't quite there, even though they were so far ahead? Because that fight turned out to be Azure Ray's, and after that, it went one direction from there, slowly but surely. So well done, Azure Ray. I'll give it to them. And also the MVP of this game, there's only one man in my mind. I've said it so many times this game. I love Chalice, but it's Somnus. He earns this one.
Oh, most definitely. And that one fight you're talking about was the first big play that he made of the game, and I think that play gave him the confidence where RTZ, he manned up on the Spectre, almost killed him, had to back up, and he was playing it as close as he could, RTZ that is, to his limits. So he backed up while BK was still rolling. Somnus timed it, so the roll came out of nowhere and hit him right as the BKB ended, stunned him up, killed him right away, and that was like the big cash cow there that they ended up just like getting all that money into Somnus's pocket. And then of course the other fight was when they all in the Spectre. Apparently going on a Spectre with Blade Mail gets you killed, and that's exactly what happened. They went on the Spectre, had the Blade Mill active, had the Dispersion running, and Somnus comes back in with Chalice and just cleans that fight up. So very well played by Somnus this game. He played a beastly performance on the Third Spirit, especially given a position where all his lanes were losing except for his lane, to just have the resolve to carry this one.
Well, that puts us into an interesting position because Shopify, they do not close out the Series 2-0, meaning this is what the situation looks like right now. That means that BetBoom and Azure Ray are pretty much through at this stage because Thunder Awaken, with their last series remaining, already lost the first game versus Liquid. You want to make sure and check out what's happening in that game that's still rolling on the A stream. Because if Thunder Awaken is able to win that one, we have a tiebreaker for elimination. If not, Thunder Awaken, we say goodbye to the first South American team in this road to the international. So the other groups, they have been updated right now. Yesterday, TALON was at the bottom of Group D, now tying it with Quest, Virtus.pro and Nouns. VP actually getting some important points on the board. and a very interesting one as well against LGD, who won this group 7-1. That is absolutely insane that Virtus.pro was also able to get a point from there. That's the situation. Look up more as we are going to be taking a bit of a break. And after that one, we have our final official game of the group. And then we'll find out, do we have any tiebreakers remaining for the group or not on the B stream? Maybe then more Dota to come. But it's going to be BetBoom versus Azure Ray after the break. We'll see you guys in a little bit here with T-Panda and Fear. And we're back for the final game here at the B stream. Not the stream itself, but for the group's official matches because, I'm just going to throw out a spoiler alert for all of you people out there. So all the games have been played for this group. And I have to say, Shopify, it was a good run. But they're going to get to continue that run because Thunder Awaken's out. So they just lost their series versus Liquid. I took a quick glimpse of the game. They were like 5-6K ahead. I don't know what happened in that game, but Liquid turned it around, won that one. And with that one map win from Azure Ray in that previous series that we just saw, was enough for Shopify to escape peril and get to continue their road to the international. But Fear, we are going to go back to look at a different type of scenario here because we're talking about getting to choose let's say, an opponent that hasn't performed as well as you if you win this one because you get into the top 2 of the group. It's BetBoom versus Azure Ray.
Yeah, and this matchup, on paper, we saw BetBoom just destroy Shopify Rebellion, right? Then Azure Ray kind of took their crack at a Shopify Rebellion, and I would not say they destroyed them whatsoever. Game 1, they got owned. Game 2, they were getting owned for a while. Then they made a comeback. So in theory, if the balance is like preserved here, BetBoom should be the superior team, right? But we'll have to see here. BetBoom looked really good against Shopify Rebellion earlier today. Was that just a matchup? Was it just Shopify Rebellion being sleepy? There's no more excuses anymore. All these teams are awake now. They've all played one series, unless the excuse of I'm tired or something because they had to wait a series in between. But they're in Seattle right now. It's only 2:40 p.m. right now, so this should be good Dota, is what I'm saying. Both these teams are at their peak right now, and they're warmed up and ready to go.
Well, Azure Ray definitely peaked that last game. If somebody missed that one, you want to go back to the VODs and look what happened because it was a pretty crazy game from Azure Ray. But as we start the draft for game number 1 between these two teams, I just want to quickly mention the matchup itself. They've met twice this season, both at the Bali Major, where they drew in the groups. But then Azure Ray beat BetBoom 2-1 in the bracket stage and knocked them out from the Bali Major. That was disqualification system there going on with. I don't remember exactly the.
We're not going to talk about that.
We're not going to talk about it. That's in the past history.
Just pure things.
Just pure things. But Azure Ray have knocked them out from one tournament. Sadly for BetBoom, they won't be able to return the favor and knock out Azure Ray because they are safe.
All right. Yeah. That is good. The only thing that they are playing for is like the potential seeding for the seeding ground. So we will see how that goes, but there's still a lot on the line. And I think more than just the implications of what happens if you win or lose this game, you want to prove that you're the better team. You want to build confidence and be like, yep, we're going to beat every single team that plays us. I've interviewed Toronto Tokyo enough that his ambitions are very simple, at least when he translates them in English. He says, we want to become unbeatable. Is every time he says that. He wants to get to a point where they just never lose. That is his ambition as a player and as a team. So I don't think this guy takes any game or any series as like, oh, we can give this away. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that is a very ambitious goal, but I guess that could be a very dream scenario to become the undefeated.
The protagonist of an anime. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what we've been saying about Gaimin Gladiators this season, that they live the villain arc right now. Yeah. But will BetBoom be that team? This year has already proven that they've been able to, stand behind their words. A very capable roster, but Azure Ray has capable individuals, and now we finally got to see, at least in terms of today, how well they can operate as a unit, a unified force. But this game is a bit more of a, I guess I could say it's a little bit of a flavor match in a sense, because they're both through to the next stage. And no, I'm not 100% sure if we have more tie scores in the groups. Do we play tiebreakers with the top 2 or the 3rd and the 4th place? that I cannot entirely answer. However, as a flavor match as it is, I guess we get to maybe have a bit of fun with the teams because they know that they still want to show dominance. Maybe they'll pull out some heroes they've practiced in scrims and like, hey, let's bust this hero out. Let's see what they think about it. Or are we just going to see some traditional good old Dota where it is the tournament prestige that plays a bigger role?
Yeah, I would imagine that this match should be a best of 3, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Because they both have the same score line right now, and if it goes 1-1, they'd have to play a tiebreaker to see who gets to go upper and who goes slower.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, that's not really official. That's just what I think is going to end up happening. But I think the probability of that, after seeing all the games today, might be a bit lower. But maybe I'm sleeping on Azure Ray and their late game a little bit. Maybe it wasn't so much Shopify Rebellion just dropping the ball there as Azure Ray just really liking these late game lineups and finding ways to make them work. We'll see. But they're playing against a team that's even better in the early game now, by the way. They struggled in both games, Azure Ray that is, to go ahead and deal with Shopify Rebellion's early game, right? They lost the lanes in pretty much all the games. And BetBoom destroyed Shopify Rebellion in the laning stage in all the games. So that's not like something you look at and you can be super confident in. I imagine you're gonna have to be able to combat that a little bit with some strategy. And Monkey King, that's already a hero that likes to win some lanes. BetBoom's staying true.
They are staying true, exactly. Things that have worked for them in the past, they continue to repeat. The Monkey King has been successful for them before as well. And now it's Azure Ray's time to respond. They've got the Primal Beast already locked in. I think I really enjoy Primal Beast as a hero, the whole hero concept of it. I feel like it gives a bit of a breath of fresh air. I really had to think that through because I always say it wrong. A fresh of fresh air, right? But hey, that's the Batrider. We did not to see it. We didn't get to see it last series, but I did mention that this is their most played hero. Everything else was a unique hero they played so far, and that's going to be appearance number 4.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense against the Monkey King. And I think Venge is just one of those heroes that you just shouldn't overthink it too much. It's like, yeah, sure, Swap is good versus like Chronosphere, Swap is good versus Lasso, it's good versus all these like team fight abilities, but I think you just can't be in a position where you just are too afraid to pick everything because there's Avenge in the game. So they're going to keep it simple. Batrider, good versus Monkey King, he can hunt him down in the trees.
5 seconds remaining.
Make him really annoying, keep the debuffs on him with the Flame Break so he can't get back into the trees. Going to be a pretty decent response there. And Brewmaster, I used to think Monkey King was good versus Brewmaster. I still do to a degree. But the amount of times you miss this hero by trying to right-click him is insane. His evasion.
His evasion is sick.
It is insane, because I played this matchup recently. Like, I'm going to pick Monkey into Brew. I'm going to own him in the lane. I'm like, miss. I'm like, how am I going to get my Jingu stacks, man? This is infuriating.
And also what I'd really like for BetBoom, combining what they already have, I would not say no to a techies here for BetBoom.
For save?
The silence versus the Brewmaster forces you to build an item like a Lotus Orb to purge it off. Same against the Batrider, same against the Primal Beast. They don't really like playing against silences.
Doesn't silence anymore, does he? His
With
blast off is the stun.
Well, I mean, it's a stun, but still, I think it's a great crowd control tool overall just to have. And they have a specialist for the hero, so I might as well just pull it off.
I would agree with just save playing techies is always a good time.
Yeah, it's always a good game for safe techies.
Yeah, it really is. He has yet to play a game of techies, and I was like, maybe you should have picked something else, bro.
That actually reminds me of a question. It's not related to this matchup, but Tinker is still uncontested. It's reminded me of the other East European team with Kiyotaka. Yet to see the Tinker show up, but I guess that hero is still probably going to be saved for the main stage, if you get that far. At least the showings.
Do you want to bring it out, though? But yeah, if there is one person that will bring out the Tinker, it'll be 9 Pandas, Kiyotaka.
Yeah, Kiyotaka.
Or
would be the
probably nobody. I mean, he found his new Tinker, though.
that's a hero.
Kiyotaka's been playing Arcord, and I think they've been losing with it, but he found his new weird hero to play mid.
That is indeed an interesting hero. The only Bane so far was played by also 9 Pandas by Antares. So BetBoom gonna give it a try. Got good lockdown for the Batrider initiations, for the Primal Beast to be held in place, cancel out pulverizes. I think this is a really good Bane game.
Yeah, I mean, Bane is a strange hero. I think against Primal, it's exceptionally good, because I believe this hero, if you put Enfeeble on him, you don't charge as far, right? There's a cast range reduction on that, which is super annoying. I guess even for the Batrider, that's slightly annoying too. I mean, it's going to be annoying for everyone to have a cast range reduction, but I think especially for Primal, like his charge is so minimal. And when I think of Bane, I used to think about the Fiend's Grip, right? And the Brain Sap. But lately I think about the Enfeeble when I think about the Bane.
Yeah, Enfeeble more, yeah. It definitely has its benefits, this game. And now you talk about the Fiend's Grip, that's a very good target to use it on as well to prevent Sunder from going off. So I really like this Bane even more. Even though I do like this Terrorblade as a matchup versus what it's going up against, Night Stalker could be annoying, but you're still going to hit harder than the Night Stalker is, at least at some point of the game where the Night Stalker is afraid to approach you. So the Venge and the Monkey King got their hands filled with trying to just stun lock the TB, let the Bane get into position for his ult, and Terrorblade's just standing still doing absolutely nothing. And you can't save him from him either. So this is a fantastic Bane game, but still a very good TB game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think I mentioned before, a lot of Bane is spamming the Enfeeble, and it's going to be really annoying because I think Save will play it. And he's just going to lane against the TB and spam Enfeeble on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but getting Grip Off might be a little difficult because, like, you're trying to get Grip Off against a Brewmaster, right, who has multiple ways of canceling it with his little minions. And, of course, there's going to be illusions running around with Terrorblade, too, that are going to be doing a lot of damage. So getting off of Fiend's Grip won't be too easy until Aghanim Scepter, if that is his choice. Then it gets a lot easier to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Feeble on Terrorblade is quite good too, because it is a big damage reduction tool as well. It reduces 70%, right, of your damage reduction. And then Feeble cast reductions base 30%. But that can be buffed up all the way to 50% with a Taunt, which most people do go for. So losing 50% of like Primal Beast's charge range is gonna hinder his mobility quite heavily. And it makes it so a lot of these mid heroes that you might want to pick, like, the Earth Spirits and stuff like that, there's a Bane in the game. You don't really want to pick these heroes anymore. Not really.
Found some interesting bans as well on the side of BetBoom, which would make Bane's life a little bit harder as well with the Invoker, with the Spirit Breaker. These would be really good. Spirit Breaker especially doesn't care too much about Bane. You talk about the bulldoze duration and the cooldown. But yeah, Bane's not going to do anything to the Spirit Breaker, really. You need another extra purge for that. But Azure Ray, they're going to close out their draft with a Weaver to fill in the draft. So that a support Weaver by the looks of it.
Yeah. Okay. Carry Night Stalker time? Mid Monkey King?
I guess that's your answer to the TB. Like, TB would beat this Night Stalker, but as you put it as a position 1 carry, unless they want to do something really silly and just put Bane as the carry, that's not going to happen. The Night Stalker carry does pump up so much more damage compared to the offlane equivalent of this hero, which makes it a little harder for the TB to just stand and fight.
This has become a trend, by the way. I've seen this multiple times now from different teams. The Night Stalker carry has been very favorable against the Brewmaster. I currently haven't figured out why yet. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not sure why. I mean, yeah, the silence is great to stop the ulti, but he's still a right-click carry, right? If you do get your stance off. Not entirely sure, but it is favorable. I think you can withstand the harass because Night Stalker has high armor. He has a high HP region, base region as well. So that does make a little bit of sense there. But we'll have to see. The mid Monkey King is always, to me, going to be... Oh, is it going to be good? Is it going to be terrible? We'll have to see. I've seen GPK pop off before on the Monkey King before from the mid lane, but that was in a different patch, a different time. We'll see if he still has it in him, but he instantly picked it up. As soon as he saw that primal, he was like, yep, I'm going to punish him right there. But the only problem I have with that is he going to get ganked? Is FY just going to show up along with the Bat Rider? At that point, you don't have many tools to survive as the Monkey King.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And going back to this Night Stalker that we're talking about, there's one particular person that comes to mind who I think introduced this Night Stalker core to me, at least. I'm not sure if you remember the Finnish Godfather, Noda Hacks. He would love to play Night Stalker as a core in pubs, in tournaments, whenever he could play it. And it's just the first name that comes up to mind, basically, about this Night Stalker pick.
Just happens to be a Finnish player, right?
And it just happens to be a Finnish player, yeah. Because I know we've had some in-house league games back in the day. I think Matumba Man would also sometimes bust out like the Gary Night Stalker, and we're like, oh shit, yeah, we're not gonna enjoy this game. And the hero was very different back then as well. Like Crippling Fear has been buffed a lot. Now also does tick damage, so you can't blink away from the silence. Usually Night Stalker would just kind of hover on top of you, and if you didn't have a blink, you could just stay there, silence. Guys, come help me out here. I'm gonna slow him down with Void. But now you can just break blinks as well. So if you build a blink,
that's when the hero's terrible, yeah.
Yeah, and now it's just suddenly pretty amazing. Like Dark Ascension's been looking better time and time again, and that Crippling Fear change is, I think, that's the hugest.
Right. I mean, Night Stalker has been buffed so much. Like, they made it so he can literally fly now over terrain. If that wasn't enough, they added it to do bonus damage while you're flying with unobstructed terrain. What is that Monkey King?
What is that? That's a
Does
word.
that follow?
Oh, yeah, he's got the what's that? You can't even look in the game anymore to see those gems and stuff. Unless our observer. Oh, thank you so much, good sir. Yep, that's exactly the gem that we are looking for. Unless it is just an ambient effect with his second item. That's the one, the Great Sage's Reckoning. So that could actually be a bit of a pay to lose, you know? Because you're going around as a tree. Wait, what's that animation? But it looks like it's canceled out, and we have our full-on action here with our first blood going for BetBoom. Jianming to fall first. Somnus just get that long-range charge all the way to Toronto, Tokyo, and a couple of hits to finish him off. He'll take the bounty rune away from him as FY and Somnus. One more second for the Shikuchi, but Somnus, if they want to leave the kill for him, no, FY is going to take it. And back to battling against Save. Just a couple hits here. Primal Beast going to drop the bit soft.
I mean, that's
here,
your mid laner, man. He's not even getting EXP.
And he's not in the wave. He's half HP. So GPK's happy with how things have evolved. Getting first blood for the team and a soft Primal to fight against.
Yeah, that's really bad for Somnus, to be honest with you. And this matchup was... It's already not good for him, but that type of start, when you're playing at a level like this, it's got to hurt. It's definitely got to hurt.
But yeah, very exciting, you know, eventful start at least. I think Azure Ray with that game 2 versus Shopify that they decided for the first time today to actually do a 5-man smoke gang on top of them. That probably awoke them as well for this game, that we should probably be around in force and not just leave Somnus all by himself next to the tier 1 tower to die. And Lou is dropping here, Pure and Save, making this TV's life a living hell. Demon as he is, he just goes down to 100 HP.
Yep, and he went with the Brain Sap level 1 here. I wonder if this is a lane to level Brain Sap up or level Enfeeble. We'll have to see here. Maybe he wants to time it, like the moment he gets meta, he's going to pop an Enfeeble on him. Nightfall, though.
Fall very low here by Chalice and FY.
And this is a fitting hero for Nightfall, too. Nightfall playing Night Stalker.
When the night falls, Nightfall shows.
It just needs Avo's voice line, too.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Maybe he has it. We'll see. You miss Avo?
Oh, that'll be great. I mean, I saw Avo the last time at, like, what, the Berlin Major? We saw him, like, glimpse there.
Right.
In a while. But Pure, Lou has popped his Metamorph, and yeah, Tidehunter's going to be a bit of a tricky challenge to go through. But now Save is also positioning himself so that Jianming gets the Firefly burn, save a little bit here. And that Metamorph, only a couple punches, but might just be enough. Actually, a Tidehunter has the Blightstone. I remember the last time we saw the Tidehunter paired up with someone. It was the support who had the Blightstone. And then they had the Gush on top. Was it? I'm not sure. Was it the Hoodwink or Avenge or something?
Yeah, it was a Hoodwink.
But that's a classic, Hoodwink with Blightstone. Tidehunter, not so often do I see a Blightstone on this hero.
Not so much, but it makes sense. Anchor Smash will apply it to everything.
Yep.
But usually you don't want to spend that
more often.
Well, it slows down your ring of health, in theory. But if you're free farming like this anyway, nothing's stopping Pure.
Yeah, getting some wild ideas of Tidehunter Desolator.
I mean, that's the Thompson build. He was playing that in the mid lane for some time.
Bloody hell. Why is Thompson in charge of everything? Something outside of the box. You could just point a finger like, yep, he's done it.
Nope.
Uncle Tokyo, he's waiting in base right now for items to be dropped down. Do you need anything for your lane, sir? Oh, it's just a casual chainmail. If you could drop that, please. Nightfall's going to get it. FY is also on his way back there, but he's still in his backpack. There we go. +5 armor. +4 armor, even.
Oh, this Weaver's so annoying. I mean, this Weaver just does a lot of damage now. I have yet to see it win a game. However, it does look really strong in the laning stage. I wonder if the Tide Weaver lane is going to come back.
Yeah, like, you know what that reminds me of? Like, in fresh memory, you remember the Klink support that everyone's spamming around while they're battling in bottom lane with this Vengeful Spirit, dropping very low 5 stick charges, but a crit by Chalice doesn't even allow him to pop it.
Well, the gameplay, too.
The gameplay is pretty similar to the Klink support. And it was like, man, this hero's so good at the laning stage, but does actually win you a game in competitive. Because in pubs, it was ruining people's lives.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty good example. And I think we've seen that through most of the Weavers as well that have played. If they do well in the laning stage, it's just they don't play like a support anymore. They just start being like, I guess I'm a carry now.
Ooh. That brain snap, he's not a range. He's doing his best to keep safe away from the Terrorblade, and he might just pay with it with his life. And all the rocks and the trees are in between, so
I mean, they're not done. There's no way they're done. Pure's just going to chase him around. It's like, you want these creeps?
Round 2.
Nah, I want you.
Yeah, round 2, activate. DP coming in from the Weaver, FY.
Oh, they're going to force their +4.
Did they get their kill, though? Pure. He needs to get the bug, and with these big punches he's throwing, one more hit should do it, and that Chikuchi is the one to finish off the last hit. But it's not just him, it's also Somnus here, and there goes save. It's another one for Azure Ray, up to 4 kills now.
I mean, Somnus desperately needed that. If you take a look at the CS board, he's in at 14-2 to the 38-22 of the Monkey King here. GPK is laying the smackdown on him in the mid lane. And I feel like a lot of this does have to do with that early game where he lost half his health. He missed like the first wave chasing around a support trying to get a kill. Now they got a catapult for the mid lane, and they're going to bring more heroes to take the rune. And now the tower is going to get pressured.
And maybe even to kill Somnus as well. Sadly, no Nightmare. So they're just going to push him away and like, yep, this is our turf now.
Yeah, you don't want to level Nightmare. That spell is boring.
Oh, it's the courier that's creating the animation while GPK had it. That's it. It's not the cosmetic. But Somnus, we got initiated on. Chalice is also here. Now they're bringing in everybody to help him out. But Somnus already down with a brain sap burst, and GPK gets the last hit with a Jingu Mastery.
This is a disaster. Now Chalice is stuck here. There's another stun in 2 seconds.
Nightmare's ready. No, he just showed the stun there with it did burn one of the raindrops out of Chalice though.
Oh, lovely.
5-4, and here comes Xian Ming. Yeah, we'll just take Toronto Tokyo then.
If they would have timed that perfectly, they would have bought enough time for the Boundless Strike to be off cooldown with the Jingu stack still available, which would have killed them, but slight stacking of stuns there does cause just Toronto Tokyo to die in Pure. It's like he's just going to get ganked here by Somnus, and Somnus...
TP.
Out.
Successful.
And this is how the game's going to go for Somnus now. Like, maybe he wants to get level 6 first, but he's on perma roam mode. He cannot lane versus Monkey anymore. And Monkey He's top lane. One boundless strike, and this will be a death here.
Toronto Tokyo's like, can I have it? Can I have it,
flying.
please?
It's flying. Boundless strike.
He's flying indeed. Oh.
They missed.
Oh, that's not going to connect. Unfortunate about that. I was about to do another Thompson reference, but it's not even playing here, so... But, you know, from last year, Salmon is playing the Primal Beast. Reminds me exactly of his playstyle. Nightfall, not in a very healthy place right now, as he's burnt down with the Cinder and the Urn, and FY really wants to close in the gap on Nightfall with the Shikuchi, but Geminate attack is enough to finish off this Night Stalker's
See what I mean, though?
He's on a killing spree now. Rotation towards the top lane, but there's nobody there.
Look at FY's items. Like, this ain't a support item build. This is what cores build. And he's going to transition into a core, and thank God you have FY on this hero, because I feel like a lot of the new age support players don't really know how to carry a game hard as a support, because it's not really something you need to do. It's not a skill set.
Oh, the turnaround with the Ravage. Lou, he's not in a good place. He doesn't find his happy place, but maybe his teammates can recover. Oh, Toronto Tokyo's stunned. Dodged by the Brewmaster with the Primal Split, and Pure goes down. And maybe even another Bane going to be followed up next. Save the fall. Nightfall does find himself a kill for Qianming. And the charge, oh, the Cyclone. It's not well timed by Azure Ray, but it doesn't matter. At least they're going to get damage. But it does matter that much that they can't kill Nightfall. And Somnus gets blown up by GPK by one big boundless strike. But the Jingo Mastery stack's already built up. A Toronto Tokyo stun is ready. Gets it off. And FY is already there to protect. So GPK can't close in more. Nightfall also moving away. Showed up as the carry to find himself a quick kill. Oh, but GPK, it's not over yet. It's not over yet at all. But the damage is lacking. 1400 HP Monkey King.
More like the stuns are lacking, right? Between those three heroes, they have 0 stuns. Between those 4 heroes, until Bat and 5, they have 0 stuns.
15 kills in 9 minutes. Nice ward place down there by Qianming. It's going to give them all the info that they need. Runs a save onto Toronto Tokyo. They could just kill both of them here right now. Pure is coming in, but he's got a Meteor Hammer, but he's got no Ravage. Won't be able to connect that one easily. We'll need some help out of that. GPK burning alive. Nice stun onto 2. Wukong's command drop down. Weaver to fall. And Chalice forced away. But it's not over yet. Luke throwing in another reflection. Slowing down GPK. Chalice trying to make a run for it. 1 Urn charge remaining. Qianming coming up for round number 2. Doesn't quite get the connection to GPK. Here comes Somnus as well. And we have been fighting for quite some time. And it's not over yet. The Meteor Hammer going to be connecting onto Lu by Pure. And GPK, they got the TB. He's out of play. They only got Toronto Tokyo. As a trade-off from that, Battle Strike will not connect onto Chalice. And Azure Ray is going to be moving away. And, yeah, that was a bit of a skirmish.
Yeah, I mean, GPK could really use a point in Tree Dance. I wonder if he's going to opt to go for it.
Watch it with the splashing Tide Hunter.
Azure Ray is actually recalling, yeah, back for the reinforcements. Let's go back in again. And GPK is going to get hit by the charge and the trample into the Pulverize. And that Monkey King finally taken out and save another death for him. He's literally just TP'd to die inside these last 2 minutes. But 13 kills now for Azure Ray. We're still tied up dead even, despite more CS on the side of BetBoom. It's, you know, it's kind of an entertaining game, at least in the viewer's perspective. A lot of early brawling.
I mean, the laning stage, as usual, when BB teams away, but the brawling is going Azure Ray's way all the way here, as they do manage to get a gold lead in this game somehow. This Brewmaster sitting at top of the net worth, and he's going something a little bit different. We've been seeing a lot of Brewmasters go for this Midas kind of AFK farm. He's fighting. He just picked up a Spirit Vessel. He's going for something that is just going to be much more aggressive, much more into your face here. And I think that's exactly what they need, because the way Somnus started off this game against the Monkey King, the best way you can come back, we said it before, just kill the Monkey King. This hero, it might seem like a very simple strategy, but it's a very effective one. It's like when you put Shadow Fiend mid, right? Your first train of thought, most of the time, is just gank him, right? Monkey King, you should have the same logic. He has no defensive capabilities once you get on top of him, and he's very, very squishy.
Also, another hero that comes to mind is people being too afraid of, like, say, Viper, for example. So just hit him low.
Just kill him, yeah.
Yeah, just
These heroes are strong at holding their ground in a lot of ways, but they're not good against multiple targets at once.
Yeah. Night Stalker is an interesting example of that as well. Like, the hero is the strongest when he gets to chase and hit people, but he is very soft when taking hits. Hence also put into a position 1 position. Oh, and here we go. Nice swap into the silence, and there goes Chalice. GPK will secure it with the Boundless Strike. And there's no mid-tier 1 tower to push, so looks like they're just going to scramble all around Pure, fighting with FY in the top lane, but that's a Weaver. You ain't going to catch this guy. Skittering away.
Skittering away indeed, and this Weaver has a vitality boost. Oh, Atos complete, okay. I was going to say, is he just going to rush into Atos? Yes, he is. What is that good against this game? I guess you can lock down the Monkey King real quick and then get the Swarm on him. You can lock down, rather, the Night Stalker.
I mean, we
A little bit of extra cash helps.
Extra catch, I think, is what they're looking for, right? Because Brew would need a blink, Bat would need a
There they go. They got the
item.
Monkey
And on
King.
GPK they go. He's stuck on the spot. Goes for the stun onto Chalice. Chalice trying to get his Primal split off. He's very low on HP.
Nope.
No, he doesn't. And Xian Ming tried to go for the lasso. Broken by Toronto Tokyo. And Primal Beast held on the spot. All of his mana is getting burnt out by Save's Fiend script. So the Pulverize is pretty much all he has. He goes for a full
here
stick
comes Lou.
there, though. And Save is dropping low. Lou is also joining in the battle with the Terrorblade. Trying to juke around in the trees is the bait. The Nightmare will pop and buy some time, but he's finally taken down. TV low on HP. Lou is about to fall. And GPK snipes him down. Toronto Tokyo is the next one to fall, but the tier 2 tower now having to take into action. And Sominus, you ain't that tanky. That tower, it will kill you. And it's almost done the job required, but he's still escaping. Piggy Pole going to squeal himself away to safety, and Pure can't chase him. But GPK, he still wants to go around the side. Primal Spring is available, but he's not going to go for it. FY still poking Pure a bit there. And another brawl.
This game's an absolute bloodbath. And the best part is, it's like, yeah, it's actually really refreshing compared to the last 2 games where it's just kind of like Turtle City, but very even game so far. And I think this type of fighting really is favoring Azure Ray quite a lot. Because, like, yeah, you're giving some kills away here and there, but you're stemming the bleeding from the laning stage. And you do have the Terrorblade, who in the late game is going to be pretty strong. Sure, he's dying a little bit and slowing down his timings by joining all these fights, but you've got the hidden carry, too, on your side. And that's going to be this Weaver, FY. No stranger to being in a position of just having a lot of net worth, and looks like he's building into just doing just that this game. Just being able to carry the game.
And off we go to the next fight. This time the Batrider getting a closure on top. Oh, well, actually getting on top of Save. Slowly burning him down. The Bane will lose his life. No abilities there for an actual proper fight. The Fiend script still in cooldown. I guess if he did have it, maybe then Nightfall would be like, I can just Dark Ascension and start pummeling them. Smart call is when you don't have your ults, you don't fight.
Very true. I'd love to see FY get a Force Staff next. I think this Atos is great, and yeah, eventually it'll turn into Mjolnir. But I think there's going to be a point in this game where you just die to Night Stalker on site if you don't have the ability to get out of that Crippling Fear.
Well, he did build an AC on the Clockwork, so I want to see...
There's no item
easy
a
option.
Weaver can build to survive a Night Stalker other than something that gets him out of silence.
Right, I'm going to throw in some stupid ideas here, but I think Gleipnir is a good idea, and honestly, I'd like to see a Wind Waker on the Weaver.
That's a lot of net worth, man.
Dead silence. Remember the pause 4s that we've seen building Wind Waker this year? There's only a couple of them, and then there's those who are like, I'm going to build a Heart. I'm going to build something like an Aghanim's Rush. I'm going to build a Midas on Skywrath. Yeah, let's not talk about that. We've gone through that so many times. But I'd still like to see a Wind Waker that could basically save somebody from big trouble, like Fiend Script. Break the Fiend Script with that. Like, just,
I mean, Wind Waker's a great item.
I've said
disagree.
it. Yeah, it will take some time to build it, of course. It's almost 7,000 gold, but I talk about how good of a Bane game this is. Well, find ultimate counters to such a good game. But at the same time, Night Stalker, the one that they want to kill targeted right now, has that Crippling Fear. Swap save from Toronto Tokyo. 400 HP, dropping low, still dropping, still surviving, getting away.
kill.
And Azure Ray, they're going to have to face the reinforcements at this phase. Chalice, he is not going to be that lucky with escaping with his Brewlings, because
Here comes Lou.
maybe if he can with some backup. Bane has been killed. No feast grip for him. Brewmaster still surviving for the time being. Pure in position for a Ravage, but not needed just quite yet, because Chalice is already history. FY dropping into Crab Orchestra on top of Pure. He's going to have to figure out how to get rid of this bug. Turns to talking to the stun onto the Weaver. Lou still damaging, and here's the Ravage, the turnaround coming out. GPK, Meteor Hammer onto 2, but it doesn't do anything. Doesn't have to do absolutely anything. So that's a meme hammer. More of like, as they're chasing Pure, Somnus on top of him. Override
no.
getting that broken by the Kraken Shell. GPK with the 2-man stun. Pure's going to be making his way out. GPK still fighting for his life here. 1 versus 4. Primal going in for the charge, and here comes the reinforcements again. Nightfall's back into action. Feast grip onto the TV. Lou down. GPK survives. Pure surviving, and that is not a meme hammer. That is a meteor right on top of the head of Qianming.
I mean, there's a benefit of being 0-7 on Bane. That is, you respawn quickly after you die. And he came back into that fight as save right in time just to be able to kill the Terrorblade, but also save the Monkey King, because that would have been disastrous if Monkey would have died there. But instead, he's getting closer and closer, and I think before the next engagement, we're going to see a BKB on the Monkey King. And that item is the item you need on Monkey King almost every single game. That way you can undisruptively just get your Jingu stacks. And that's where all your damage comes from.
And a pause, a quick breather for all the players. BetBoom's the one to call it out, so let's see if it's another wireless headset.
Hyperventilating
But let's
right
take
now. So watch this
let's take a
Kraken
glimpse
shell.
of
He
this
waited.
turnaround. Waited with the Kraken shell.
Yeah. I mean, look,
Calculate. I
Bane
mean,
is
we
just
talk
back.
about practicing bashes, so might as well.
It was quite calculated, because this fight here, if Bane wasn't there with the grip, I don't know if this goes the same way. Maybe GPK dies. He ends up gripping TB, then sleeping the Batrider. And this is all because he just died first in the fight and respawned quickly. Because he's a level 2.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, what is this creep running into me? Oh, it's a Monkey King who's just going to stun both of us right away. Swapping Qianming back in. Pure and Nightfall both getting a kill each off of the Primal Beast and the Batrider. Nightfall still chasing Chalice here, and so the rest of the squad following right behind it. This brew, it's ours. Well, if you manage to hit the guy. Kind of talked about the evasion. It's really annoying to play against. Meanwhile, GPK, oh, he found a stray Weaver in the mid lane. With
I mean,
the
he'll
help
die
of Bane,
eventually.
so that would
He
be
actually ulted.
that would be the 4th hero. Okay. Space creation, I guess. But yeah, if he
gotta
does
start
die, it's
cycling.
going to be the 4th. It's going to be the 4th hero to fall. Still the Earth.
He's
hero.
taking the
Right.
gate. Is it going to work? He got through the gate. He actually got it.
What
He
a
ran through
chase.
terribly. No. They're going to chase
Chalice.
him through the gate.
Oh, okay. I mean, he might still die. But,
Will he? Will he?
It's taking so
Alright, he's
damn
dead.
long. Oh, my
man.
god. Oh, that was goated. Thank you, Chalice, for this. That was so good. Okay, Qianming, just a casual lasso on the Monkey King. Well, I'm still going to be able to hit you. Extra range and all. Oh.
Well, if nothing else, this game, this is some good Dota.
So
This is some good Dota.
This is
That's
some
all I gotta
Dota.
say. This is what I signed up for.
And now we can actually look at the Monkey King with that nice animation from that courier imitating flying Monkey Kings. Like a
Why
ghost
does it
army or
do that?
something. I don't know. It's imitating the model, I guess. And then Swap and Chalice, I think this chase is not going to last at all. They're not even going to chase it, so it's not going to last. GPK, though. BKB Pop has Wukong's command off cooldown right now. And Nightfall has also picked up an order of destruction.
He's dead.
Hello.
See ya.
That is the world's most optimistic teleport I've seen in a while, but Nightfall, no. Denied.
I mean, he didn't have a choice. Like, either he just dies or goes for it. I respect it. Because it just, I don't know if they're looking at the timer. Sometimes when the game is this fast, right? You sometimes lose track of certain key details because you're just thinking about battling, right? He's like, oh, I have no ultimate. Oh, it's daytime. Oh, shit. What can I do? I guess we got a BKB TP.
Yeah,
Almost worked. It was about
direct
a second
vision
off.
as well. I think he might have thought that I'm behind a tree, but he wasn't. He was in plain vision. And Roshan, this will go for Azure Ray. And I believe it's either Lou to take it. I was thinking Somnus for a second, that he could also pick it up, but I think TB is already in a good position to grab it. Teleports top. Might just sell that Aegis right away. Oh.
Yep.
That is Spain without the S once again. Oh, that's a good dodge from GPK. Doesn't get caught by the onslaught of the Primal Beast. And here comes the Wukong's command. Waiting to get the good connection, and Pure with the wrap into the medium hammer. Somnus will live, and Xianming coming in from the side. Blast on to GPK. Nice break from Toronto Tokyo with the swap. They've also found themselves the Brewmaster holding him back. They're a bit spreaded on the side of BetBoom, and here comes the needed reinforcement. It's Nightfall. And nice done from GPK. Onto 2. FY can't do anything. Chalice is on the run. Nightfall going to be following Xianming. Following him into the lane. And to save, he can't find FY. So that means the Spat Rider is probably going to be the only kill on top of this TB. But it was just far enough for the BetBoom to disengage to get Nightfall into the action.
I mean, after watching both these teams play
there actually goes
Shopify
the Weaver.
Rebellion,
Never mind. Yeah.
after watching both these teams play Shopify Rebellion, I'm just like, wow. Both these teams are out for blood. The only common denominator here is, I guess Shopify Rebellion is not a very aggressive team after watching this. Is both these teams are just running at each other non-stop.
Dire's top tower is under
Almost
attack.
2 kills
There's
per
no
minute
chill.
pace. Yeah.
Literally no chill.
I wanna look. What is the current bloodbath record? 2.15. So we need a couple more kills per minute to have the biggest bloodbath game so far in TI or the road to the international. As we're 22 minutes in with 40 kills, so we're just below 2. We need a bit more. We need a bit more, guys. Come on, BetBoom. Come on, Azure Ray. Bring in the action.
I mean, this Tormentor is not.
Not
kill.
claiming any lives.
We need blood.
Or that.
I mean, they got a nice shard, though. This shard is really good on the Venge. It gives you 2 magic missiles. What's better than 1 magic missile?
Yeah, who is the bloodthirstiest?
This game?
Dire are
Well,
I mean,
GPK's got the most kills, but
I feel like Somnus is just running at everything he sees, and Chalice.
I guess he found a vibe in that last game with the Earth Spirit. Now he's just rolling into this one like, I want blood. He just wants to kill everyone.
I mean, Somnus, Chalice, Save, and GPK are just... I don't even know if GPK is bloodthirsty. I feel like he's just responding to the aggression
Radiant's bottom
of Azure Ray.
is under attack.
He's probably just
Well, this
like,
tier 2 tower-
why are these guys just running at me?
Yeah.
Dire's
Surprised
top
by the
tower
amount
is
of
under
hate that they're getting, but that tier 2 tower cleaned out of the way. BetBoom still got 2 more to go. Meanwhile, Azure Ray splitting the bottom half of the map towards the tier 2, and BetBoom's gonna smoke up. Is this a portal play we're looking at? Very likely. They're joining in forces, trying to support. They see FY in the lane. Pings are coming out already.
Radiant's
They will
bottom
not have
tower
Pure
is
to
under
join in the
attack.
fight unless he teleports to the tower. There's a glyph up as well. Azure Ray, you gotta be careful here.
Radiant are scanning.
There is a Radiant scan, but doesn't connect on anyone. Save takes the long route. The rest of BetBoom coming on the side. Still half the duration left. They see
High
Chalice,
time
they
in
still
20
see FY. They're still staying, and here it's gonna be bodies. Chalice with the BKB pops his primal split at least on FY. Can't quite get the time lapse off, and as he finally gets out of the silence, he's already dead. Chalice's Brewlings are being chased around here. Toronto Tokyo already used the swap, gonna get hit by a nasty rock to the head. It's gonna leave a concussion. And GPK, you're right on top of Chalice, and now they're just gonna blow up this brew. Miss,
Dead in the water.
but job done. Dead in the water, indeed.
Very fitting name for that
Radiant's
shard.
top tower is under attack.
I still would petition for just it being called Anchor.
Anchor, yeah.
And then
Just
Anchor
Anchor.
Smash gets changed to Dead in the Water.
Smash.
Smash.
It just be smash. That
Water
sounds
smash.
such like an ogre ability, you know? Like ogre's abilities, they sound so kind of refined
ogres?
for his intelligence. You got ignite, and then you have fire blast, and what? It should just be smash, you know? So,
Well,
but Tidehunter is a smart guy.
the ogres near the Radiant portal, their smash is called Ogre Smash! Exclamation mark.
Exclamation mark! Yes.
Ogre Smash. And it could be Tide Smash! Exclamation. I have the best ideas, I know. Because it's not even
Yeah,
an
I
anchor
think
anymore, right? Because like that's my beef nowadays is the cosmetics. They're messing with the lore. He's not holding an
I
anchor
guess, I
anymore.
mean-
He's got a sword. He's got a sword and a what? What's in his left hand there? A fish? A sword and
What
a
is
fish?
that?
I don't know. That's
It's
like
a chain. It's a chain with something. I haven't seen it exactly, but Chalice doesn't have time to look behind him. It has
Wow,
an anchor,
he's-
and now he also has a feed script and a swap, so no retreat for him.
Dead.
Meanwhile, is that another BKB that doesn't hurt? Oh yeah, Nightfall just popped his BKB in the top lane as well, running away from the TD. And
Yeah.
Xiaoming.
Dire's middle tower is
and
under
now
attack.
they're teeping bottom, trying to catch this primal because he is sitting under vision. Oh, he has a heart, by the way. When did Somnus get a heart? What the hell?
Middle tower
It doesn't look like he has a heart with how much damage he's taken, though.
Really doesn't at all, but GPK is hurting himself more. Oh, he's pulling himself away. Primal Beast is still nightmared up, so Qianming is down, and GPK will live. Ogre Seal. Get a bit of distance. Nightfall is here, though. I'll land right on top of him, and so is here, and so is Toronto Tokyo. Since I want to say hello to the entire gang.
I lie, my friend.
Lie. Yeah, the whole
Yeah, all
gang
that
comes
minus
to say
armor,
hello.
right? Like, I feel like if you're primal, you just need armor. I guess maybe you can go for the Aghanims because that'll break the Monkey King, which means he'll no longer get Jingu stacks. That is another option. But I think the big thing about this monkey and why he's hitting so hard, yeah, you got the Orb of Corrosion, you've got the Desolator. He has a level 15 talent of plus 110 Jingu mastery damage. It's been a while since people like caught on to like this talent being good, but the more and more I see monkey players, they're starting to get this talent. And it gives your Jingu 270 damage per hit. I wonder if at some point you're going to go for the -1 Jingu mastery hits at 25 over the additional ring. There might be something there.
Yeah, their intelligence has grown, so they finally get it.
The monkeys players are even smarter.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Another smoke from BetBoom after finishing a tier 2 tower to teleport straight to the Wisdom Rune and potentially even protect this tower. So Azure Ray, what's their call? Somnus is not around, and the fight's soon about to start. 26 seconds from Metamorph. They really need to pick that one up. Toronto Tokyo look for the stun. Nightfall shows himself at the back as well. Hello. Or hello. Whatever you want to say.
Hello,
That's going to get lapped
and
up
goodbye.
by Qianming. GPK loading up the Jingu, canceling it twice. Toronto Tokyo's already down. It's a 5v4. Metamorph, remind that, is going to be coming back off cooldown. And Brewmaster is down. They got an anchor stuck on Terrorblade's leg. He's not going anywhere. 5 seconds for Metamorph. But the Shadowblade, he's invis. They know he's somewhere around the area. Where's the detection, boys? We don't have it right now. And on the sidelines, FY, the true carry, right? With the Gleipnir almost killing off Bane. But Save will live. And Somnus is coming in. Charge into a bunk into the face. That baseball bat from GPK, that hurts. At least it's not a steel bat, because that would have probably taken Primal Beast's life by 1 hit. No lasso. Interesting link there from the Bat Rider. And here comes Nightfall with a beautiful Ravage right on top of all of them on Azure Ray. And no Sunder in sight. That's silence for you, Mr. TV. Somnus going to be charging in onto the Nightfall. Night Stalker as FY is also going to be on the sidelines. Qianming, we've seen how this story's ended a couple times. He pops the cheese, gets a big heal, and they're onto GPK, but they're also onto something. Is it just their deaths, or their impending doom, or maybe a win here, because Somnus is the last guy pretty much
what a
remaining
swap.
in this fight. There's no brew, and a good save there, but that Night Stalker, it's at 60 HP. GPK's got 200. This guy's ogre sealing away. GPK, where the hell are you throwing that Boundless Strike? Well, it doesn't matter. They won the fight anyway. And
That was
clean
intentional, by the
Azure
way.
Ray away. That was intentional.
Yeah, I mean, he had Jingu
Was that a
stacks.
teleport?
No, he wanted to full heal by killing the wave.
Ah, right.
There you go.
You could have
I think he
killed
used it,
him with it, but it
he
makes
wouldn't
sense.
heal
No,
this
that
much.
was an interesting fight. That's a team wipe.
Don't worry, only monkey players would understand. To everyone else.
Yeah, I'm
it
not
looks
intelligent enough. But yeah, wrap this up here.
Wrap this up. I mean, there's not much to wrap up here. My boy here is stuck in an anchor. They have no detection, but they see the slow-ass anchor just moving around. And he's like, where do I go? Where do I go? He actually gets to the tree line here, which is pretty great. But other than that, like, I don't know what the patience of Pure was to save Ravage for this entire time, but they ended up canceling the charge there, the onslaught, and then all of a sudden, Terrorplay's like, yeah, we can go ahead and fight this, but Pure, he still has the Ravage available this entire time. He's patient, he's waiting, boom, right in the face. He ends up hitting 3 heroes inside the Wukong's command there, and just really turns his fight on its face entirely. And I really think it comes down to the itemization of this Terrorblade right now, and I don't think that was a cheese either. That was just a big Lotus on a hero that has very little HP, max HP in the Batrider, so he ends up going down there pretty easily as well. But that swap, right, Toronto-Tokyo right there, that was beautiful. Just barely saving GPK here. And you're going to see, this is, only monkey players will get this, you know. He's stunning.
He'll just heal up. Yeah, he'll just fill up. It was like, you could one-shot the Primal Beast, but I guess you could opt for the heal at that point. Just, of course, like, you've seen a lot of onslaughts during that fight, so you don't really know if Somnus is something coming off cooldown. Could have surprised them, it'd be like, okay, awkward death. I could have dodged that, but it's a team wipe. Azure Ray, they pay a heavy price for. It is secured.
Okay, did they get anything from that? No, nothing? Okay. You have to realize, T-Panda, that these players are much better than you at this game, so they mentally know that the cooldowns of Onslaught, because they just canceled it like 10 seconds ago. So, yeah, he knew that all his spells are on cooldown. So, it was just a calculated play from a very good Dota player.
Yes, exactly that. And I'm happy to say that these players are better than me, because something could be very wrong if I was actually there.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I meant to say much better.
We'll never know.
Just better than you. Because it's a given, right? That they're better than us.
Oh, Somnus. Oh, he's not in a good place right now. He exits the base, only into the loving arms of BetBoom.
Is that what loving arms look like?
It's a fiend script, you know, nightmare hands, I guess, for some.
For some.
But BetBoom, they welcome it. Gonna have to buy back if he wants to defend his base, because GPK is already hitting the tier 3 tower.
Alright. What can you do here? How are we gonna pop the Dark Ascension?
Oh, very nice boundless strike, and they're just going right on top of the Brewmaster. Gets the split off, though. There's just missing every single hit on this guy. I mean, just comes to say that this hero is quite something else. If there's 4 guys on top of you, still get your primal split off. But
yeah, but we haven't seen this hero win a game yet.
Yeah, a tier 3 tower does drop in the top lane as FY was able to do a bit of rat action with the help of Lu. But BetBoom is still inside the base, and the buyback coming in from the Batrider. BetBoom gotta be careful. They're only here with 3, and now by 2 as Toronto-Tokyo is down. GPK, very nice stun there. We'll take that one, and also Somnus being interrupted, but that Tidehunter is slowly dropping. Has a Ravage, and he will drop it. But at what result, really? Just slowing them down. He knows his inevitable fate. But everybody else got out. GPK wants to go back in. Oh, straight to Somnus. Double stun onto the TV and the Primal Beast. Here comes Save. 20 seconds for the Fiend script. But he's just making sure that his buddies got this job in the bag. GPK will take down Chalice. No more split pushes either, as well as Azure Ray. They brought everybody into the base. Beautiful stun again from GPK. Onto both of them. Lu can't get back to the fountain. Another Primal Beast. Pulverized attempt into a stun from the Venge Spirit. FY turning it around with a Gleipnir. Trying to take down a GPK, but GPK is already at a safe distance. Plus has that Aegis.
Yeah.
And now they can get back to the initial job of hitting racks.
He just brought an MKB too. Full MKB acquired. Puts the boots in the backpack. Not sure why he has MKB. Ah, the Brewmaster.
Oh, Lu. Well, that seals the deal.
Didn't get the BKB off in that fight either.
That too. Somnus slipped inside the Wukongs, and it's just the another piece for BetBoom to claim.
Yeah, this game is
Even more if they
slipping
can catch
into
FY.
unmanageable territory here for Azure Ray.
Yeah, it's like one by one, they're all just dying one after the other. 4 heroes now dead. Chalice the only one to survive.
I mean,
Weaver,
at least
the
this
only one
game
to
is
buy back.
ending in the same fashion that it began. Just
Yeah,
an absolute
a
bloodbath. There's a hex
Well,
on
we
the
didn't
tide,
quite-
by the way.
Yep, might as well. I mean, we didn't quite get the bloodbath record here, unless this game still continues to stretch and we get a couple more kills, but an attempt was made. An attempt was definitely made.
At least they're having fun here. You can tell both these teams they're in good spirits, you know what I mean? Pure and Chalice. Even though you lose this game most likely as Azure Ray, unless some absolute miracle happens, they seem to still look like they're having fun, you know? That's always fun to see. As we do know, this game doesn't have the highest stakes.
Yep.
But it does have some stakes. Like, I do still think, I don't know if I should say this without knowing for sure, but I'm pretty sure this is a best of 3 for seeding.
It could be, but this is still the official game because they haven't matched up against each other's as well. So
Yeah.
this one's a best of 2, but
And then there might be
I
a best
also
of
cannot
1
say for
after.
certain is there going to be a best of 3 right after. Yeah, that is true. But that depends if this series ends up in a tie. If it's a 2-0, I think we're all fair and square, ready to
Yeah,
go
we will be.
onward with this group.
And BetBoom is just looking like, out of the 3 teams we saw play against each other on this stream, the superior team.
Yeah.
And basically today we saw 3 teams play in 3 different games. The Azure Ray, BetBoom Team, and Shopify Rebellion. And BetBoom Team has been making the other 2 teams look like they're on a different level.
And that also speaks volumes for Team Liquid, who 2-0'd BetBoom. Yes.
Right.
They're probably on a whole different level then, but there is the start for the fight. Tianming going to be the one to fall first. Pure, 1500 HP remaining, but it's more than enough. A buyback coming out from the Brew as the Ravage is dropped on top of Somnus, surrounded by enemies with an anchor stuck on one of his feet. And GPK with the Wukong's turning things around. FY has to pop his ulti and run away. Lu can't get much done on the sidelines here. They've already lost 2 members of their team. And Primal Split also expended. Metamorph already used. And Nightfall all leading the troops into the base once again. And for the final time, by the looks of it, as well as BetBoom, they're going to close out this first game.
Trying to kill this Brewling, and they will get it. Yeah, that's the game. They're going to call it.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Wow.
But a
I
fun
mean, like,
game.
it's hard
outside
to
of
break
everything,
this
it's
one down,
really
right?
fun. Yeah.
The best way to break this one down is just be like, BetBoom Team, as usual, winning the laning stage, right? Where this team is just too good at the lanes. And then Azure Ray, they took a risk. They just went all in after that. Even Lu on a Terribly. Normally you'd see him most terribly just buy a Midas and go AFK, right? But they just started running at BetBoom Team, even though they were losing every single lane. And they brought the game back, honestly. But a couple of fights just didn't go in their favor. Then all of a sudden you lose that many heroes, you make that many like risky plays. You're potentially just going to just lose the game. And that's just what happened to BetBoom Team. They just ended up winning too many fights in a row here. Had too much farm as well, and the game just got out of control. And I really think Lu, his itemization was incorrect this game. He really needed a BKB, because it felt like he just couldn't hit anyone. Like, I didn't see him hit heroes this game.
You'd say that Monkey King Bar is always the answer to evasion, but really, when you're playing a Terrorblade, the skill set that the hero has, I agree, I totally agree that this could have been a BKB game for him to bring up, because, I mean, that potentially is just one of those things that could turn this game into a victory for you. Because, like you said, there were some good stages for Azure Ray. Some of those extended fights were looking really good for the team. And really, like, kind of finding a chink in the armor versus BetBoom in terms of how these fights were extended, what kind of targets they were looking for in these fights. I think Tianming playing as a support Batrider had a, very rough moments from here to there, but as much as he can provide as a support, that allowed Somnus to have like full reign over these fights. Like, he could choose his openings. They really played into the pocket of Somnus can secure these for us with that blade mail, heart build up, a lot of HP. But we didn't really get the needed damage source out of that Terrorblade, though. BetBoom, great understanding, very nice, interesting itemizations here and there. I talked about the sheep stick at the end of the game. The game was pretty much over at that point, but it's something extra to add on top. They have a lot of armor, they have a lot of BKBs, they've got some good auras inside the team, and just finding the right targets from fight to fight. This is really what makes BetBoom not only just the early game, but the whole understanding what BetBoom is today.
Yeah, I mean, look at all those numbers across the board here for all these serials, 15-2 and 15, 18-1 and 16, 9-3, 26. Look at the Venge, 1-9, but with 36 assists. Toronto, Tokyo.
Hell yeah.
He actually was so fast this game with his swaps. He canceled every single lasso, I think, that managed to get off. And it was like, not even like 1 second after. It's like instant canceling these lassos. He played really well.
But there was also the one hero we talked about in the drafting stage. If there's one team that could pull off this hero, it is the Monkey King and GPK. That's going to be our MVP for BetBoom coming out of this game. Very, very good boundless strikes all over the board. Even the one that I was a bit like, he would have done something differently, but GPK, the smart guys that he is, he's in the road to the international. I'm just a talent here, just talking stuff like yourself. But, great Monkey King game for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a first pick Monkey King, right? And he still manages to control the entire game. He's playing versus a Weaver. He's playing against a Bat Rider. He's playing against all these annoying heroes that can outrange him and hit him. But he's still playing the hero to near perfection. And I think a lot of it goes down to the laning stage, just how good of a laner GPK is. He plays this to a T. Rotations were on point. I liked his itemization, his skill build, full out brawling. He didn't even get a point in his W until he maxed not only the stun and Jingu and his ultimate, so he wasn't very mobile this game, but he still found a way to participate in most all the fights as usual, staying true to his character. He is going to battle and going to make space for the team. 72% kill participation, not as crazy as his Storm game where he had 100%, but still quite good.
Winning the battle, but also looking to win the war. BetBoom Team take the lead in this series versus Azure Ray. And game number 2, which is the final game for the official group stage games here for Group B, or Group B here in the second stream. We're going to find out if Azure Ray is going to be tying that one up, and do we have a potential tiebreaker looming in the air? Everything after the break. We're back with the final game of Group B before the potential tiebreaker time starts, as we're looking at BetBoom versus Azure Ray, and BetBoom taking game number 1. I mean, there's a potential that we end up with a tie score line. If they tie this one up, they tie the group between each others and taking shared second place. But they can't be eliminated anymore. As already mentioned, Tundra Awaken, the first team we say goodbye to from the road to the international. And our draft for game number 2, it's live. Let's
it is
talk
indeed
some Dota here.
10 seconds remaining.
Dota 2. Yeah, I mean, let's figure out a strategy to beat BetBoom right now on behalf of Azure Ray and Shopify Rebellion, because so far people aren't finding the winning recipe. I'm going to go back real quick and just see how Liquid did it. Liquid Tool BB Team. All right, so they had the Centaur.
So what
right?
do we need?
So we need Luna Shadow Demon. Okay. That's pretty strong. And then we need a Bristleback and a Morta. Wow. Liquid had some pretty meta strategies, huh? So I think what happened in that series is Liquid out-meted BB Team. And BB Team used that information to kind of like level up and have a better understanding, because they picked Pango in both their games. BB Team, that is, right? Just first pick. And it just didn't work. So I think they pivoted. They're like, okay, maybe Pango isn't as good as we thought. We're going to just stay away from that. And they kind of just chalked the series up to changing their approach here. But speaking of not changing up their approach here, is going to be both of these teams, as Azure Ray is going to go yet again for first pick Primal and to Monkey King as a response. It worked pretty well in game number 1. I don't see a reason why you can't just do it again.
Yeah, I mean, both of these heroes worked out nicely for both teams. Somnus was very good with the Primal Beast, very difficult to kill, even at the hands of this Monkey King. So I guess we just fill in the rest of the blanks, right? I mean, we're not going to get Muerta, though, because that is banned out. No Venge this time, so something's going to be a little bit different. Toronto Tokyo was really good with that Vengeful Spirit, I have to say. Even though it's just pressing one simple button. But hey, Dota's a game of pressing buttons. So why can't you just say, like, yeah, that was a bloody good Venge game. It was really on point for reaction time with the swaps. And that is
another save.
Well, another save for Toronto Tokyo. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this hero works really well with heroes that have natural ways of regenerating their own HP. Which Monkey King does have, right? The Jingu does give you heals per hit, which is amplified by the False Promise. And of course, Primal Beast, he does a lot of magical damage. So you can just go ahead and put a Fate's Edict up on someone and just stop them from taking damage from pretty much all of Primal spells, right? Except for the Onslaught, it was just physical damage. So that'll help a little bit as well. Overall, pretty reasonable pick. And it's block picks a Batrider, right? And maybe that's why they did this. Last game, they ended up getting the Venge, but the Venge is banned this game. So Azure Ray, they went into this game and they're like, okay, the change we're going to make is we're going to pick the same pick hero, but we're going to ban the Venge this time. We realized how much of a problem Toronto Tokyo was on this Venge, and then BB Team's like, yeah, I don't think so. I still got more tricks up my sleeve here. I got something else that does something similar. And now I don't think Azure Ray was particularly ready for this. So they're going to have to change it up. And that might be a good thing for them. It's definitely going to change the tempo of the game. Because I didn't really feel the Batrider's presence, right? Was the Batrider owning that game by any means? Not really. I feel like he kind of struggled all the way from the laning stage to the end of the game. But this is a hero that's pretty good against the Oracle. You just global and False Promise can't come out. And there's going to be few people in chat being like, but what if you channel your Q on yourself and take it off? Well, then you're a god player, right? And that's not something that most players can easily pull off, not even pros.
Yeah, not everybody can be the god gamer. Some people are just dad gamers. No offense to the dad gamers out there.
I'm just a god dad gamer.
Yeah, then there's that as well when you ascend to a different level. But yeah, when you go back to like the Batrider, if you talk numbers, the hero's 2 and 5 right now, so more losses than wins. And that last game did not really have the impact that Azure Ray was hoping for, especially when the Vengeful Spirit was out there. Every time he did get a lasso, there was still a Bane and a Vengeful Spirit that is already causing havoc somewhere else. So they weren't really getting much benefit, or at least much kind of like diversions with that Batrider, because everyone else is already in trouble. But FY, he's going to bring out the Clockwork and, of course, the Silencer, which we haven't seen too much of late. Silencer, where are you? How are you doing today? 3 games, 3 wins, 3-0.
Wow, that's not a lot of games, but that is a good scoreline there. I think this Clockwork as well, I think will be always immortalized in my brain when FY plays it as the AC Clockwork. Being able to get that amount of farm, and plus his hooks are amazing. I must say, FY's Clockwork looked pristine in the game in which they played against Shopify Rebellion earlier today. So I am not against them bringing that out yet again here. And that most likely will be Save's hero. And a big reason for why we see in almost every game Pure just free farming is the fact that Save, he plays all these ranged position 4s that are just big bullies in the lane, right? And then you'll see Save just really help Pure out. And Pure is just going to play these typical strength, stunny type of heroes for the most part in these games and just do what he needs to do for the team, and especially in a game where you have a Monkey King mid. And even Nightfall, I think, has adapted really well to playing around what he needs to be for his team. Like some games, so take for example last game, he was a Night Stalker, and I think the only reason he wanted to be a Night Stalker in that game is because he knew GPK was going to be on a Monkey King. He would help him take care of the physical damage load, so he wanted to be a hero that could just show up to the fights and participate, right? And this game, he's going to do something similar with the Chaos Knight. You have your GPK Monkey King. He is going to build a Desolator, right? He's going to build Orb of Corrosion. He's going to do a lot of physical damage. You don't want to be a hero that is going to slow down the timings of the Monkey King, right? You don't want to be some Terrorblade that's just AFK jungling when the monkey hits his timings. He wants to play a hero that has fast timings, and Chaos Knight is definitely one of those heroes that has pretty fast timings here. So I do like the pick there, and they're just going to leave the overall last pick of the game in the hands of Pure yet again. But Pure, generally speaking, his hero pool might look small, but it's always enough. I feel like there's always a hero for him in the pool, even if he gets to that last pick stage. And it always does what he wants to do as well. It's kind of crazy. I'm like, they banned most of Pure's heroes, but he's always got something waiting for you.
Yeah, he's always cooking something, right? Out of the 7 games, you have 2 Dawns, you have 2 Centaurs, a Lone Druid, a Beast, and a Tidehunter played so far. And everyone else has played 5 unique heroes, or 5 different heroes, except for Mr. Toronto Tokyo. It's been Avenge, Train Protector, and Enchantress. So he will get a 4th added into his hero pool. And by the looks of it, it is the Oracle. Troll versus CK. Can we finally look at a carry-to-carry matchup here, or are we just going to stick to the trend of off-lane wins the game?
I will say Troll beats Monkey King really hard 1v1. I will also say Troll is very good versus CK. But these are 1v1 scenarios. But what if like you're getting feared backwards, right? As this Troll, what if you're disarmed by some Oracle? Like I said, you can't quantify Dota anymore with like carry-to-carry matchup. It just doesn't work that way. If I were to say one-on-one, Troll, nobody beats Troll one-on-one. That's what Troll does. He does one-on-one. But when you go 5v5, that's not a one-on-one anymore. That's where Troll starts to look a lot worse.
It's no longer an honest battle.
It's true. Troll's a simple man.
No.
He wants you versus
Troll
me. Let's
is
go.
indeed a simple man. I see target, I chase, I hit.
And then once this is where
true.
Troll starts to fail, right? Once he sees too many targets, he gets confused. He can only hit one target at a time. Rough life out there.
Confusion. Oh man, if only there was a spell that, or like an ability in this game that causes your hero to be confused who to hit. Have like friendly fire, you know.
Yeah,
like mind
that's
control
called Wyvern ult.
Well, I mean that brings everybody to the brings all the boys to the yard.
It does.
And a Razor Band to follow it out, so at least Troll has a bit of breathing room, but not a lot of time in reserve time for Azure Ray.
All right, here's what Pure has played this tournament so far. He's played Dawn, Centaur, which I think is banned, Lone Druid,
Yes.
probably not a good game for it. Beastmaster, and Tide.
Yes.
5 seconds.
Yes, I've mentioned these, yes.
Well, I was tuning you out, unfortunately. Sorry.
That's because you're a dad god gamer. Bristleback, new hero for him. Not in the tournament, but for him at least. So no, that's Azure Ray, so that's not BetBoom.
Yeah.
I'll take my word back on that. It's still a bristle.
It's
It's been a long day.
I mean, you probably won't pick it, but it's looking like a
10 seconds
great Viper
remaining.
game.
Oh no.
Oh no, I
5
take it back.
seconds remaining.
Don't do it. All right, what would be good here in a situation like this? I don't know if he plays Mars, but I'd be down for a Mars. You got the Dark Will, you're
Well,
playing versus
nobody-
the Troll. You can turn
either
around the
need-
Bristleback.
You either need a hero that builds an item that gives a break or has a break. So yeah, I see the sense of the Viper into that extent.
I mean, CK's
But
gonna
what
have
if- what
Silver
have-
Edge, and so is Monkey. I don't think you need a break.
Yeah, unless they want to build something else and somebody the last hero was the one to build the Silver Edge. Otherwise, you could bring a stun. I don't know. I mean, the Tidehunter doesn't look like too bad of an idea to the offlane.
I think that hero's really bad
cool.
versus Bristleback.
Kind of.
Oh no, he is.
But at least
because you don't stop any aspect of Bristleback, and we're just gonna go with
this one
tried
at
and
least
true
forces
axe.
you to taunt. Yeah.
But here's the thing,
And-
right?
Mhm.
This axe hero goes both ways against Troll. Most people like playing the Troll versus the axe, right? Because you get that innate lifesteal, which can help you, if you do get called to Blade Mill, survive. But at the same time, axe has the only spell in the game that can kill Troll through his ulti. Culling Blade goes through Berserker Rage, right? Or Rampage. I don't even, what is that spell even called nowadays? They're all such Berserk, Rampaging. Let me check here. I gotta get this one correct. Or Battle Trance, I believe is it's called, without even checking. Yeah, Battle Trance.
That's
You
the
can
historical
kill him
battle
through it.
grounds, yeah.
So that is one good thing that Axe brings to the table here. But I think more than anything, Pure's hero pool is Pure's hero pool. And they just want to stick with what he knows, what he's good at. And out of the section of heroes or selection of heroes that he can play, they think this is going to be the best for the game. And it's not bad. You do you turn the Bristle around. You can, if you have enough damage, kill the Troll through his ulti. If you can get to that stage, either that or you go in and you just kind of like die to the Battle Trance to turn around. We'll see how it goes. But it can work. It definitely can work.
Yeah, you talked about this axe as well at the start of the day with the Shopify versus BetBoom series, that it wasn't a really good game for it, but we know that he can pull off a really, really good axe performance. Like talking about some of the axe offlaner specialists that we have in this tournament, well, Pure, he can be really damn good with this hero. On a day he wants to, or maybe every single day he gets to play this hero. So I wouldn't say a lot is riding on this axe, but he will be a big beneficial factor for a potential BetBoom win. But Azure Ray, they want to take that away from them. Playing again to their strengths, game 2 from the last series. They were successful in turning the tide around into a tie series against Shopify Rebellion. Can they pull off a tie versus BetBoom, who are taking a very long wraparound here with that full-on smoke?
Who's going to get the
Not
biggest
going to
kill
run into
streak
anyone, though.
this game? What do you think? Who's going to get the longest kill streak this game?
Longest kill streak. All right, I
Yeah.
did hear you correct.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't know. Bristleback feels like a good option to go for. But
right.
BetBoom going to be marching onto the high ground, saying hello to Somnus and the rest of the buddies. That's a big blood grenade if I've ever seen one, connecting onto 4.
Oh
but Somnus
my
low, so is
goodness.
GPK. GPK is the one to die first. Save is the one to follow suit. They can't kill Somnus just quite yet, but he takes down to the axe. Pure also gets a piece of the action, but when's the last time you've seen a 4-man blood grenade? It's not doing a lot of damage, but the slows were just enough for Somnus to live.
Well, it was Blood Grenade plus Arcane Curse on the 4 heroes, right? So, in that regard, the slow is actually pretty good. Good synergy there, as FY just gets beaten up
Absolutely.
by this axe here. Alright, let's see here.
That's an echoing laugh.
Yeah, let's see whose laning stage is going to be better here. I would imagine Troll should win top lane, Will we finally
It's
see
Bet Boom, I
pure?
go Bet Boom.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. That's what I was gonna say.
Radiant
Heroes don't
Such
even
an
matter
easy
anymore.
question, you know? Like, you look at the best laning stage
mean, look.
teams so far, it has to be Bet Boom, and they're punishing Mr. FY in the top lane, trying to get a
not
kill,
FY.
and that will be scored for Pure.
I mean, yeah, FY is actually playing the silencer this game, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of
Oh, yeah,
surprise.
he is. It was Xian Ming with the clockwork. Right,
Yeah.
right. I was wondering because I thought I saw this clockwork cosmetic look a little bit different. You know, the big brain helmet for the clockwork. But FY, he doesn't need to show his big brain.
Yeah.
Different
He
set.
already played his clock game. He just wants to play some silencer, I guess. No, I think the reason why they did this is
That's
they're
a
not a
vibe.
team that's comfortable swapping like players and lanes. They don't want to put FY in the safe lane. They don't want to put Jiaming in the off lane. So, yeah, they're just going to have to settle with FY on the silencer.
Yep. That's a vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't...
Silencer, guys.
Not something most POS 4s ask to play, but you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess.
Yeah, usually the pulse 5s are the ones to play the silencer, but I guess why put him into the pulse 4 role? I mean,
Just because they want to
because
get
of
the
the rage
clock
advantage
laning.
versus the Oracle. Yeah.
I mean, clock plus troll's a really strong lane. Plus, if you do clock bristle lane, you're probably gonna get smashed, right? So they just had to lane with the standard one range, one melee. There's some matchups that are fine as double melee, and of course, double range is always good.
Yep. Oh, Soma's gonna miss out on the flag bearer there. That level 1 onslaught doesn't do enough damage to kill the flag bearer creep. Easy deny for GPK, who is, by the way, destroying Somnus in mid.
Yep.
6 last hits on this primal versus the 15 and 12 denies. But I guess you could just suspect that this matchup was never easy to begin with, and going up against the Monkey King in the lane.
I'm just surprised Somnus like hasn't had enough of getting smashed, you know? Like game 1, he just gets owned in lane. It's like, yeah, let's go ahead and do that again. That's fine. I mean, you can see he's playing the long game, right? All right, good kill on FY. He's playing the long game.
Yeah, I
here
guess you
and
gotta
realizing,
put
I'm gonna
you gotta
lose my
put your
lane, but I
sights
want to win
somewhere.
the game.
Dire's structures are
Gotta put your
fortified.
sights somewhere else instead of the current moment, because, you know, Dota games aren't usually decided in 2 minutes. So, yeah, makes sense. Lane's gonna
We
be
saw
rough,
that in the
but I'm still
Shopify
gonna
Rebellion
invest.
series.
We did indeed. Yeah, that was a win.
Everything can go perfect, but if you make a couple mistakes at the wrong moment, I guess we call that the rubber band effect.
Rubber
Everything
band
can go
effect
crash
or good old money in the bank strat.
It's got to spend your money. You can't just spend it though. That doesn't
No,
work. in Dota.
you're saving, you're depositing, you're putting savings into opponents' bounties, and you
Put it in
cash
an
those bounties
offshore
when they're
bank
up above
account or
X
what?
Totally legal.
I don't think you can
just
do that.
cashing out bounties.
Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But yeah, right now, no big action going on right now. But BetBoom again, shining colors with this laning stage so far. Every single lane looking pretty good. Just a death on GPK and save from that early skirmish, and all these 3 kills have happened during pretty much the laning stage. It was a 2-1 at the start for Azure Ray with that early brawl. And of course, it just
It
had to
was.
be Somnus who dies again in the first brawl. But
Yeah,
Chalice
I mean,
is
the poor guy
pinging-
can't get a break.
pinging with FY, and they want to chase the CK, but Toronto Tokyo also recognizing the situation. Pops a couple extra heals for Nightfall. So that's that. This Chalice dive doesn't lead into too much action. Pops also just chilling. Somnus taking
Somnus is
GPK.
getting bullied.
And Chalice is actually dead. He's not going to take that much damage. Oracle still has a really good burst early on in this game. 2 points in Purifying Flames is one of the scariest things.
Yeah, and we see the bristleback as well. Just not going for extra points on the bristleback. And he's going to be a little bit squishier because of that. And it is a pretty good value point at level 1. So it does make a lot of sense why players are doing what they're doing with this hero.
Well, GPK's off to a fantastic start once again. Today has just been GPK without a single real mistake happening. Like, when you talk consistency, yesterday and today, like, he's really achieved that.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's played really well so far in all the games.
We're not going off the Somnus here. Another route combined as well from Toronto Tokyo. Somnus, he is down.
So you got 2 kills pre-laning stage, right? And now it's still 5-2. So they haven't got a single kill outside of that level 1 engagement. It's a bit rough. I mean, it's so scary how good BetBoom Team is at this laning stage. It's absurd.
It's just kind of like you'd figure out, like you'd think every single team attending TI or the road to the international has already proven themselves throughout this year. They've kind of melded out all these small minor details, but then it really just comes down to like 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 teams. They've got everything figured out. The rest are just kind of learning from them in the most important tournament of the year, Toronto Tokyo. Both unable to snatch away the wisdom away from
bottom lane. Monkey's moving again.
Yep.
And these are the things I don't see
I'm done with
Monkey Kings do enough, right? It's, yeah, you win your lane. They often just go off and farm, but they're making rotations, playing like a mid laner. Even though you are a Monkey King, yeah, you won your matchup, but oftentimes you see them get ganked, right? And then they die, they lose their advantage. But GPK is doing a good job of like winning his lane and then moving, right? I think you get like this this complex as a Monkey player of being like, I must destroy my lane. I must keep destroying my lane.
He decides to TP top with the silencer, and it's going to be hard, honest work onto Pure, and the root comes out just in time. Fervor stacks up to 12, so he can bring out the web, cancel the teleport, take down Pure, and a much-needed kill as well for Azure Ray. Only managed to kill Toronto Tokyo at the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, and now the Axe at 8 minutes. So that's your only kills for the laning stage.
That's something. I mean, the gold lead's not bad. I mean, Troll is keeping up with the farm.
Oh, Nightfall is finding a lot of hostiles around him. It's not just Somnus, but it's everybody else pretty much, and they will take down the CK. Just the right things you need to do. Killing the CK early if you can.
I think we're about to see a repeat of game number 1, where the tempo is going to start getting a bit crazy. As I think the instigator of all this violence is definitely Somnus here, just feeling like he has to run around and do things.
And Tianming, he's found the enemy, but it does come at a price. There's his life. And meanwhile, Chalice has finished off the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. FY is also coming in from the side. And a Phantasm. Quick Dispel. Get rid of all the nasal goo. So that's CK going away. Going to go to the jungle farm up and save. And Somnus having a bit of a, I wouldn't really say friendly encounter with each other, but Save calls in his bigger brother, GPK. He's a scary tree moving around. Halloween trees indeed.
Clock again, finding himself in a weird
He's also
spot.
coming in from the back. Pulverize going to be popped as well. GPK taking some hits from that too. Oracle healing himself. The Willow coming into the assistance. A nice onslaught, but the stun onto Somnus. There's a good boundless strike onto Tianming, but GPK able to escape in between all. And Toronto Tokyo's also gone.
Save might die if
But
he had one more right leg. -2, my friend.
-2.
He's up to a 6 stolen intelligence now. And when you have these big bloodbaths of a game, heroes like Silencer really benefit from them.
Ooh, big nuke. Very big nuke, and Somnus dies during the onslaught.
double damage.
Yeah, that's quite nice. I think what they really need at this point is to get Clockwork his ultimate. We saw in the previous game, there was a Clockwork. FY was playing it. The hook shots were just on point, being able to just follow up or set up for Somnus, where they have a similar strategy, where last time they had the Earth Spirit with the Clockwork. Now they've got the Primal. that's when things are going to start coming online here. Till then, it's just farm it up here.
Yeah. But how online is online? Is it going to be like a level 1 threat or something even more dangerous? I don't actually even know if level 1 is high or low, but never mind about that.
I don't know what you're saying right now.
Pure's just jumping away with the tumbler toys. Clockwork makes his way, and now the Ancients are hitting him. GPK's hitting him, Pure's hitting him, Save's hitting him, and GPK gets the kill, and then they farm the Ancients as well. These mercenaries, they've done their job.
Got a little six off of that.
Accepted.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think this game here is, I don't know, it's pretty stable, honestly. This troll is doing really well. Bristleback is doing really well. And only just the Primal is not doing very well. But FY is picking up the slack for that. Just same net worth at this point. So not bad at all.
I like that you have, you know, the permanent scaling. How big this axe can actually be in terms of troll dealing damage to you. A lot of attack speed from Fervor. If you can get a pace like this that Pure's already got with 4 stacks into counter helix, if you can get sorry, not counter helix, into the calling blade stacks, would be great to just pick up masses and masses of armor, which really helps in the long run versus the troll.
Radiant are scanning.
Agreed. Won't help you for silencer.
That will go straight through, yes.
And it's looking like FY.
Scanning.
He's doing that FY thing again, where he's going to be that hidden core. Unfortunately, not a good patch for it. This is not a good hidden core patch, I suppose. Lack of a better way of putting it.
Not really.
And we've kind of seen that through all the Weaver games that have been played out have not looked very impressive.
Yeah, I guess there's a bit of optimism, but still, I feel like there's no big surprises coming out. Unless, I think this
there's a
TI
surprise
might be
here.
missing. Yeah, that's a surprise indeed. With Somnus finding the entire gang squad of BetBoom.
That was a
Azure Ray
surprise
sieging a
team.
tower, but they're coming to defend this one, and we're talking about those skirmishes. Here we have our first bigger battle. Global silence pop. Lou's going to be able to move away, get stunned up as GPK is running
Yes,
top of
no
him,
ult.
loading up the Wukong's command, but he's got no boundless strike to hit anybody, and no battle trance as well, as he said, onto the troll, so he's just out of there. Tianming going to be killed off, and a blink call coming out from Pure, and FY, he will have the honors of being Pure's first called armor stack.
All right.
So +1, not -2.
+1.
Radiant's middle
+1
tower
against
is
the
under attack.
-2 guy. Very nice, very nice. That was really good. They made that play bottom, got the kill, then they Pure went on the troll right away. Then they mass TP'd up there to go and deal with them. Troll still has no ultimate, by the way, so
They don't know about it, though.
yeah, I mean, he doesn't
I
have a
love how
point. Let me do the
it's
math here. 4-8. Yeah, he's level 10 and has 10 points spent. He does not have a way to use his ultimate.
Lou's maybe just built different here. Chalice going to be chasing Save, but Toronto Tokyo is popping up so many heals onto Save that he will live and go all the way back to full HP. But GPK is going to need something similar here. Toronto Tokyo is just kind of like, when do I false promise you, my friend? There we go. You can have it. You
Time
can take
is
it.
down.
Chalice is roaming free. Somnus is low on HP as well, but they got the pulverized. You're coming in with a call, looking for the dunk onto this primal beast, and he's got it. Smack on number 1, but it looks like he might even die. Toronto Tokyo, he's keeping them at bay, but Pure is down, and here comes Nightfall. Maybe a little bit late to the party, but at least he
Nightfall,
can get something out of this, and that's FY. That's 1 kill at least, but they are still forcing BetBoom to the tier 2, well, at least back to the tier 2 tower even. So a couple heroes already killed. Bristleback does end up taking a bit of a beating from Nightfall. Oh,
he's
look
dead.
at that. Full on man mode. And
He went
talk
into the
about those
roof.
hook shots. That's a miss. That's a miss. Into the roof as well. Lou versus CK. Well, CK basically has a couple extra friends the troll does not have. And there goes Lou.
All right, this is why you do not run into enemy tier 4s or tier 2s, sorry, at 15 minutes into the game here for Azure Ray, because I was about to give him high praise. It's like, yeah, yet again, a bad laning or a rougher laning stage, but they're choosing to fight into them. Like, there is no fear whatsoever on the side of Azure Ray here to want to take these fights, but same story as last game. They're not taking their small wins. they're overextending a little bit. They're waiting for players to respawn. They're going a bit too far. And they're kind of like, these small wins are turning into big losses.
Yeah. I love how GPK was holding onto that Boundless Strike for such a long time, only to see Somnus charging in, cancels out the charge. The fight still continues to extend. Pure is going to find himself a Calling Blade there to get at least that big, pesky Primal Beast out of the way. But all this time, like, looking at the map as well, like, CK finally gets back into action. It looks like it's super late, but this is where Azure Ray should be like,
right?
well,
you got no mana.
You're like, yeah, exactly. You're 3-2 already at this point. You just back. But
I'm just going to go into the tier 4 here. Like, I don't know. You have to know you're getting probably reality rifted into that. And this hook shot is so unfortunate. It's like, I'll save you, bro. Well, I'm dead too. And now Troll's like, I had a team here, guys. Where did they go? And now he gets sold out essentially here, and he goes down as well.
Top tower has fallen.
we have a classic Finnish meme of that. Coming to save somebody and, oh, I'm going to die myself. And Nightfall will snipe FY in the bottom lane. That's a hook shot that will connect onto GPK, but it doesn't really do too much because he's already on the move. Dodges the blood grenade as well for the Clockwork. They're making him pay with everything that he has. Taxes on top of it, and that tax is his life. They can just get to him into the side of the tree line, already using the stun, and he is out with just a little bit extra on top. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
No tax revenue today for BetBoom of his life.
It's always a good thing. I like paying things with my life.
Dire's
Worst
top
type of-
tower is under attack.
Anyway.
Payment. Yeah, I mean, right now, like, they're going to make a smoke to the bottom lane here with Pure and Save. This is going to be your kill squad. You got the Blink available. You got the Bedlam with the new changes where you can throw it
And you got a
onto
great
Axe.
target to jump as well. Troll is so alone. I
you
still missed the call, but they
Don't matter.
don't miss the kill anyway. Okay, I was like, is he actually going to walk out of this? Hell
Dude,
no.
look at this TP. They're
Meanwhile,
mass TP
CK's being
mid.
chased. Nightfall is here. Chalice is very deep in right now. Clockwork has no hook shot available anymore. He already used it. Nightfall will live. GPK is about to kill himself to this bristleback. Pierre, he can't blink anywhere. There's spikes flying everywhere. There's arcane curses. And no, look at
what
that.
a call.
That's a better call. On to 2. And Clockwork down. Donk after donk after
chonk.
donk.
Radiant are scanning.
And
Pure
FY,
is mad.
he thinks he might be able to get away. GPK still, well, okay, he's not actually going to see FY going to the hiding of that tier 2 tower, but what a turnaround from BetBoom.
Yeah, what a call there by Pure. Like, he missed one, but that is a very rare occurrence for this man. And he's like, all right, I might miss one, but I'm going to hit 2 with my next call. As he does manage to get both of them. And perfect setup, too, because the Monkey King, he had a Jingu ready. He had Boundless Strike ready. Lots of damage to follow up on that one. Quite good there. And now he's getting even closer to this Manta style, where when this is complete, he's going to be able to... Well, there's a few things he can help with. Mainly just not be silenced anymore. Maybe start some confusion. But other than that, like, there's not a ton to dispel. But I think just getting out of global might be enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Knight falls on the hunt for the next one, and Clockwork's right there. Reality Rift broken for a second, and the Cogs will push him away with a hook shot to safety. Tomato and Potato still remaining there, so he's going to be able to use them as leverage.
Just call the
Clockwork
other
kill.
one a potato.
Maybe it's Tomato and Potato.
I mean, I guess I can kind of see it. It's like a little brown potato.
Yeah, I mean, we've always called these, or at least I've always called them Tomato and the Potato, but
Makes sense.
I guess I'm just one of those.
I see it, actually. I didn't see it before, but you opened my eyes.
You've learned something. Your eyes are wide open.
Yeah.
Well, like I always say, if you learn something new, it was a good day to wake up to. Meanwhile, Blue is about to wake up to an ill awakening by Pure and Save. And another badonk-a-donk right on top of his head. That's 5 stacks for Pure now with the Calling Blade.
It is definitely turning into the Pure show here. And of course, assisted by Save. Well, all this damage wouldn't be possible without...
We all need a side character or a sidekick, right?
A sidekick, yeah. The Robin to Pure's Batman.
Yeah. There goes your next one.
Another
And
one.
another one.
Yeah, it's turning into that thing again, right? Where Azure Ray just kind of like are all over the map and not really fighting anymore and kind of getting picked off. I kind of want to see them go back into let's just run into them mode, because they were more successful with that. What their biggest issue though is with that type of strategy is they have a hard time knowing when to break. They know how to use the gas, but they don't know how to break.
Oh, Lou. Oh, Lou. Not again. Okay, Pierre doesn't actually blink for the call on top of him. That would have been another devastating kill. Right at the same spot that he literally just died at. Pierre is here again.
I mean, that's
But,
the spot on
you
the
know-
map where you're generally the safest. Generally.
Yeah,
and I
I'd say
think...
so. Now,
But you're playing against
support
these
is
players.
showing up. A DP instant reaction from Somnus to come to the rescue.
Chop.
But there's another donk for Pure. Playing for himself, GPK coming up, and Bristleback has been completely caught off guard. Oh, there was a Monkey King on top of me. I did not know that. Somnus getting a reality
That's
directed
silver
by
edge trio.
Nightfall. The stun will connect. There's a buyback coming out from Tianming, and he's trying to help out with pushing GPK away, but Nightfall, he will lose his courier. I don't think he might lose his life, though, because they're the ones taking lives right now. Somnus escaping 100 HP. GPK, he dodges the hook shot as
wants
well,
it.
and he snipes him inside the base. Just no mercy at all from BetBoom. But I have to say, I think it's still a pure show.
I mean, it's just a BetBoom show today, to be honest with you. BetBoom showing that between the three teams playing on this stream today, that they are most definitely the best.
Yep. They're definitely looking hot in this group. And when we head over to the staging matches, the seeding matches tomorrow is basically just going to be on the next episode of BetBoom Show. We see Pure not throwing in a calling blade, but they
Cool
could
down.
just, position themselves into a potential upper bracket start for the actual TI event with performances that they've had today and yesterday. So I think BetBoom fans are really happy with what they're seeing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we love to see him in form. I think what's quite interesting, well, the segue to that was pretty bad. But I was going to say, like, the coaling armor that you gain from killing heroes, it says 9 armor has been harvested by Axe's coaling blade.
Yes, yes.
Am I missing some lore here? Is this like some mythical axe that harvests armor? Is that actually the lore?
If we want to put it really gruesome, it could be just Axe uses his blade and he attaches those decapitated, I don't know, whatever, attaches it to himself, and then it turns into armor. I don't know. It's a long shot. I don't know the lore, but it is what it is.
Feels weird to harvest armor.
But the spell or the ability is calling blade, and the buff is called armor. So I don't know, something happens in between.
I think
Anyway.
I'm mostly bothered by the harvest word.
I guess harvesting is a
But it's okay.
intriguing word.
What do I know?
Outside of that, Roshan is being taken by BetBoom. Nightfall very likely the one to carry it. GPK is also off to a great game, so
I would give it to GPK.
I think they're happy with either.
I think GPK wants to be able to... I mean, Monkey King's a squishy hero in Hately, right?
Yeah.
And so you can be out of position, die really quickly. And that's why we see Monkey Kings fail a lot. I mean, they're just going to give it to Nightfall, but... in general, this is definitely a hero that you got to be careful for. This poor Clockwork, man. Can you give him a break?
Yeah. It's not FY Clockwork this game.
That's 10 deaths now. For the poor man here. I mean, looking at all the scores, like Somnus 0-7. He signed up for this, so Primal Beast picking again after just losing to it.
I just love how, like, I have 10 deaths on Clockwork. I signed up for this and I'm not happy with this. Very disgruntled employee of Azure Ray. God
Yeah,
damn
I mean, it is what it is. Or maybe Lanham signed him up for it. like, nah,
could
bro,
be.
it's fine.
I mean, he's barely got 4K net worth. He's got Blitz Knuckles. Punch back.
On who?
I saw on the clock.
Tower has fallen.
The hell are Blitz Knuckles? Oh, that's I didn't even know the name of that item. It was always just
Every
like
day
that.
you learn something new, eh? Meanwhile, Lou is in for an ill awakening once again.
Top tower is
To
under
me, it's just
You're
that
with
item that
another
gives you attack
harvest.
speed and builds into Shadow Blade. I like that item.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, not everybody knows all the items of everything. Okay, that's a slap to the face. It's a nice 600 crit. Silencer kind of just walking straight towards that blade of CK.
Radiant's middle
That's
tower
a cold blade right there, or culling blade even right there. But Chalice, GPK shows up. I'm a tree. And Chalice, it's got nowhere to go. Back to the graveyard you go for 50 seconds. But when's BetBoom going to be looking at high ground? How long do they wait? They have the Aegis. They've got everything that they need. They've got a sizable lead. They're moralized opponent potentially.
It's only 25 minutes in the game, even though they are quite ahead. Going high ground just to go high ground is almost never a good idea. So I would say get another kill, then maybe go high ground. It's okay to poke up there if you feel like you're unkillable, but I don't think you just like force it right away, because buybacks are just way too powerful.
under attack.
You might be able to kill 5 heroes, but can you kill 10? That's where things get a little difficult.
Dire's
That'll be an
middle
interesting
tower
one.
has fallen.
Nice little D ward
Dire's
quickly
top
there.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, gem
They're
online.
holding on to the gem, but as they see these two heroes are away, does Azure Ray have an opening? Because they will get the Primal Beast to get onto GPK. At the same time, Jiangming, he's going to have to give his life away with an attempt on a hook shot. And they've already moved out. Nightfall shows up to pummel the troll, but he got his ulti off. And that's a chance to burn through that Aegis. And death number 1 is a certainty.
Man, look at the
And they get
Aegis.
death number 2. Wukong Scanat is ready. GPK diving into the back line and forces Azure Ray all over. They're scattered in separate directions. And Somnus just going to have to tank the bullet. That's all he can really do. He's going to take so much damage from Fall. And Chalice, he's doing the same thing right now. But this Bristleback, it's not a threat. It's a weakness in the eyes of BetBoom.
Dire's middle
Lou
tower is under attack.
should be able to get away from this axe here, unable to blink with the arcane curse. But yeah, I guess that's your high ground ticket then.
Are
Yep.
fortified.
Going high ground's fine when you know the enemy has one of two things missing. Either missing spells that are critical, or missing
found
heroes.
I'm
Okay,
gonna get to it.
you
No
are
battle friend.
dead.
And 16 armor has been harvested so far.
Just gonna use
Just
that now.
supports the whole base.
Just harvested.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out there.
Axe no longer dunks, he just harvests.
Middle barracks are under attack.
I mean, Axe doesn't even have an
Dire's
axe.
middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle
That as well.
barracks
And let's not get into the nitty gritty.
Tide Hunter doesn't have an anchor to anchor smash, and the Axe doesn't have
Oh
an axe.
dear. Oh dear. At least BetBoom, we are gonna make sure that Group B has no tiebreakers whatsoever for the getting to choose your opponent and being a team that is going to be chosen by someone else. So BetBoom is going to be closing out second place at this current pace. Azure Ray will be third in Group B. Shopify Rebellion fourth, and Thunder Awaken last, dropped out from the road to the International. And Team Liquid, clean 7-1 at the top of the list. They are nobody can contest them here, but Azure Ray, the only thing that they can do is, well, I mean, I'm not necessarily the right person to answer that question, but probably some kind of miracle is really needed for them. A lot of mistakes from a team that has made yet no mistakes so
This game?
far in this game. BetBoom hasn't really been making that many mistakes, so it's going to be really hard to force them to make so many mistakes that Azure Ray gets back into the game and force it into a tie situation for a tiebreaker. But I think they're just happy with the situation that they're not getting eliminated today, and they get to march onward with their road to the International.
Well, they just have to defend high ground and use buybacks to try and give them any advantage they can.
Yeah.
And they need to get rid of these
10 versus
PK
5.
weapons too.
Somnus goes straight into the Phantasm. Nobody else. And Pure coming in with a beautiful call. Somnus is history. Comes in with a buyback. And now that's one burnt. Still a couple more buybacks to go. It's actually only on the support, so the cores can't return for a second time. But they use the Wukongs. They're going to chill for a little bit. Nightfall also backing out Somnus, trying to go for the chase here. FY going to get caught by the root into the double call once again by Pure. Yules into the air. Silencer gone. Chalice trying to fight back as much as he can. Down to half HP onto Nightfall. Pure is also going out with his BKB burning with this bristle back. He's deleted. He's gone. And the Troll, he doesn't even get the chance to use his ultimate. Now he does. Into the Pulverize used by Somnus. Another throw in from Toronto Tokyo, rooting them onto the spot, but they've lost Lu. And they're going to lose their last lifeline, and this series, it's going in the way to BetBoom. But we'll find out in the next episode of BetBoom Show what happens tomorrow with their seeding matches. However, a well-earned 2-0 victory, very clean, very pristine. I think everyone is happy with BetBoom's performances today.
Oh yeah, BetBoom put on a show today. Like, they had two opponents. Everyone, it was kind of like a round robin today with the three teams in this group, and BetBoom really just showed that they were the superior team today. I don't know what they had for breakfast this morning, but they're playing some good Dota. Like, everything has been on point. No player I've really questioned too much about what have they been doing in the game. Normally, the player I would question for making questionable mistakes is GPK, but GPK is in form right now. He's not really making many mistakes.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier on with GPK, that this has to be the... I don't even have the words to actually describe, except for this is the benchmark for a TI mid laner that could potentially win you this entire tournament, the biggest tournament of the year. If you get performances like this from game to game to game without any bad shows, any bad games, no mistakes, he's in for greatness. That's how I'm just going to word it. GPK has been flawless.
I mean, he's always been in for greatness. The biggest issue has always been when the stakes get really high, when the big stage happens, like when the elimination matches happen. This is when this team has always struggled a little bit. But when the stakes have always been a little bit lower, I mean, I'm just going to call it as it is. This team tends to do better than the rest, or they have high potential, right? Much higher potential than most other teams. But when it comes to like championship, like mentality, there's something happening with this team that is preventing them from winning tournaments when we all know they're capable of doing it. Like, they have the talent. They just got to keep this consistency for the entirety of the tournament, not just the group stage, not just like until, like, I don't know, they get knocked to the lower bracket, but it has to be like at all stages. They have to keep the ambition. They got to keep like the mood, the atmosphere good. And then this team has the potential to not only just win this tournament, but most all tournaments we see them in, they are always a favorite.
Well, I mean, at the same time, Azure Ray, basically, I think they have some ups, but they also have a couple of weaknesses right now. And I potentially just have to say the first timers may be feeling a bit shaky here. Both Lu and Tianming, they making their debutante performances here at the road to the international. But at least the good thing is they now have time to grow, at least for a couple more days before the big action kicks off next weekend, with the official playoffs kicking off, and they're going to be participating there. But a star player from this one, it has to be Pure. I enjoyed this Axe performance above a lot different Axes I've seen in the last few months, or maybe in the last few years. This was a treat to watch.
Whenever I see Axe, I'm generally going to be like, yeah, this hero isn't that great right now. You shouldn't pick Axe. That's a bait to play Axe. But whenever Pure plays it, there's an exception to the rule. It's kind of like the save techies. This guy is just so good on Axe. And this is where he debuted into the scene. He played Legion Commander and Axe. All right, he didn't debut into the scene. He debuted into the offlane position, right, for this team, because he used to be a carry player. And then he moved to the offlane, and he just started playing Legion Commander, Axe, every single game, and they were winning with it. He had to expand his hero pool since then, but to this day, those two heroes, if Pure is ever playing them, you've got to favor this man in the matchup, because he just plays them so damn well.
if I saw a bit of a glimpse as well, you know, he might have written some symbols into the chat. So I guess he's also building a bit of a redemption story as well from what happened earlier on in this year, beating Azure Ray this time. But let's take a look at what the situation is looking like right now as we finished our 3 series of the day here at Group B. And we already know Liquid, they took the top. BetBoom into choosing their opponent. I actually have to double check which group they get to choose their opponent from, as that should be from groups A, 3rd and 4th. So I believe those games are still ongoing. It's either 9 Pandas or EG by the looks of it that they get to play against. And Azure Ray, 3rd place, and Rebellion, Shopify Rebellion in 4th place. Thunder Awaken, we already said goodbye earlier on to them. But Fear, what else strikes your eye when you're looking at these groups? It's no longer just the SCA and SA teams at the bottom, because TALON was able to squeeze through, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every team that got through via regionals are going back first, right? All the teams that got through via regionals have been eliminated. Well, not all of them if you had multiple slots, right? But every team that did get eliminated came from the regionals. So far, as planned, I'd say the teams that had put in the work through year, qualified through points, they're still holding strong here. No surprise to see these Titans to be on the top of the group. Team Spirit, this is the team to beat this TI. Liquid, you never know what you're going to get this team, but normally when it's a big tournament, you're expecting them to get a top 2, right? This year, this has been a trend for them. LGD, I mean, this is your household name. It wouldn't be a TI if LGD wasn't doing well. Yeah. And of course, Tundra, former TI winners. You got your TI10, TI11 winners representing, doing well right now in Team Spirit and Tundra. And here we are at TI12. Who's going to be able to match them?
Yeah, and can they repeat that second one as well? As you can see at the bottom of the groups, everything else is still open. Thunder Awaken is the only team eliminated so far. So we've got potential tiebreakers still looming in the air. Just going to wait for those games to finish. But for all of you people out there, you're going to have to go and watch the other streams, because we are done at Stream B for today. Thank you so much for tuning in with mine and Fear's commentary here, as we've been, covering Shopify. We got to see our NA boys in action once again, a couple of BetBoom games, a couple of Azure Ray games. I think today has been an absolute treat. Especially this last series, game number 1. It was so much fun to watch. Yeah, so something different from all the super serious elimination game threat, who goes through where, and it's kind of like a bit of a relaxing game to watch as well. So really enjoyed that one. But Fear, any last words you have in mind until we close out the show?
Not a lot, just really enjoying the games and the atmosphere. Love to be on the road to the international here, as the games are the most fun. This is the time of year everyone's looking forward to as a spectator, as a player. I just hope everyone's enjoying the games just as much as we are.
Certainly do. But hey, all of you people, go and head out to the next to the other streams to look what the situation is going to be there. We are done for today. Thank you so much. We will see you again tomorrow as the games continue. Until then, take care of yourselves, everybody. It was T-Panda and Fear. Good night, everybody, and bye-bye.